Hello guys, hello. So now I'm on this stream. Last time, 2 days ago, I tried to watch a video of Piers Morgan uncensored program, but I was so tired, so I only watched 30 minutes and I had to stop this stream. But now I want to continue to watch it. Maybe I start from the beginning. Uh, and I think the topic is very interesting. Epstein's links to Mossad.
Well, to debate all of these claims,
So basically, before, I remember it was like a conspiracy theory that Epstein's was a Mossad's agent and a spy, but now, so there are some, at least there are some proofs. It seems to me that he had some relationship, at least to the powerful people of Israel, like Ehud Barak. I think he was the prime minister of Israel for a period. So we will see. I'm very curious to see if it's true or not.
Did he work for Mossad? It's more like Mossad was working for Epstein.
I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me.
hang on a second. If he'd said he was working with the Mossad, then he would get off being a paedophile.
You have the FBI, you have the DOJ.
Oh my god. What a phrase. What a question that Pierce said. That was good one.
You have unlimited resources. And the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos?
You're lying. You're defaming me. You are now going to be sued. You are now going to be sued.
The latest release of the Epstein files has shone an unforgiving light on the shocking judgment and tawdry behaviour of many VIP men. We've covered the revelations extensively, not least as they've plunged the British government and royal family into historic crisis. But many regular contributors to this show,
This is true. Prince Andrew has for sure a difficult time for the rest of his life. He already lost some of his titles. He's not anymore Prince legally, and so he's facing the consequences of his actions. That's totally okay. That's good.
and many of our viewers, say the media is missing or willfully ignoring the big story, that Epstein was an Israeli operation. That's what Cenk Uygur said. Why is the media not touching Jeffrey Epstein's clear connection to Israel, asked Mehdi Hassan. Without question, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset makes a lot of sense. He had a vast and mostly unexplained wealth. He kept meticulous and exhaustive records. He obsessively curated VIP friends who he invited to luxury properties wired for surveillance. He got an implausibly generous legal reprieve after the district attorney in Florida was told, quote, Epstein belongs to intelligence. And the files certainly do reveal many ties to Israel. We know that former PM Ehud
certain files are declaring the ties to Israel.
Barak stayed with Epstein frequently, long after his conviction, and the connection certainly didn't end there. But the current Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted. It proves the opposite. So what do the files prove? In a moment.
Okay, if it is just this phrase that Epstein's he has a relationship. He had a relationship with Ehud Barak or some powerful people in Israel. Doesn't mean that he was working for them. So, in confirming that, he had also a relationship with what was the name? Bill Clinton, president. So it doesn't suggest that he was working for CIA. But man, he was very powerful. He had a lot of relations with powerful people. It's not normal. That's not anyone can reach to that high level of power that he could have contacts with not only politicians but in technology, domain of technology, like in powerful people in different domains from different countries. He had a strong relationship. How he was in contact with Prince Andrew? That's
We'll debate
totally,
this.
I think, a fair question. That how he was emerged, what happened to him.
With Bassem Youssef and Alan Dershowitz. But first, here to help answer.
Okay, Bassem Youssef is a famous Egyptian. He's a comedian, and Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz. He was actually the lawyer of Epstein. He's also well known. He's pretty famous. Alan Dershowitz. I'm very curious to see this debate.
That question is Ryan Grimm. He's investigative journalist and co-founder of Dropsite News. Ryan Grimm, welcome back to Uncensored. There are so many files here, and I have noticed just on an almost daily basis now, there's a lot of stuff in there about Israel, about Ehud Barak, about Epstein, and people are beginning to put all this together and saying that actually what initially was dismissed as a kind of outlandish conspiracy theory may well be closer to the truth, that Epstein may well have been some kind of Israeli agent, but potentially working with Mossad. But you've studied these files in a lot more detail than most. Mm-hmm. What is your assessment of that?
I mean, it's not a simple question. It doesn't have a simple answer. What I would first tell people is just Google or use a search engine that functions. Dropsite News, Epstein, Israel, and you'll find a series of stories that we have published already and that we're consistently adding to. But then you can also ask yourself just some basic questions. All right, how did he get an Austrian fake passport? I mean, a real passport with a fake name in 1982.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is a fair question. How he could get that? In 1982, he had a passport with fake name. He's not just a normal, like usual sex trafficker. He's not just like anyone in that domain. He had a pretty like strong relationship with strong people. So, I mean, I'm very curious to know how he could reach to that place. So there is two theories, at least, that I'm aware of. So whether he reached somehow to that position, and he was hired by also intelligence services like Mossad, or he became this person, like he reached to this position, so much power, by being an agent, for example, Mossad. I don't know.
Like there aren't many regular people that can get fake passports to help them travel around the world. Another important thing to understand is that three of the people that he is very closely associated with in the 1980s are Stan Pottinger, who is a attorney who is known to have moved money for the CIA during Iran-Contra, Adnan Khashoggi, who is like the banker during Iran-Contra. He's moving money and weapons, a Saudi figure, and Douglas Lease, a weapons contractor. He was a protege to Douglas Lease. He was a business partner to Stan Pottinger at the time that Stan Pottinger was heavily involved in Iran-Contra, and he was he knew and he ran in the same circle as Adnan Khashoggi, and he has a fake passport. So
yeah, that's good point. It's about 1982. I think it's it's about the period that Iran and Iraq were in war, and so basically the Western countries, Iran and Iraq, basically they were the enemies of Western countries like Israel, like USA, and they started fight with each other, and it was a formidable opportunity for USA, for Israel, just to be behind the scene, not doing anything. It's not needed. Just let them fight with each other. When your enemies are fighting, are making mistakes, so let them do it. And they were trying to balancing the powers. So if Iraq could got some opportunities, some higher I think weapons, some higher higher position in the war, so they would try to help the Iran to can balance it, and inverse. So if Iran had some higher position, they try to help Iraq to make a balance. So I think the point is that at 1982, around that time, so Iran needed weapons, so Israeli were sending some weapons to Iran, and also Western countries were also helping a lot to Iraq.
And then he emerges out of Iran-Contra, with enormous amounts of, wealth and power and connection.
So I've just searched more about it. I'm interested to know. Okay, the Iran-Contra affair was a major political scandal during the Ronald Reagan administrations that came to light in November 1986. It involved a secret and illegal arms for hostages, a scheme that bypassed congressional authority. So the two sides of this scandal: Iran, arms for hostages. Senior U.S. officials secretly facilitated the sale of weapons to Iran, which was under an armed embargo. That primary goal was to secure the release of American hostages held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, a group with ties to Iran. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that part. So the primary goal was to secure the release of American hostages. Okay. Contra, illegal funding. Proceeds from the Iranian arms sales were funneled to support the Contras, an anti-communist rebel group in Nicaragua. Okay. This funding directly violated the Bland Amendment, a series of laws passed by Congress that prohibited military aid to the Contra. Okay. So about these 2 points, I didn't have any idea. I didn't know that. So key figures and investigations. Oliver North. So it's not important, but I would like to know if it is anything related to weapons that Iran received for the war. Is not it related to the Iran-Iraq war? Okay, that USA and Israel. Okay, is okay. So I asked, isn't it related to the Iran-Iraq war that USA and Israel tried to balance power between two countries? I wanted to say two countries. Yeah, you are absolutely correct. While the hostages and fundings for Contra are the most famous part of this scandal, the Iran-Iraq war was the essential geopolitical backdrop that made the deal possible. Okay, so I was right. Yep. The US and Israel were essentially playing a high stakes game of realpolitik, trying to ensure that neither side emerged as a dominant superpower in the Middle East. Okay, again, I'm right. I was right. The balance of power. I mean, guys, basically, uh, we put aside these two countries in general. If you are like, if you see that your enemies are fighting with each other, so you would say, okay, it's not a bad thing. Let them fight with each other. Let them, you know, become both of them will become weaker, and I will just to assure that none of them can dominate. None of them should win the war. None of them should dominate the war. So the strategy that they used, it was that basically, because for them, Iraq, who was under control of Saddam Hussein, and in Iran, who was under control of the regime like Khomeini. So both of them were enemies of Israel and USA, and in general Western countries. The balance of power strategy. During the mid 1980s, the war was a brutal stalemate. The US strategy was complex and at times contradictory. Publicly supporting Iraq, officially the US supported Saddam Hussein's Iraq. They provided Iraq with intelligence, economic aid, and dual-use technology to prevent an Iranian victory. Yeah, for sure. You know, which the West feared would spread Islamic fundamentalism. Yeah, but that's true that Iran wanted to spread the revolution to other areas, but also never forget that after the revolution in Iran, you know, the supporters of Khomeini, they attacked to the U.S. U.S. embassy and get hostages there. So since the beginning, they had a very bad relationship, very hostile relationship. So this is that, but at the same time, Iraq also wasn't a person that USA liked him, secretly arming Iran. Despite the public stance, the US, at the urging of Israel officials, begins the secret arms sales to Iran. The rationale was that Iran was running low on American-made spare parts for their air force, left over from the Shah's era. Shah's is King's era. Okay, selling them these parts helped Iran stay in the fight, preventing an Iraqi total victory. The Israeli rule. Israel was a key intermediary. Okay. Their strategic interest was to keep Iraq a much closer and more immediate military threat to them at the time, preoccupied with a long, draining war against Iran. Yeah, that's true. That's for sure. At that time, Saddam, Iraq was a bigger threat. Yeah, so I'm curious to see the relationship at that time between Iraq and USA. Okay, what's the... I don't understand. Look, the scandal wasn't just about the money being sent to Nicaragua. It was about the duplicity of US foreign policy. I don't understand what's the point of Nicaragua here. What's the relationship? Iran-Iraq war, Operation Staunch, global embargo to stop arms to Iran. Secret reality, selling thousands of TOV anti-tanks missiles and Hawk anti-aircraft missiles to Iran. Okay. Terrorism, we will never negotiate with terrorists. Trading weapons for the release of hostages held by Iranian backed groups. Iraq relations. Providing Iraq with battlefield intelligence. Yeah, that's true. Providing Iran with the weapons to destroy the tanks they were helping Iraq build. Okay. Providing Iran with the weapons to destroy the tanks they were helping Iraq build. Oh my god. So, the outcome. Ultimately, this balancing act backfired. Oh, okay. It didn't result in a lasting alliance with moderates in Iran, as the administration had hoped. Act backfired. It didn't result in a lasting alliance with. It damaged USA credibility with Arab allies who were supporting Iraq, and it led to constitutional crisis regarding the illegal founding of the Contra. So maybe I search more about Contra. Contra, I think, is related to Nicaragua, and I don't understand what's the point of Contra here.
So like just, and then of course there's the Robert Maxwell connection, Ari Ben-Menashe, who I don't know if you've had him on your program. You should if you haven't. Former Israeli intelligence official himself has said that Epstein knew Maxwell. Whether or not he did, that's an open question. Just those connections alone, and then for Netanyahu to say that, well, okay, he was very close with Ehud Barak, therefore he had nothing to do with Israeli intelligence is absurd. Ehud Barak played a central role, however you want to define it, in Iran-Contra. He was a Israeli intelligence official throughout the 1980s. He becomes prime minister, becomes minister of defense. His another top Israeli spy who is a protege of Ehud Barak, Yoni Koren, stayed for like weeks at a time at Epstein's apartment in Manhattan. So I think the public hears all of this information and it's like, okay, I kind of think we get it. What is confusing is that, did he work for Mossad? That part is confusing, because if you think of Mossad as or any spy service as a spy service, like what is it in service of? These spy services are in service of extraordinarily powerful kind of multinational global networks of individual figures. And so it's not as if, is Mossad or something like that, he was working for them. It's more like, that Mossad was working for Epstein. Now that's putting it quite too simply, but if you understand, the way that power works at, the top global levels, they are able to direct the services of these different, agencies rather than him like filling out a W-9 and sending it into Mossad. Rather than him like filling out a W-9 and sending of these.
Okay, so basically, he's suggesting that Epstein wasn't basically working for Mossad, but Mossad was working for Epstein. So it wasn't like an agent for Mossad. They were like, the relationship was different, which I don't quite understand what system he's suggesting. So he was directing that how this intelligence was working. I don't know. I will figure it out.
Different, was working for Epstein. Now that's putting it quite too simply, but if you understand, the way that power works at, the top global levels, they are able to direct the services of these different, agencies rather than him like filling out a W-9 and sending it into Mossad.
Okay, so I'm curious to see why it is claimed that why it is claimed that that Mossad was working for Epstein and not vice versa. Okay. Recent declassified documents and unverified reports have fueled theories that Jeffrey Epstein was not just a lone criminal but a co-opted asset of Israeli intelligence Mossad. The claim that Mossad might have been working for Epstein in the sense of being an extension of his personal network rather than him being a simple low-level agent stems from several key allegations. Okay. High-level patronage. The Ehud Barak connection. Newly released FBI files from February 2026 include claims from a confidential informant that Epstein was trained as a spy. Okay, under former okay, so it's interesting. Claims from a okay, that's claims. Release FBI files. That's claims from a confidential informant that Epstein was trained as a spy under former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. So I think it returns to 1982, around that decade at least, when Ehud Barak was an Mossad agent, I think. I don't know his level. The power dynamic. Investigations into leaked emails in late 2025 suggested that Barak, a powerful figure in the Israeli security establishment, sometimes relied on Epstein's support rather than vice versa. Okay. Geopolitical broker. Reports suggest Epstein's helped broker security cooperation agreements between Israel and countries like Mongolia and Cote d'Ivoire, and even facilitated a back channel to the Kremlin during the Syrian civil war. Wow. So he was also in contact with Kremlin. Okay, they belonged to intelligence shield. They belonged to intelligence shield. Okay, in 2008, former U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta famously claimed he was told to grant Epstein's lenient plea deal because Epstein belonged to intelligence and the matter was above his pay grade. Okay. I think that makes sense. He was related to intelligence. That's understandable. A systematic blackmail. A recurring theory supported by former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben Menashe is that Epstein operated as a honey trap blackmail ring. The claim is that Epstein gathered compromising information on global elites specifically to give Israel geopolitical leverage. This would place Mossad in the position of benefiting from Epstein's private criminal infrastructure rather than just assigning him tasks. Okay. Official denials. It is Important to note that these claims remain largely unverified and are based on raw FBI information files. Netanyahu publicly rejected these claims, so obviously is not going to accept it, stating that Epstein's relationship with his political rival Ehud Barak actually suggested the opposite of him working for the state. No, I don't. Okay, former Naftali Bennett, okay, former Prime Minister, are categorically denied any Mossad involvement, calling the accusations lies and slander. So I don't know. So, I mean, the officials for sure they are going to reject that. It's not a point even of caring about what they are saying. So we are continuing to see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to unpack there. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the references we've.
But wait, before just we go, I'm very curious about Contra. I want to see what is the relationship. So the Contra, short for Contra Revolucionarios, were a collective of right-wing anti-communist rebel groups in Nicaragua that fought to overthrow the socialist Sandinista governments during the 1980s. They become inextricably linked to Iran through a secret, an illegal scheme known as Iran-Contra affair. Who were in the Contra? Okay. Who were the Contra? Members of National Guard from ousted Somoza dictatorship. So nothing. U.S. support President Ronald Reagan. As a freedom fighter, okay, no problem. Tactics. For using, okay, guerrilla warfare tactics. Okay. No, why were they related to Iran? Okay, this is my point. The connection was a secret arms for hostages financial loop created by members of the Reagan administration to bypass US law. The legal ban. Concerned about US involvement in a foreign conflict and reports of Contra atrocities, reports of Contra atrocities, Congress passed the Poland Amendment, which legally prohibited the US government from providing further military aid to the Contra. The secret sale. Simultaneously, the US wanted to secure the release of American hostages held in Lebanon by Hezbollah, a group with two ties to Iran. Despite the public embargo on Iran, senior US officials secretly facilitated the sale of weapons to the Iranian government. Okay, so I understand this bridge between two unrelated foreign policy goals, freeing hostages in the Middle East and fighting communists in Latin America, is what created the Iran-Contra scandal when it was exposed in late 1986. Okay, now I get it. So they are not related. They are just about. They are not related in terms that Iran and Contra were were in relation directly. It's just about two different foreign policies of USA in a period. So I understand it now.
And sending it into Mossad.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to unpack there. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the references we've identified that have come from the latest dumper files. In 2018, Epstein asked Ehud Barak in an email to make clear I don't work for Mossad, which in itself is quite an intriguing instruction to a former Israeli prime minister.
My I don't work for Mossad T-shirt is raising all these questions. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like, why are you saying that? In 2017, Epstein asked Barak if someone had asked him to help obtain former Mossad agents to do dirty investigations and so on. In 2017, Epstein asked Barak if someone had asked him to help obtain former Mossad agents to do dirty investigations and so on. You know, there are lots of these kind of quite cryptic messages going on. I guess the obvious, response I would have is, well, why wouldn't he be? I mean, he was perfect territory, I would have thought, for an organization like Mossad to want to recruit, given how far his tentacles spread around the globe, around rich, powerful, famous people. In the same way that when people have suggested that there's a lot of references to Russia and Putin and so on in there as well, that wouldn't surprise me either. He was clearly recording people for some form of compromat. Maybe it was self-protective, or maybe he was doing this for large sums of money on behalf of foreign states. I mean, I've reached the point with the Epstein scandal where I'm pretty much prepared to entertain any conspiracy theory until I see concrete evidence it's not true.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It was interesting because Asmon Gold also was saying that every conspiracy theories are becoming true. I mean, that's understandable.
It would be, you're right, it would be malpractice on the part of Israel or any spy agency at this point not to have attempted to recruit somebody like him who had the access, obviously utterly amoral or immoral in character. This is and knows how to move money around, knows how to do money laundering, knows how to do weapons trafficking, knows how to traffic in commodities. Like this is a very valuable asset. And it's important to understand there's a difference between an agent who's like hired by Israel, to go out and infiltrate or to do assassinations or whatever they do, and an asset who is somebody who you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And it appears like he's much more kind of in that realm. It's also important to understand, I'll scratch yours. And it said, who is somebody who you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And to go out and infiltrate or to do assassinations or whatever they do, and an asset who is somebody who you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And it appears like he's much more kind of in that realm. It's also important to understand what he and Barak were doing for the 15 years, I guess the 5 years or so after he left his office of Minister of Defense, and then Epstein died. They were central to the kind of expansion of the Israeli kind of cyber weapons program, which itself is very connected to the Israeli state itself and has helped shape what web surveillance, cyber surveillance looks like around the world now, because all of these multinational major corporations you've heard of are just scooping up all of these Israeli startups that are themselves filled with people who came out of Unit 8200. And Barak is one of the key players in the growth of that industry, and Epstein was with him every single step of the way.
Yeah, and there are direct references in the files. There's a confidential informant to the FBI that Epstein was employed by Mossad. An FBI report from the Los Angeles field office in October 2020 said the Bureau's source had become convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. It said Epstein had been trained as the spy for Mossad, alleging he had ties to the US and allied intelligence operations through his longtime personal lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I can ask Alan in a moment about that. Also said Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and his brother Josh, a financier, were both his students. Now, there's no independent evidence to corroborate that. This is one of many kind of intriguing references in there. And I should say as a caveat, there are obviously many things in the document dump which are out.
Student of who?
By Mossad. An FBI report from the Los Angeles field office in October 2020 said the Bureau's source had become convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. It said Epstein had been trained as the spy for Mossad, alleging he had ties to the US and allied intelligence
his ties to the
intelligence
US.
operations through his longtime personal lawyer, Alan Dershowitz. I can ask Alan in a moment about that. Also said Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and his brother Josh, a financier, were both his students. Now, there's no independent evidence to corroborate that. This is one of many kind of intriguing references in there. And I should say as a caveat, there are obviously many things in the document dump which are outlandish and just tips that have come in which, you know, are obviously complete nonsense. But there's certainly enough meat on the bone here. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that has to be made clear with all of this stuff. But, you know, the mere fact of his incredibly close relationship with Ehud Barak, and as you say, working on this cyber stuff, I mean, that alone shows that he's certainly very, very close to the higher echelons of Israeli political life. You know, maybe he wasn't a fully paid up Mossad agent, but he was certainly what I would categorize as somebody right in there with the Israeli hierarchy.
Yeah.
That's right. And he's not the kind of guy that needs to invoice for services. Like he's so far beyond that world. You know, even if he wasn't a complete, you know, he's always referred to as a billionaire. So let's take that at face value. If not, he's worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And what he's doing is he's, you know, striking cybersecurity deals with Ivory Coast, with Nigeria, with Mongolia, with, you know, South American countries, around the world. And his relationships with the upper echelons of the Israeli government, you know, which allows, you know, which because it is, you know, a state recognized by the United Nations, you know, allows kind of groups of people who otherwise would just be kind of gangsters going around the world to operate, you know, through, you know, semi-official channels. He's the guy that's operating in the gray zone, and then in the end, you come in and, you know, make an official, like, corporate and then, you know, state to state agreement. That's how he's getting paid, being the middleman there, not by invoicing Mossad for his services.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their Metabolic Power Protein. Let's be honest, up to 45% off, and make sure you use my promo code PEERS so they know I sent you. I mean, we still don't really know where the vast amount of Epstein's wealth came from. From everything we're gleaning from these files, what is your best guess?
Okay.
These files, what is your best guess? Came from everything. I mean, we still don't really know where the vast amount of Epstein's wealth came from. From everything we're gleaning from these files, what is your best guess?
Good question. How he becomes so powerful? How his wealth just appear? That's a good question.
Well, you have to understand that during Iran-Contra, hundreds of millions, eventually up to a couple $1 billion, were stashed away in these, you know, secret slush funds that were controlled mostly by the Israelis, because the Israelis were the middlemen of the CIA, had their own slush funds as well that were coming off of the profits that they were making from basically upselling weapons to Iran. Think about that, by the way. Netanyahu is here in Washington today urging you know, Trump to bomb Iran because of this gigantic threat. In the 1980s, it was Israel and the United States who were arming Iran to the teeth and making a huge profit out of it. Out of that, they created this network of shell companies and slush funds that had to kind of secretly move constantly to avoid detection from, you know, people that are like trying to, you know, uncover money laundering. And Epstein's right in the middle of all of that. So you can imagine how somebody comes out of that with their, you know, with a significant amount of wealth to begin with, and from there he you know, gets linked up with Les Wexner. We have a story even about how the planes that were involved in Iran-Contra, when the heat really got on them, Epstein moved those planes to Columbus, Ohio, so Les Wexner could use them for a couple of years, you know, shipping his, you know, lingerie and, you know, Abercrombie and Fitch around the world. So there's really a direct line from, you know, this Iran-Contra scandal that creates this kind of shadow world of money laundering and kind of develops into the quasi like government criminality that we have today, to then Les Wexner and him becoming the power of attorney for Les Wexner, and then once you're locked in, oh, he's the rich guy who also handles Les Wexner's money. Then you're in. Then you can start getting contracts with people like Leon Black and others, and it just snowballs.
Okay, that's a good point. So he was in weapons trafficking and money laundering since at least 1980s. So he could gain so much wealth. Okay, that's a good explanation.
Fascinating. Ryan Grimm, I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well, to debate all of these claims is Alan Dershowitz, author of The Preventive State and Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, and comedian and activist Bassem Youssef. Well, welcome to both of you. Alan Dershowitz, I know you said emphatically you do not believe Jeffrey Epstein was a spy, but as more and more stuff appears in these document dumps from the files, there is more and more stuff linking him to Israel, to Ehud Barak, to all sorts of stuff. Are you still as certain?
So I already listened to his debates a couple of months ago, years ago, and yeah, he didn't agree about the fact that he was related, Mossad and Epstein's were related together. But now, after so much documents were released, so I'm very curious what he will say.
More so, look at the chronology. As far as I know, he doesn't meet Ehud Barak until after he pleads guilty. And if he had been a spy before he pleaded guilty, the first person he would have told that was me. I was trying to get him the best possible deal. And I asked him over and over again, what can you tell me that will get you a better deal? Do you have anything on Trump? Do you have anything on Clinton? Do you have anything about intelligence? He would have told me. Instead, in 1999, 1998, I was in Israel doing research for a book, and he called me from Paris saying, I want to come to Israel. I've never met any Israelis. I don't know anybody there. Could you arrange a lunch for me with Israel's 5 smartest people? And so I did. I got the Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, interesting people that I thought he would meet. And we had lunch, and then he and I took a walk in the Shuk, and I bought him a T-shirt which said, I'm a member of the IDF, kind of khaki T-shirt, and he loved it. He wore it. There's no possibility that he was working for intelligence at the time I was representing him. Now we have a chronological issue. He meets Ehud Barak, but that's later. Did Mossad for intelligence at the time I was representing him?
Okay. At the time, so it was when? What? So basically he's saying that wait, first of all, I want to know when he was convicted. Alan Dershowitz. Presenting Epstein in the court. So Alan Dershowitz officially represented Jeffrey Epstein from approximately 2005 to 9, primarily focusing on the criminal investigations in Florida. Okay, so initial investigations. When the Palm Beach police began to investigate him for sexual misconduct with minors. During this time, Dershowitz was involved in an aggressive counter-investigations to discredit Epstein's accusers. 2007 and 8 plea deal. Dershowitz was a central member of the legal team that negotiated the controversial 2007 non-prosecution agreement. Okay, with U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. Oh, okay. Dershowitz represented Epstein in court when he pleaded guilty to state charges of soliciting prostitution in June 2008. Okay. Okay, and civil involvement. Ongoing legal guidance. So basically, while Dershowitz claims to have broken off social contact after the 2008 deal, he admitted to providing legal advice to Epstein on various matters as late as spring 2019, just months before Epstein's final arrest and death. Okay, defamation suits. Since 2015, Dershowitz has been involved in several defamation lawsuits related to his ties to Epstein, mostly notably with accuser Virginia Giuffre. These cases often required him to defend his past actions as Epstein's counsel. Okay. Okay, Dershowitz was not part of the legal team for Epstein's final 2019 federal sex trafficking case in New York. Okay, so basically he's saying that in 2008, that when he was convicted, so it was the time that Dershowitz was representing him. So after that time, he started to seeing Ehud Barak.
Now we have a chronological issue. He meets Ehud Barak, but that's later. Did Mossad hire him after he was convicted? Well, maybe. Your previous guest talked about planes involving Victoria's Secret. Well, Wexner didn't buy Victoria's Secret until well after the early time. So one has to look at the dates. One has to look at the chronology. You know, I hate to pour water on a fascinating conspiracy theory. It's so much fun to talk about. But from what I know, I just don't see any evidence that he ever worked for the Mossad. And if he did, why wouldn't he have told me? I actually was a lawyer. I represented the Mossad back in the 90s when 3 Mossad agents were caught in Cyprus. And Cyprus thought they were working for Turkey. In fact, they weren't. And I helped to get them out. I have a very good relationship with the current head of the Mossad, the former head of the Mossad. Obviously, I've asked them that question, and there's no evidence at all.
Alan, I would say this. Alan, I would say this to you. You know, if I was to ask you about all the despicable crimes that Epstein was committing, right, you would say, because I think you've said it publicly, you didn't know about any of that, right? So, could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about, and that included despicable human sex trafficking, and it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly, if he wasn't telling you about all the sex trafficking, which was a huge amount of his life, then why is it surprising if he kept the rest of it from you?
Well, it's very surprising because telling me about his sex life didn't help him. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get-out-of-jail-free card. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein hated me before he died. He wrote all kinds of letters to Woody Allen as to what a terrible lawyer I was. He wouldn't pay me my fee. He fired me because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal, that famous sweetheart deal. He ended up 18 months in prison. He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all. Epstein was a...
Oh my God, how much corruption? So what if he? So basically, if you're a spy, you can do whatever you want. If you're related to intelligence services, you have free card, you have free pass. You can do whatever you want, and you will not be convicted. Oh my God, well, really?
Selfish SOB. He would do anything to avoid prison time. Why wouldn't he have told me that he worked for the Mossad if he worked for the Mossad? So, yeah, of course he's not going to tell me when I knew him as an academic acquaintance, he's not going to tell me he's having sex with young children. He hid that from everybody. He did have a separate life, a completely separate life. But once I was his lawyer, it was in his interest to tell me things that would benefit him. And I can't imagine anything benefiting him more than having worked for an intelligence agency. But I pressed him on that.
I mean, some people might
and
be...
he didn't,
I'll come to Bassem in a moment, but some people will be listening to this going, hang on a second, you mean if he'd said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a paedophile? In other words, you can commit crimes of paedophilia
he wasn't
against
accused of being
children,
No,
and you would simply not go to prison for it.
That's right. Let's be clear. He was charged with 2 counts. One, a 17-year and 10-month-old woman who he paid for prostitution. The other, a woman in her 20s who was a prostitute who he paid. Those were the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to. The only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted of trafficking. None of that. He may have done all of those things. But when I was representing him, all he was being charged with was these 2 counts of paying prostitutes.
Okay.
One who was 17 years old and 10 months. I could have gotten him no jail time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad.
Okay. So he was just convicted for this too. At 2008.
Good lawyer could have parlayed his membership and his contribution to intelligence into a deal. Or, for example, if he had anything on Donald Trump or anything on Bill Clinton, of course any prosecutor would exchange this nobody, who nobody had ever heard of at the time, getting free from prison for, my God, the president, former president, future president. No, the best evidence is that he never, ever tried to tell me anything that would help him, that would support any of these theories about Clinton or Trump or the Mossad. So I am completely confident that he was not an intelligence asset. I wish, your previous guest is right. He would have been a perfect intelligence asset if I were the head of the Mossad. I would say, oh my God, now that I know who he knew, Bill Gates, everybody, the Sultan of this, the Sultan of that, sure, we try to recruit him, but they didn't know that at the time because he didn't have many of those friends back in the 1980s and 1990s. Many of them became his friends, ironically, after he got out of prison.
Okay, Bassem Youssef, you've been waiting patiently. Welcome back to Uncensored. What is your response to Alan?
Okay, that was a good defense, at least. Yeah, he's a good lawyer. He know how to use words. Okay, so...
And Dershowitz.
Well, I think that what Mr. Alan Dershowitz just said is the best recruitment video for Mossad. Basically, they're telling people, if you're Mossad, you can get away with anything. The same thing that will happen with...
He didn't say that. He just said for 2 convictions. So, no, I do not agree. He says he had only 2 convictions that he explained. He wasn't like for... It wasn't the same thing that we know now.
Alexandrovich, the cybersecurity guy from Netanyahu's government who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure a minor in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did. And arrested in Nevada for trying to guy from Netanyahu's government who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure a minor in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did Zoom from Israel. And like Ori Solomon, just a couple of days ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So basically, Mr. Dershowitz is telling us if you're
I didn't
Mossad,
know.
you have
He's
a
talking
biolab
about
in
who?
Nevada that as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada, that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it,
Wait,
like Ori
what was the
Solomon,
name?
just a couple of days.
Ori Suleiman. Okay, so it's a recent one. I'm checking what is that. Biolab in Nevada. The Ori Solomon Biolab refers to an illegal biological laboratory discovered in late January 2026 inside a residential home in Las Vegas, Nevada. And raid. Okay, the discovery and raid. In late January 2026, the FBI and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department raided in a house on Sugar Spring Drive after receiving a tip about a locked garage with a stale smell inside. Investigator found laboratory equipment, multiple refrigerator, a freezer, biosafety hood, and a centrifuge. Hazardous material. Over 1,000 samples of unknown liquid substances in vials and gallon-sized containers. Medical waste. Evidence of improper disposal of hazardous chemicals like hydrochloric acid. Who is Ori Solomon? Ori Solomon is a 55 years old Israeli and French citizen who served as the property manager for the house. Okay, connection. Authorities state this lab is directly linked to the illegal Red Lake Biolab discovered in California, 2023. The Chinese connection. The Las Vegas property is owned by an LLC linked to Jia Beizhu, also known as David He, a Chinese national currently in custody for the California lab. Wow. Pathogens. While testing the Las Vegas sample is ongoing, the related California lab was found to contain vials labels with HIV, malaria, hepatitis, and COVID-19. Okay, so in that only, what was the name of that disease? Ebola. Yeah. I mean, they forgot to add Ebola to these, death viruses. Oh my god, what they were doing. Okay, this one. Okay.
Ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was
Yeah, and French. So Israeli and French.
running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So
That's true. If he was a Muslim, oh my god. That would be in all around the world. This is for sure. But he wasn't just Israeli, he was Israeli and French.
Basically, Mr. Dershowitz is
And
telling
he was related to a Chinese organization, it seems.
us, if you're Mossad, you have like an out of jail card. And you know what? Maybe he's right.
Or a CIA,
I'm
or a
actually
CIA
watching,
agent. That's true.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Dershowitz, I did not interrupt you a single second when you talked. So,
I just wanted to
after
correct
you're
you.
done with the gaslighting, please let me finish. First of all, I think like I'm now kind of leaning towards believing mainstream media, especially CBS and CNN under Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes. And he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel student groups. He was responsible for the Wagner's group's pro-Israel philanthropy. He supported Israel settlement projects. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security deals with Israel. And even a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy. It makes sense. You know what? I'm
Really? They said he was a Russian spy? CNN and CBS? I don't think so. But maybe. I wait. I will check it. But that makes sense. If you are in the position of Epstein, with so many connections, with high-ranked people all around the world, that it comes from like Clinton. We know only a couple of names, and these just names, they are very big and important people. Look, Clinton, Prince Andrew. We know Trump, Elon Musk. I don't know what was the relationship with Elon Musk, but with Bill Gates. They were very strong and powerful people. So if Russia, China, or any other intelligence services, they can find someone like him, so they try to have some connection. So the idea that he was an agent, like a low-level agent, I do not agree. But I think he would have connections with them. But about Russia, I don't know why they say Russia. Wait, why? Wait, there are claims that Epstein was a Russian spy. Claims that Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian spy or intelligence asset have surged following the January 2026 release of oh my god, 3.5 million pages of Department of Justice files. I think the total is around 6 million. It's just half of it around. Oh my god, 3.5 million. These documents revealed deep, multi-layered connections between Epstein and Russian figures that some experts and former spies suggest went beyond mere networking. That's true, because there was also some network, some information that he was involved in some deals with Russia and Israelis. So I think that makes sense. Early recruitment allegation. Former MI6 Russian desk head Christopher Steele and other intelligence sources claims Epstein was effectively involved with Russian organized crime in Brighton Beach, New York, as early as 1970. The theory. A study suggests Epstein was recruited by these figures, who were closely linked to the Russian mission in New York, to act as an asset for the Russian state. The Maxwell connection. Some suspect Epstein's original founding may have come from the Soviet Union via Robert Maxwell, who allegedly laundered Soviet Communist Party's hard currency into the West. Okay. High-level political back channel. Newly released emails shows Epstein's positioning himself as a geopolitical middleman between the West and the Kremlin. Wow. The Putin link. President Vladimir Putin's name appear over wow. I didn't know that. Appears names over 1,000 times in the files, while many are news clipping. Epstein's private emails show repeated efforts to arrange a meeting with Putin through intermediaries like former Norwegian Premier Minister. Wow. Who was Epstein? For God's sake. He wasn't just a... What I knew in general about the Epsteins, he was just a sex trafficker with minors. It was all around that, like a couple of months ago. I was never involved to realize who was him, what he was doing. I only knew that big names are behind in the files. Big names were involved in like illegal relationship with minors. But now when I'm just seeing it, especially with the files, no, he was a really powerful and influential individual who was like in contact with many. Look, just now Prime Minister of Norway. What? Through intermediaries like former Norwegian Prime Minister. Syria back channel. Leaked correspondence from 2013 and 2016 indicates Epstein helped broker a secret back channel between Israel via Ehud Barak and the Kremlin to discuss the Syrian civil war. Trump inside. Epstein reportedly offered to advise Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov on how to handle then President Donald Trump before the 2018 Helsinki summit. Okay, offer to advise. So did he advise or not? Our relationships with FSB, linked officials. FSB is the Federal Security Bureau. I don't know what is that, but it's for Russian intelligence service. Okay. The 2026 files highlights Epstein's very good friend Sergei Belyakov, a graduate of the FSB Academy and former Russian deputy minister. Oh, intelligent tasks. In 2015 email, Epstein reportedly asked Belyakov for advice on handling a woman he claimed was blackmailing his business associates, effectively using a Russian official with intelligence ties to gather information. Oh. So you can see he wasn't just a low-level agent, he was a connection, he was like a middleman, really. Himself was an agency, basically. Honey traps, the heavy involvement of young Russian women in Epstein's network, some facilitated by modeling fixer from Russia cities like Novosibirsk. I don't know what. Novosibirsk has led to speculation that his operation was a classic FSB honey trap. How it called? Compromat. Okay. Now it makes sense. Okay, involvement of young Russian women. Okay, it's the right, like FSP techniques, Russian techniques. So the idea, I think that more and more it becomes ridiculous. But before I say that, I just read it. As a result of these disclosures, Poland launched a formal inquiry in February 2026 to determine if Epstein was a Russian agent. The Kremlin has dismissed these claims as nothing but jokes. No, I don't think so. So he was even I do not agree, based on information that I received just only until now, that he wasn't. What Bassam Youssef is suggesting is that he was only an agent of Israeli Mossad. But as I'm seeing it, it doesn't seem to me like low key agent in an agency like Mossad. He give a report every month to them. No, it wasn't that. It doesn't seem to me. Maybe he was recruited after. Not recruited, have some connections, because I do not agree with recruitments, just become an agent. He was a middleman. He had relationships with different agencies, intelligence agencies, all around the world, it seems. I didn't know about Russia just until now. So, which makes sense. If you can blackmail, if you can, like Russians honey trap method, so they could blackmail big and influential characters, and they would use it to gain some geopolitical advance positions. So that makes sense. And I think probably it seems to me that Mossad also tried to use it.
By the way, Mr. Allen,
you're a good comedian. You're a good comedian. This is very funny.
But I'm actually a huge fan of yours, because I have known he was definitely a Russian spy. It makes sense. You know what? By the way, Mr. Allen,
you're a good comedian. You're a good comedian. This is very funny.
But I'm actually a huge fan of yours, because I have known you since the 2000s. I mean, actually, you're one of the very few lawyers who are actually known in the Middle East. It's like watching a real-life courtroom drama lawyer. There's even T-shirts with your face in it in Egypt. And I've followed you for a while. And that's why I'm here today. When they told me Mr. Dershowitz is here, it's like, I have to be here just for the gaslighting, because the level of gaslighting isn't new. For more than 2.5 years, Mr. Dershowitz and his client, Israel, have gaslighted us in front of our eyes for 2.5 years with all of the destructions and the killing that we've seen in Gaza. But they, according to them, it's not a genocide, it's self-defense. He told us that every dead child is
not a genocide.
That the
it's
International
a blood libel to call it a genocide.
You, sir. That the International Court of Justice is a fake court, and Israel critics and anti-Semitic.
Now,
Mr. Jersey, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt.
Yeah, I give a point for. I don't like that. When they are speaking, I don't like. They interrupt each other. Basically, it's now Bassam Youssef time. I want to hear him, and I think he will have times to say whatever he wants. Alan Dershowitz. No, I don't like. I know, but I don't agree with some of the points that Bassam is making. He wants to only associate it to the Mossad agency, Mossad intelligence service, and Israelis, but. Yeah, he can make his point and he can answer. Yet, thanks to Bassam Youssef, I now realize about the relationship with Russia.
Interrupt me. I know that you're a lawyer and you do that. Objection,
I'm going to interrupt you if you use the word
now,
genocide.
Now, the Epstein files are public. People can read them. people can see the horrible stuff that you, again, are gaslighting us. In your own word, you said that he's not a pedophile because he liked 15 and 16 years old, but not 11 and 12 years old.
No, I said
That's not
17
even
and
bad
10
enough.
months.
People can
17
read, Alan.
and 10
you
months.
can read the ages of the kids in the emails. They can read about the pizza, the ice cream, the
He
beef
wasn't
jerky.
convicted.
And you can see the connection with Israel. And yet, here you are again, gaslighting us. This is your playbook, attacking the victims.
It's called
the Palestinians,
truth.
Hamas,
It's
terrorists,
called truth.
Epstein victims, liars, prostitutes, drama students, and of
Well, you
course,
say Hamas are not
anti-Semitic.
terrorists?
You have a history
Well, you say
of
Hamas are
hiring
not
investigators to dig through teenage girls at MySpace pages looking for marijuana
That's what
photos.
lawyers
You
do.
called a 16-year-old girl a thief in the Daily Mail. You got Epstein 13 months in county jail with work release for abusing 34 victims where he should have got life in prison.
Two.
That's not a plea bargain. That's a spa package. And every single time, your defense is the
I
same.
challenge
She's
you
lying,
to defend.
she wants money.
I challenge you to defend
don't
your
believe what you
statement
read.
that
You
he got
represented
18
Stop
months.
interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're
You
just
represented
lying.
a serial
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accused you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay. They go to trial.
That's
You know
another
who
lie,
pays?
not a penny.
Guilty
You're,
men
you're
with good
lying.
lawyers.
You're
Oh, wait,
defaming me.
are the good
You are
lawyers.
now
So what
going.
does that
You are
make
now
you?
going
You
to
have
be
spent 50
sued.
years
You are
defending
now going to
rapists,
be sued
killers, and
for
every
saying I
time
paid
you
$1
attack
million.
the woman who come forward.
You're going to be
You are a
sued,
civil
and
libertarian.
I would.
You're not.
Pierce,
You're
I
not a
would
civil
recommend
libertarian. You
you
are
cutting him
defending the
off
innocent.
when he
You're not defending
says
them.
that I
You
paid
are
$1
a
million.
professional gaslighter.
I didn't
Okay,
pay
Bassem,
one
Bassem,
penny. That's
Attack
a
Bassem, you've
me
lie.
spoken.
and trust you instead.
Bassem, you've
Sir,
spoken for a long time.
Like Piers, I
Okay,
did not
Bassem, you've made
interrupt
it-
Mr. Alan
Bassem,
Dershowitz,
you've spoken
and
for a
he
long
keeps interrupting
time.
me.
Bassem,
I don't know if it was long time enough because he was basically interrupted, but he makes, I think, some nonsense claims. I think so. I don't know. Obviously.
you've spoken for a long time. You've made a number of allegations.
There is going to be.
It's
I
only
can
fair
tell
that
you
Alan
right now.
Dershowitz can-
I am going
I want
to.
Alan
But he
Dershowitz to
keeps
respond.
interrupting
I'm
me,
gonna-
Piers. I did.
Yeah, he keeps interrupting you, but you were just making a lot of allegations. Cloud reached to 34.
I didn't interrupt him.
Okay,
Even, you can
I am
cut me
going to.
off
Let him
for
respond
I'm
to
going
you.
to
a
make
long
it very
time,
clear.
But he shouldn't be interrupting
I'm
me.
going to make it very clear. I'm going to make it very clear. I'm filing a lawsuit immediately. I'm instructing my lawyers to file a lawsuit against him for saying I paid $1 million. What happened is a woman falsely accused me. She admitted she may have mistaken me and confused me for somebody else. She dropped all of her charges. Not a single penny was paid, nothing. And it's all in the agreement, all a matter
Not
of court
according to the
record.
New Yorker,
You
sir.
saying that
Not
I
according
paid
to
$1
the New
million
Yorker,
is going to
2019.
result in
I am
you
just
having to
copying what
pay
the New Yorker
me
said. You go
many
through the New
millions
Yorker.
of dollars. What'd you say?
This is from the New Yorker.
The
sir,
New
in
Yorker never said
2019.
anything like that. You know, you're such a liar. You know, I thought you were a comedian. I thought at least you'd be funny. You're just a liar. You're just somebody who is prepared to make any kind of anti-Semitic.
I'm going to search. Alright, what was the name? Okay, Alan Dershowitz. Okay. Is it true that Alan Dershowitz paid $1 million to a woman for avoiding court? Okay. It is not true that Alan Dershowitz paid $1 million to a woman to avoid court. These claims appear to be a mix of separate legal facts and recent public confrontations. The fact on settlements. Virginia Giffrey, when Epstein accuser Virginia Giffrey dropped her defamation lawsuit against Dershowitz in November 2022. Both parties issued a joint statement confirming that their resolution did not involve the payment of any money. Giffrey acknowledged she may have made a mistake in identifying him. Bassem Youssef confrontation. On February 13, 2026, comedian Bassem Youssef claims Piers Morgan uncensored that Auschwitz had settled a lawsuit for nearly $1 million. Okay. Auschwitz immediately threatened to sue Youssef for defamation, stating not a single penny was paid. Nothing. Where the 1 million figure likely came from. These are two documented instances where the 1 million figures is correctly used. Through neither involves a state settlement to an accuser. Epstein's legal fee. Okay, in September 2025, it was reported that while Epstein paid Auschwitz a total of $4 million for legal work, Auschwitz stated that about $1 million of that was paid out to researchers and other attorneys working under his direction. Prince Andrew settlement. Accuser Virginia Giuffre, I don't know if I pronounce well her surname, but did receive a substantial settlement estimated to over £12 million from Prince Andrew in 2022, which Auschwitz has publicly criticized as a terrible mistake. So, my problem with Bassem Youssef, or like people like him, I'm not accusing him to purposely, spread misinformation. I'm not saying that. I'm not accusing him for doing it with purpose, but he's responsible to check the information, to fact check, and then come and talk it publicly. This is a basic. And it's not only that, he's so against Israel that he doesn't care about anything else about about specifically Epstein's files. The only part that he wants to focus on is that Epstein was a Israeli spy. He doesn't care. He doesn't look at other reports that he might have relationship with other agencies like Russian FSB and maybe even others. I don't know if there is other agencies or no. I do not consider Epstein as a low-key agent for whether CIA, Mossad, or any other ones. I think he had relationship with many agencies, probably, but he was making deal with them. You scratch my back and I will scratch your back. Something like that.
Anti-Israel statement, and you're willing to lie about it. Now, I want you to justify the million. I want you to justify that I paid $1 million. I want you to justify that. Will you justify it? Will you justify that I paid $1 million? Where did you get that piece of nonsense? Where did you make that up?
Sir.
You said Hamas is not a terrorist organization?
If you want to sue someone,
no. You show me the New Yorker and I'll pay you $1 million. You're a liar. The New Yorker didn't print that. You're a liar.
Okay. So, we will check. Did New Yorker... What? Oh my God, how we write New Yorker? Okay, New Yorker, okay. Did New Yorker say about it? the New Yorker has not reported that that Alan Dershowitz paid 1 million to a woman to avoid court, while a July 2019 article profiled Dershowitz and discussed his legal tactics and the Virginia Jeffrey case. It did not mention any secret payment or settlements. No, and you can see just Bassem Youssef gave, I don't know, where he get the information. How we can just accuse New Yorker. Oh my god. Now he can be sued by two people. Like one Alan Dershowitz and another New Yorker for falsely accused them. Probably he just looked somewhere in social media and read that, I don't know, in a comments or a falsely post, and it's just coming there and say it in public when millions of people are watching it. How many people watch it? Okay, less than 1 million. So he cannot do that. He should check more is the reputation of people, even if he don't like them. Doesn't matter. Just check just for yourself. Check the facts before you're coming.
Okay,
why don't we take a time out now? Go online, get the New Yorker, and show the people that are listening, the good people, the New Yorker. You're lying through your teeth. You're a despicable liar, and if you said it under oath, you'd be a perjurer. There is no truth to what you've said, period, and I'm going to sue you.
Oh, come on. Is that what you do?
Finally, I shut him up.
No, you didn't shut up. You're just like cutting me. Mr. Allen, you went from I never got a massage on Epstein to I got a massage from a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga. But I kept my underwear on.
My wife and I both received therapeutic. I received a neck massage back in the 1990s. I have never received an erotic massage in my life. I have never told a misstatement about this. And I want you to show everybody the New Yorker the claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie. You can look it up right now while we're talking. Show it to the people. Show them what you say the New Yorker said. Okay, I'm waiting. Look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It is called for people to search it.
Let's see it. Everybody can see it.
It's called Alan Dershowitz, Devil's Advocate.
Maybe it'll mitigate your damages.
By Coney Brock, July 29, 2019. You can read there. It's there.
Read me the quote. Read me the quote about $1 million. You can't find it because it's not there, because you made it up and because you're a despicable liar. And you're going to be sued. And if you want to mitigate your damages, then you'll show me the New Yorker. But you're not going to show me the New Yorker because everybody out there is going to look you in the eye and say, you lied on international television about Dershowitz paying $1 million and the New Yorker saying it. It is false. Categorically false. I'm calling you a liar. You can sue me for defamation. And if you can produce the New Yorker article, you'll win that case. But you can't because it doesn't exist.
No, sir, I can read it to you right now. I mean, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah, read it to me right now. Read it to me. Let's hear.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I have more than a second. I have all the time you want. Read me a New Yorker statement that says, I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely and who admitted that she may have misidentified me with somebody else. You read me that right now.
Yeah.
Silence.
Dude, it's a big article.
Profound silence.
Dude,
find me the relevant point. Find it for me. We have all the time in the world. Find it for me. Let's go. Find it for me. You can look it up. Google has, we would say, Dershowitz $1 million.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
We caught you.
In 2015, when Jeffrey's allegation against Ghislaine Murdoch and Epstein became, just before a trial was to begin in May 2019, the amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. The allegation went in...
Who did?
Wait, dude. Jeffrey.
Yeah, let's go.
Veronica.
Okay. I see. You know, guys, you saw that. I checked it already. There is nothing there. I mean, based on the AI.
So you said I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely. I want you to quote that from the New Yorker. And if you can't, admit you're a liar.
Senor.
Silence, profound silence.
Dude, stop it. Stop.
Guilty silence.
Dude, it is a... Guys, yes, here it is.
Dude, oh my God.
Oh,
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're lying.
Oh, here it is.
Silence.
In April 2016, the case settled. There was no such settled. With the press reported that the agreement.
What case?
Wait.
What case?
The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz Insurance Company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiation. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B,
Dude,
this had nothing to do with Virginia.
You want to go and
This
and
had
sue the New
nothing
York
to do
Times?
with the
Sue.
woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers, and it had nothing to do with this accusation. Zero. You're made
why
up
would you
the
pay the
whole
lawyers?
story. Virginia,
You want to go and
you know it. Number B,
Dude,
this had nothing to do with Virginia who
the final
accused
amount
me.
has not been disclosed.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B,
Dude,
this had nothing about the woman.
In negotiation, the parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, which their team had paid it. In fact, the agreement included a financial... Wait. The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz Insurance Company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiation. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B,
Dude,
this had nothing to do with Virginia.
You want to go and
This
and
had
sue the New
nothing
York
to
Times?
do with
Sue.
the woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers, and it had nothing to do with this accusation.
Okay.
Zero. You're made
why
up
would you
the
pay
whole
lawyers?
story.
Why
The New
would
Yorker
your
never
insurance
reported
company
it.
pay the lawyers?
They also paid me. There was a mutual settlement where both sides paid
Where you got
sums to each
50,000 and
other.
they got like the
Each
rest
of
of
us
the million. That
received
doesn't
payments
sound like
covering
great.
our legal fees, and this was about lawyers. This was not about any
Okay,
accusation
you know what, guys?
against me.
I invite everybody to go to read the New Yorker article and see
So do I.
the pattern
read it,
of lying
you
that
read
Mr.
it out
Dershowitz has
loud.
done
It's
over the
false.
years.
So,
Well,
all
okay,
right,
now
let
you're
me
gonna
get
add to
involved
the
now.
lawsuit. Now
Let
you're
me,
gonna add
all
to
right,
the
let me
lawsuit.
say
Okay,
something now.
Let's get back to the
Alan,
merits.
Alan,
We know he's a
Alan,
liar.
Alan.
We know he's not a
Okay.
fucking.
But it wasn't any. It wasn't anything related to that case that he was saying that Alan Dershowitz paid $1 million to a woman for a settlement. No, it wasn't that. So clearly, it wasn't that.
Oh, come on,
Go
liar,
ahead.
anti-Semitic. It's the same thing.
All
You
right,
just
let
like-
me
it's
pull it
gaslighting,
back
man.
to the bigger
why would I-
Lie for being fair, he mistakenly he claimed something that it wasn't true. It was completely something else. So it becomes a lie. But I don't think that he did it like. I don't know how he thought about it, that he comes and say it. He just read something completely different.
I believe you if you
Let
have
me
like
put it,
lied many
Bastian,
times.
let me pull it back. Alan, I want to just talk to you about something you said earlier, because there's been a bit of confusion about this, I think, in the public domain. You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporaneous
settlement.
reports about this settlement refer to a 14-year-old girl and a 17-year-old Epstein
Okay. It's
made.
interesting.
You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporaneous
settlement.
reports about this settlement refer to a 14-year-old girl who Epstein had paid for a massage
That was not
at his
part of the
mansion.
case.
So can
That
you
was
explain?
not part of the
because
case.
that's
The
what
indictment.
But that precipitated the investigation, right?
Let me tell you what happened. A 14-year-old girl was heard over the phone talking to her another friend about whether or not she could get a massage from an older man. That precipitated the investigation. But the investigation culminated not in any kind of an indictment regarding that 14-year-old. There was no evidence of it. And so in the end, the 14-year-old claim disappeared. The only evidence that they were able to prove to get a grand jury indictment was a 17-year-old and 10-month person and a woman in her 20s, an adult who has agency. Both of them in the indictment were called prostitutes. And he was indicted for paying money to soliciting two prostitutes, one of whom was 17 years old and 10 months. The 14-year-old was
right. So
never
the 17-year-old. But to be clear, legally, okay. But Alan, to be clear, the 17-year-old was a legal minor.
Of course, and that's why he pleaded guilty to it and went to jail for it. He deserved to go to jail.
And do you
for
believe?
17 and 10
Do you
month old.
believe?
Yeah.
So I interviewed one of the legal team on behalf of some of these girls involved in that case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
Well, then he should complain to the prosecution.
Offended about the characterization of a case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor, said legal team on behalf of some of these girls involved in that case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
Well, then he should complain to the prosecution. It's what the prosecution put in the indictment. We didn't write the indictment. The prosecution put it in the indictment. They did an investigation. They found out that these were young women who were coming for pay, were being paid money to give massages. They defined that as prostitution. It wasn't us who did that. That was the prosecutors who did that. So that's all.
But when you say he wasn't convicted, okay. But when you say he wasn't convicted as a paedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor,
look, you can quibble over words, but medical definition of pedophile.
Well, no, it's a legal definition, isn't it?
He pleaded. No, that's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling. He pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible pleaded.
Just to realize what was the definition.
That's all.
But when you say he wasn't convicted, okay. But when you say he wasn't convicted as a paedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor.
Look, you can quibble over words, but medical definition of pedophile.
Well, no, it's a legal definition, isn't it?
He pleaded. No, that's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling.
Okay, so just before that, I'm going to search. Okay, so I ask how. So I'm just thinking about how do I articulate the question that I want to ask. Is minors. Is it legally or definition Definition. Okay, I will see. Here are top websites for exploring this topic. Why? So it didn't answer me. No, wait. Give me a. I would like to help to give you a summary. I just need to know what you would like me to condense. Okay. Was Epstein convicted for pedophile? Why it doesn't give me anything? What happened? Wait. He doesn't give me information. I don't know.
Pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible thing. He may have had sex with even younger people, but he was never convicted of that. He was never charged with that. He probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to he probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to the facts. He pleaded guilty only to 2 charges of soliciting a 17, 10-month-old and a above age person for prostitution. That's what the state charged him with. That's what he pleaded guilty to. That's what the federal government agreed would be the deal that would terminate the federal prosecution. That's what happened. He hated me for that
if you
deal.
have any
He thought I was
sexual
a
relations
terrible
with
lawyer.
a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, I mean, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a paedophile.
No, well, I don't want to fight with that because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile, but no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, one of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was investigated for that. And the investigation terminated with no prosecution for a 14-year-old. Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
So what is your assessment, Alan Dershowitz, now of what Jeffrey Epstein did? And why is it that no really high-profile American men in particular have been brought to account for what was going on?
Well, one name has been. One of the names that was recently disclosed by Congress people yesterday was Leslie Wexner. And I think it's very appropriate to investigate Leslie Wexner. He went back to Jeffrey Epstein many, many, many years. Let me give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should never, never have been put through this, people who are underage. And I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200. Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein. These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay. Perpetrators. Okay. I didn't know.
Than the black and white of victimization and survivalization and all of that. It's much more complex than that. But there's no justifying what Epstein did. It was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful, awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Youssef, what is your wider view about the Epstein scandal and the, so far, very limited accountability for other people involved?
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find the pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Yeah. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government response is like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What is
that? That's true. I mean, somehow that's true. Basically, they say, okay, 3.5 million pages. Go and search. Go and search yourself. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. But basically, it's ridiculous. Like many names were redacted, who were actually the criminals, and some names that actually were the victims. It was unredacted, so people could see. That's ridiculous. Like 3.5 million. So for a couple of months, everyone are busy to read 3.5 million documents, and after that, yeah, now internet is busy. But I'm curious to see also the next 3 million.
This a group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue? Hey, it was Prince Andrew in the having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what should have happened. They should have released the name. They should have arrested predators. They should have hold the trials, like a functioning justice system, right? But instead you give us 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization, redactions everywhere. Then say, hey, good luck with that, guys. Like, let us know if you find anything. Wallahi azim, not even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries, they would release nothing. Keep us in the dark, like a self-respected dictatorship. But this...
Yeah, this is true. In dictatorships, nothing will be released. And people who talk about it, they will be disappeared. For sure. But in US, I truly found it ridiculous. They just... he make a good point, really. I agree with him. It's very interesting what he's saying. They just released 3.5 million, and good luck, guys. Good luck. Search the predators.
Like this, choose your own adventure bullshit. This like figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? Like, I mean, the government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. I mean, this is just like dysfunctional, And I'm just like, I'm like, and my wider view of this, my first time I appeared with you, Piers, I talked about like how Israel is like a narcissistic psychopath, and it went viral because people felt it. Because you see, narcissists don't just lie to you. they create an entire alternate reality and pull you into it. That's why it's called the narcissist shared reality. The narcissist builds an alternate, highly controlled reality and pulls other people into it. And in that false reality, the narcissists are always, they're special, they're misunderstood, they are victimized. Yeah. And in Israel does this on a national level for decades, right? They have told us we're the victim, we have no choice, it's self-defense, And in the same thing now with Epstein. It's a shared reality. Oh, maybe he's a Russian spy. Maybe he is. It's like it's right in front of our eyes, and we have to go through these like mental gymnastics and figure it out. It's right there. Nothing is gray, Mr. Dershowitz. Nothing is gray. Genocide is not gray. Sex trafficking is not gray.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and it wasn't committed. Genocide is what was committed.
I understand that you are a lawyer.
What's committed in parts of Africa? Genocide was committed many times.
Let Alan respond.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Let Alan respond. No, let Alan respond.
First of all, let's be very clear. Genocide has a
okay. You know what? I
definition.
can just like log out because
genocide is not fighting a war. You're allowing me to respond, please. God. Genocide is fighting a war. No, you didn't.
You responded. It's my turn to speak.
Let
and
me
you keep cutting me off.
Let me respond,
this is not
please.
Your courtroom, Mr. Dershowitz.
Are you going to let me respond?
No, you didn't let me respond.
So here's the point.
Okay.
You're not going to let me respond.
You know what? This is just like it's
let me respond.
Useless. No. I will not let you respond because you didn't let me talk.
Let me respond. You're not going to let me respond.
And I will not let me talk. It's just like childish at this point.
So well, we can't continue then. If he won't let me talk, we can't continue.
You are not letting me talk.
Try to filibuster me by his lies.
Yeah, I mean, when just Bassem Youssef used the word of genocide, he's just calm. But let him explain what is genocide. I mean, Bassem Youssef should have a discussion about that.
Now,
because there is a disagreement about that. Some people say what happened in Gaza was genocide, some war crime. But I would like to see what is the definition, because it's difficult to use the word genocide, because in the court that actually South Africa made a case about that the Israelis are doing genocide in Gaza. I think there is no yet any decision about that in that regard, because it's difficult to justify it.
He wants
by consistently
the man who runs
off.
this show wants to give me an opportunity to respond. Will you give me an opportunity to respond? Let me explain to you what genocide means. Genocide is the willful killing of an entire population in order to wipe out the population. The way the Germans and the Nazis took little babies from the Isle of Rhodes, put them on trains, transported them to the gas chambers to kill them, unrelated to war efforts. Genocide is not dropping an atomic bomb in Hiroshima. It's not bombing Berlin. It's not bombing Japan. And it's not what Israel did in Gaza when Hamas hid behind civilians. And Israel, notwithstanding that, they had the best ratio of combatants to civilians of any war in recent times. Even if you take all the Hamas figures, it's less than 3-1, probably closer to 1-1. At worst, it's 2-1. Most wars, it's 10-1 or 8-1. So there's not even a plausible claim of genocide. Only anti-Semites and people who are willing to engage in a
Okay, I will check. Okay, he's claiming about that. He's wait, I will see. Okay, he's just that. Okay, has lowest has the lowest of rate of civilian casualties in modern warfare. Okay, whether the war in Gaza has the lowest rate of civilian casualties in modern warfare is a subject of intense debates with conflicting conclusion based on a widely varying data and different historical benchmarks. While some military analysts and Israeli officers claim the civilians to combat on deaths ratio is exceptionally low compared to other urban conflicts, independent academic studies and international monitoring groups report that the rate of civilians death in Gaza is unusually high, potentially outpacing most modern civilian wars. I mean, the point is that you cannot say easily what is the ratio if you do not know what is the number of Hamas members that were killed, the armed people. So, we will see arguments for historically low ratio. I mean, Hamas, I think they said at around 70,000 people were killed in total. They never differentiate how many were their members, how many were civilians. They just put everyone as civilians. So it's complicated. But so I don't know what Israelis give as the number of Hamas members that they targeted. Proponent of the view of Gaza has a low civilian casualties rate, often based their claims on official Israeli military data and a specific comparison to urban warfare. Okay, wait. Prime Minister Netanyahu and some military analysts have claimed a civilian to combatant ratio as low as 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1. While Israeli officials previously dismissed Gaza Health Ministry figures as propaganda, by February 2026 reportedly concurred with estimates that over 70,000 Palestinians have been killed. Official tellers often exclude indirect death from disease, birth complications, and famine, which experts suggested may significantly increase the total civilian toll. Okay, indirect deaths. Official tellers. Okay, so we don't know. It's too many
blood libel are prepared to compare what Israel did defending itself in Gaza with what Nazis did in Germany, killing 6 million Jews, Roma people, people from all countries. Those were genocide. What the Muslims did in Turkey, killing the Armenians, that was genocide. What's going on now in Syria against the Kurdish people, that's genocide. These aren't war fighting defenses, that's genocide. But when a country tries to defend its civilians by killing terrorists who are hiding behind civilians and civilians die, you could call it a lot of things, but the one thing you cannot call it is genocide and maintain your credibility as a decent human being. That is a blood libel to call it genocide.
Okay, you've all right. You've both made your
I didn't make any points. I really didn't make any points.
I'm going to come to you, Bassem, for the Bassem, I will come to you to respond. I just want to point out that on the Epstein scandal, what is quite telling is that the prediction markets, which people follow closely these days, Polymarket asked, will anyone be jailed over the Epstein disclosures? It reached a high of 48% at the beginning of the month, but it's now down to just 17%. And the Trump administration did, of course, promise, including on this show, that we'd see many prosecutions. It does seem quite extraordinary that now it's looking more and more likely that nobody will be jailed other than a woman, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah.
Okay, Bassem, you can
Well, I hope
have
some
a final
people are-
response to. Well, we need to see it, I think. Bassem, your final response.
I'd like to see it too.
Alan
I'd like to
Dershowitz.
see a complete, thorough investigation. Anybody who committed crimes, including falsely accusing people of crimes, should be put in jail. And anybody who committed crimes, pedophilia or anything else like it, should be put
Okay.
in jail. And I hope they are.
Okay. On that,
I
we're all
think
agreed.
Epstein
Bassem,
Island
final word
showed
to you.
us. I think that Epstein Island showed us that in order to be powerful, you need first to be compromised. And as long as you're compromised, only then you can stay powerful. This is the conclusion of all of this. None of these people go to jail. There will be like a couple of fall guys, Peter Attia, he will lose his thing, all of this, it's important. But the billionaires, the people in power, they will be untouchable. We will not see a
Who are
single
they?
person that's going to go behind bar unless
Yep,
he's not protected.
but they have to be guilty.
Mr.
They have
Dershowitz,
to be
why are
guilty.
you
Who are they?
Dude,
Who are
I
they?
didn't even talk about you. Why are you It's just like,
I
it's
don't
so
like, oh my god, I don't like that Auschwitz just come and interrupt him.
frustrating talking to you.
I care about innocent people being prosecuted. I care about McCarthyism. I don't want to see a return of McCarthyism.
I'm
where
sorry,
people
sir,
are
what
found
did I
guilty
just
by
say that, like-
association.
What did I just say? That
Well, how do we know if there are billionaires who were involved? If there are, let's name them. Let's get the evidence and let's prosecute them and let's put them in jail. But not on the basis of McCarthyism, not on the basis of guilt by association. Let's do it on the basis of real evidence. I'm in favor of that. You and I agree with that.
No one will be punished and no one will go to jail, and these people will go. When these files have released, even with all of these redactions, the one thing that should have been done, that all of these people should be now be at least investigated. We didn't even, you have like an FBI director, and you have, thank you, you have an FBI director who came out and said there's no sex trafficking, and the email proved otherwise. You have all of the people like, there's nothing, and then the emails proved otherwise. And you have like the FBI director, Kash Patel, who said once, America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. Don Bongino, second man in the FBI, said like, Israel is very close to my heart. How do you expect truth from these people? I think, they are all like working for a different master, and they're not working for the American people. So I really don't expect anything. None of these people will see a day of investigation, a day of jail.
All I know, okay, all I know is
will be people who are useless or unimportant.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Bassem. I do think that, unfortunately, the Trump administration, before and after the election, made it clear they were going to be totally transparent. All the files were going to get released. We've now had 3 million heavily redacted files released, and there's apparently over 3 million more which are never going to see the light of day. That is not transparency. That is why the conspiracy theories
They should. I want
rage.
everything out.
But that's part of the problem, man. And if no rich, powerful people in the end are made remotely accountable, people will assume they are names that were redacted or never published. Yeah, but unless you publish the files, they can hide behind the redactions and the lack of publication.
Every name should be published, including the name of those who accuse them, so that if there's a false accusation, the people who have been accused can confront their accusers. Otherwise, it's McCarthyism. That's why from day one, I wanted no redactions. I want everything out there. The only redaction should be for minors, people below the age of consent.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to leave.
Yeah, for sure. But unfortunately, Trump administration, it doesn't seem that they are going to do anything like that. I think you can't see, guys, like during Biden administration, so they had also access to these files. The files were available, and they did everything that they could to create legal problems for what was the name for Trump to avoid winning the election. So we know that I don't know what was the role of Trump in Epstein's and that, but many times his name was mentioned to the files. So that's I guess it's bizarre for me that they haven't used these files to publish it to target Trump. So if he was involved, that was the best opportunity that they could have to target it, to target him. But it seems to me that there are so many big names, so many names from both parties, and also from independents like billionaires and from like head of companies. Many names were involved in these files that they decided to hide it, to keep it in secret. And now Trump, they decided to publish it with a lot of pressure on them, because Trump didn't want also to publish them. But now heavily redacted, like they are censoring the names.
Leave it there. I appreciate you both coming on and debating this, and I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
You're not going to agree about much, but I'm grateful for the debate. Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, Piers, Mr.
Thank
Ryan
you.
Grimm, the one that you have hosted in the beginning of the show. First of all, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Ryan Grimm. And as a matter of fact, I want to remind you something. When I went to you in London a year and a half ago, I brought up to you the fact that Bill Clinton was compromised when Netanyahu told you that we have the tapes of Monica Lewinsky. And at that time, you called me like stupid, conspiracy theories, and you told me that this is ridiculous. Mr. Ryan Grimm has made like a complete investigation about this. So please, if you would like host him again, so we can tell you how Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky was actually a Mossad operation.
Well, you know what, Bassem, here's what I would say in response to that.
After all, sir, have you no...
Well, you know what, Bassem, here's what I would say in response to that.
After all, sir, have you no shame?
After all, sir, have you no shame? I mean, it's
you have
enough
no
to
shame, none at all. You're accusing,
all of that stuff.
you're accusing an innocent young girl, Monica Lewinsky. You're accusing her of being complicit with Clinton in some kind of a Mossad scheme. You have no credibility. That's enough.
Check the Times of Israel and check the book that was written by an Israeli author about this.
Yeah,
your people are actually saying that and wrote stuff about that, sir.
Okay,
the book that was written. Check
that scheme. You have her of being.
Oh my God. He says about something else. I don't know. Wait, I will research it. I'm a little bit tired, but I'm going to do that. Monica Lewinsky. Lewinsky. Wait. No, Lewinsky. Okay, Lewinsky. That's operator of Mossad agency to compromise Clinton. So I would see that. Operative, okay. There is no credible evidence that Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad operative or that she was deployed by Israeli intelligence to compromise President Bill Clinton. While there are rumors, conspiracy theories regarding Israeli intelligence and the scandal, they have been widely characterized as unfounded. Source of rumors. The theory primarily stems from anti-Semitic canards that circulated in the Middle East during the late 1990s, suggesting she was sent to influence Clinton's policies on the Palestinian peace process. The blackmail theory. In 1999, author Gordon Thomas claimed in his book Gideon's Spies that Mossad had recorded phone sex between Clinton and Lewinsky to blackmail the White House into stopping an FBI search for an Israeli mall, codenamed Mega. Both Israeli and White House officials dismissed these claims as nonsense or drivel. Federal investigations into the scandal, including the Starr report, established that the relationship began while Lewinsky was a 22 years old White House intern and was later revealed through her confidant, Linda Tripp, who secretly recorded their conversations. No intelligence agency involvement was ever found by U.S. Law enforcement. Okay. So, this is another claim. Again, if he's claiming something, he should also give the proof of it. If not, it's just conspiracy theories. You know, he already at the beginning of this program, he said something completely untrue about Alan Dershowitz. So now he's claiming a conspiracy theory that doesn't make sense from a point of view. At least he need to provide something meaningful, a proof meaningful.
Complicit with Clinton in some kind of a Mossad scheme. You have no credibility. That's enough.
Check the Times of Israel and check the book that was written by an Israeli author about this.
Yeah,
Your people are actually saying that and wrote stuff about that, sir.
Okay, as I said in a previous panel, actually, it's got to the stage. It's got to the stage with the Epstein scandal.
Lovely.
It's got to the stage of the Epstein scandal where I would pretty much entertain the possibility of any conspiracy theory being true, because so many that were dismissed as conspiracy theories have emerged as having credibility. But we shall see. There's a lot more still to pour over.
We shall see.
Thank you both very much.
We shall see. Let's make sure there's evidence of everything. Evidence. That's the key.
Let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence. But thank you both very much.
That's what I want to see. I want to see all the evidence. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, that was good. I mean, the comments are ridiculous. The comments are funny, to be honest. It's just completely out of reality. Just the video that I was seeing, it seems that it was different from the video that they were saying they were watching. I mean, many people just when they hear the name of Israel, it doesn't matter. It's just going against it. Anything, any people, anything related to that name. Epstein's Island. So
full video of Pam Bondi today crashing out.
I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice, and your clients are the American people.
Uh-huh.
But to promote justice...
Okay, just guys, I'm going to tweet something. I will come back. Okay. Okay, guys. Now I've come back. Okay, now I took my coffee. I just checked the stream if everything works. Okay. I needed a little bit to rest, eat something.
Justice for the people.
I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them.
Yep.
You still haven't met with these survivors.
Wait, wait a minute. So you're the Attorney General and you didn't even meet with the survivors of the people that you're releasing all the files about?
Really? That's a good point.
What the fuck?
Ability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them.
Yep.
You still haven't met with these survivors.
Wait, so she...
Pam Bondi, I'm gonna say, guys, Pam Bondi, she's terrible. And I think she will not be anything better in this. I don't know if it is Congress. What is that?
Wait a minute. So you're the Attorney General and you didn't even meet with the survivors of the people that you're releasing all the files about? What the fuck?
Their permission,
what?
Let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors, family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm. There's Jess Michaels. Laura Bloom McGee. Danny Bensky. Liz Stein. Marina Lacerda. Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre. Charlene Richard. And Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General. Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis, as Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by...
For sure, they redacted a lot of files. A lot of files. That's a lot of names are now hidden from the public.
Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos.
Wait, so there's 6 million, but I thought they only released 3 million. That means half haven't even been released? Is that... It's not even... I think it's like 3.5 million. So that means literally millions of these are still left?
Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements.
That's not their decision to make.
And you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff.
Yes, put it out
In the
there.
half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names.
Not that big of a
shock. Which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names.
That's crazy.
Their identities.
That's ridiculous. They basically, instead of redacted their names, they published them and they redacted the names of perpetrators. The real criminals are now hidden from the public, but the victims, yeah. How incompetent they can be. I cannot imagine.
There are images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal.
I think they've got to get rid of her. They do. Like, I thought they had to get rid of her with the Tesla bombings. The fact that they let those Tesla bombings go on and they never held any of those people accountable. Like, you had people that were creating national databases of where Tesla owners lived, so they would make targets out of the people that own these cars, and other people could firebomb and destroy the cars. And a ton of these people never got arrested. There were never any consequences for it, and they were just able to do it with no other type of problem at all. So really, I mean, this is only one thing. Like, the worst part about this is that she's so incompetent, I don't even know if it's a cover-up. I think that she actually just might be a fucking retard. Because how do you mess up so many different things over and over and over? At a certain point, I mean, like, you're just a fucking idiot.
You acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked.
Yeah.
This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche,
gave this bitch
who's utterly failed to investigate.
They gave this bitch a dog? They gave her...
Therapy, oh my god, therapy puppies. Oh my god. Wow. It's ridiculous. What happened? Wait, I'm going to search about it. Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. kept in a lower security prison access with a good living condition. Yes, oh my god, as of 2026, Ghislaine Maxwell is being held in minimum security facility, which is a lower security level than her previous placement. In August 2025, she was transferred from the low security federal correctional institutions to the federal prison camp in Texas. Living conditions and FSP Bryan is often described as a prison camp and is known for having less restrictive conditions compared to other federal facilities. Housing: inmates live in dormitory style settings with bunk beds and communal areas rather than traditional locked cells. Amenities. Okay. Amenity: the facility offers access to an athletic field, a library, and vocational training. Wow! Inmates can watch television, play sports, and attend religious services. There is limited or no perimeter fencing. What? And a lower staff to inmate ratio. Activities: Maxwell has reportedly participated in teaching etiquette and yoga classes and working in the prison library. Wow, she's in prison library. Notable inmates: she's housed alongside other high-profile white-collar offenders, such as disgraced Theranos CEO Elizabeth Holmes. Wow, notable inmates. The move to these upgraded facilities has been controversial. Victims of Epstein and Maxwell have condemned the transfer as preferential treatment. Wow. Wait, I'm going. It seems like a hotel. So I'm going to look at the photos. Is this? Oh my god. So they have a good life there.
For a fucking dog.
Oh my god, she has no access to dog therapy.
And she didn't even snitch anybody out? Bro, you gotta take the dog away. That poor dog. I know, really, like, how does this even happen?
The monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance.
I think that there's a lot of people that are weaponizing the Epstein files for Trump or against Trump. I think it's pretty obvious that something has been going wrong here, and it's not really as simple as, Epstein is in the right or not. I think it's very simple that, it's like way, way more complicated than that.
But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3.
Justified. Shouldn't have been driving your car. Should have followed the fucking command. Should have listened to the police. Should have complied. Shouldn't have spent all morning harassing them and impeding what they were doing. If they had arrested her earlier, it wouldn't have happened. I completely justified.
By Trump's
justified.
I'm not aware of that. I don't know what is the case.
Military ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president...
I dislike these people weaponizing and trying to use basically the moral good standing of the Epstein files and the objective evil of it to effectively launder their political ideology with ICE. Like, that's what they're really doing, is this guy is a bad actor. He's trying to launder the Epstein files and launder, basically aggressive, abusive people who refuse to follow the law, who are violent towards police officers, getting shot. And it's a tragedy when somebody gets shot. It's sad, but sometimes it's justified. After looking at both of these, I think the woman driving the car was completely justified. And I think Alex Preddy, it was unfortunate, but it's hard to say the cops should go to jail, and I think they should do an investigation. But, it's very clear that Alex Preddy was not just a nurse. He was a active agitator. He was not a protester. He was a criminal, and he should have never brought a gun there. All of these things are true. And so whenever he's taking the moral, basically like the moral mandate the Epstein files deserve, and you're trying to weaponize your own political values to try to interweave it and launder your political ideology through the Epstein files, you're just being a piece of shit. So I don't even think that this person cares about the Epstein files, which is what I think is very fucking annoying, is he doesn't even care about this at all. He's just using this as a weapon to go and attack somebody that is in opposition for his political goals.
Okay, I don't know. What is the reason of this meeting? But personally, I think it wasn't a good idea to use ICE and Jeffrey Epstein's situation both together at the same time. I don't know about the cases about ICE, but about the Epstein's files, that's completely true. The only thing that DOJ care, Department of Justice, is it seems that to protect Trump. Why? For what reason? Ghislaine Maxwell, she's now transferred to another prison with a good condition, have access to dog therapy. Wow, she can keep dogs.
This guy's trying to bring in some weird stuff. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's using it as ammunition.
Nome called Preddy a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
And Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin. Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2, shot and killed by an Austin...
So is this about the Epstein files, or is it just more Democrats that are trying to launder women being raped and like they're basically like, you don't even care about this? It's amazing to me to see somebody just totally like it's so blatant that they don't even care about this issue at all. They don't give about this shit. They don't give a shit about this at all. All they care about is weaponizing this so they can push some fucking agenda for justifying illegal aliens. They don't care about people getting raped. They don't give a shit about this.
The ICE agent in L.A.
Yep.
Or the family of Silverio Villegas, Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school.
Oh,
There's
wow.
no sign.
Wait, so I would like to see something. Recently. What are they? Okay. I would like to know what is the reason of this meeting. Testifying of Pambandi about meeting. Was it only about Epstein files? Okay. Okay, 3 days ago, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi testified before the House Judiciary Committee in a high continuous oversight hearing. Okay. The meeting was not exclusively about the Epstein's files, though they were the primary focus of the 4-hour session. Okay. Okay, so there's some different topics. So, okay, it wasn't just about Epstein files.
Of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow.
Yeah. Good. Should put her in jail. Put her in jail as an accomplice. Absolutely. All the way. No mercy.
What is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department
Fucking
of Justice into
Completely
Trump's
base.
instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after
No, he does. What do you mean?
James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff,
This has
Mark
nothing
Kelly,
to do with the
Alyssa
Epstein
Slotkin,
files.
Chrissy
There's
Houlihan,
nothing to do with
Jason
it.
Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real
Jesus
prosecutors
Christ.
with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement.
Nothing says corruption of justice than removing people that are in the country.
So it's so general. I'm not very interested to anything now is unrelated to Epstein files. So I'm going a little bit forward. What is that?
Oh no.
I already hear that. I know about it. If I see something.
You don't want to have him on the Epstein files?
You're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I'm
get
a failed politician?
on the
Underage girl. That's a what's he like that? Hey, all this like they should. Yeah.
has 20 out of
There was only one? No, there wasn't. There were so many more of them. So
His name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction.
There was only one? No, there wasn't. There were so many more of them. Yeah, this is actually so pathetic. How did you not come into here and have a better answer for it? Really? It's so embarrassing. What an insufferable, stupid bitch. This is crazy.
As a co-conspirator.
Okay. And we invited you in.
Gentlemen.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get...
He should have got rid of her after the Tesla thing. Trump should have got rid of her after the Tesla thing.
She's not good. She's not qualified. I don't like her.
Yeah. No, she should. Yeah, they should have already got rid of her. And
but, the point is that Trump doesn't want someone who can really, Trump wants someone basically who follows him, and not someone maybe autonomous, independent. Try to do the correct things. He wants someone to just follow him and defend him at all cost. So what basically she's doing, but she's terrible. She's doing it terribly.
This is the kind of thing, like, it's so fucking embarrassing because, like, she should be removed for sure. I tried to tell y'all this, bro. Like, yeah, I tried to tell y'all this. Like, they should have got in. They need to get in. Oh, bro, like, I'm trying to think, like, who could they even get in as attorney general? Like, that guy, they should get in whoever the guy said that he wanted to hang and lynch everybody in the Epstein files. I want to get him. I forgot who it was. His name was like Tim or something like that. Tim Burchett. I think maybe we go. Wow, see what he's doing.
But she's just basically following Trump's wishes. So about Epstein files, Trump don't want that the files published completely. This is for sure. This is what Trump wants. As much as possible, avoid transparency.
What's he up to? What's he got going on? Yeah, like something like that. I feel like that's a good way to do it, right? Matt Gaetz, isn't that guy like? Wasn't he involved with like an underage girl? Like, right? It's like it's a conflict of interest, right? You don't want to have him on the Epstein files.
You're a failed politician.
You need to a failed politician.
But you to watch the video. The chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of
himself. Oh my God.
There is no credible.
Wait, this is all. Wait, this is all live. This is such a crash out.
None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
That's not what was discussed.
Your position as well?
Oh, it was paused. It was a video. I see.
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would.
Well, how can they come forward if you're not going to meet with them? And also, by the way, so we're at 4:30. I'm going to go back just a second so I can read this. The reason why she interrupted him whenever he was going to pull up the language of the bill is in order to stop him from bringing up the fact that they obviously disregarded the law and they didn't follow the protocol that the law required them to do word for word, right? Internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to change, not in change, and obviously this thing's in the middle, it says they need to be documented and explained. So she shut it down, and she didn't want them to bring this up because she knows that the conclusion of them bringing this up is that basically there are two options in here. To charge or not charge. Right, exactly. Concerning decisions to charge, yes. It has to be written down. There's millions of documents, LMAO. Okay, well then why didn't... I mean, again, like you have do you think the military or not military? Do you think the government can't figure this out? So this is the reason why, is that in option A, the redaction was done and it was done on purpose, which makes her look bad. And in option B, the redaction was done on accident, which also makes her look bad because in both instances, the law was not followed. That's the reason why she interrupted it.
My position is any victim who comes forward, of course, we would love to hear from them. 1-800-CALL FBI. Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years?
Merrick Garland isn't here.
Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming.
Merrick Garland wasn't out there saying the Epstein files were on his desk. Like, he's not there. Like, it has nothing to do with him.
I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get a reclaim
because this is bigger than water.
Oh my God.
Okay,
when I don't answer a question the way
this
you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because
W to Massey, I hope he really drills down on this. Because, like, this is the way that you can crush people, is that what they do is they make abstractions and distractions, and if you can stay focused on one individual issue, you will eventually break them. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Because our Epstein files tried that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator, because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen.
See her saying time's up. See, that's exactly what she was trying to do. See?
To release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
May she answer?
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn.
What does that have to do with it? Whenever somebody gets a deep fake of porn made of them, it's weird, disgusting, and it's a massive invasion of privacy. But fundamentally, a victim is not really created in the same way that a person is created a victim whenever they're a victim of sexual assault or rape. Like, now you're trying to morally grandstand as if creating AI porn of somebody is the equivalent of actually raping them. Or the Epstein files. It's just, what are we doing here? This is pathetic. Well, bad take? No, it's not. It's obvious.
2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Honestly, Donald's got to get rid of this bitch. He does. Like, one of the best things he could do is just say, like, listen, like, we tried, we did what we needed to do. You know, we thought that she'd be able to do it, and it turns out she's not. We got to get rid of her. That's it.
I don't think Trump is against that. No, Trump is okay with her.
She mad as fuck? Yeah, she is. She's mad as fuck. She looking like a moron.
The gentleman's time has expired.
She didn't answer the question.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could she answer the question?
Chairman, I was wondering.
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
All right, I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
Oh, all right. This is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting.
Well, here's the question, right? If Thomas Massey didn't say that he was going to release the names himself, do you think that that person's name, that Wexler guy, do you think that his name would be unredacted right now? No. And everybody knows the answer to that. Everybody knows this.
A witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times. The DOJ released nude photos and identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from A.G. Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files.
Chairman, are we going to recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection.
Yeah, I'd be resigning too. It's fucking ridiculous because they're trying to weaponize your position in order to push an agenda. The only way Trump can really redeem himself is if he asks for a special counsel and prosecutor to deal with this. Otherwise, he's just covering up for the system. I think that what he needs to do is he needs to get rid of her. Like, she is a...
Okay, so there is nothing interesting here. Okay.
Someone hacked Epstein's Wikipedia, and the person was found dead at the bottom of a cliff?
Okay, so now...
I'm going to give you the opportunity to now apologise for saying that it was a fake.
Are you kidding? Come on, Piers. You know me better than that.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to you being in the Epstein files, of course. There might have been girls that were abused. That is not the wording, but it was not a sex trafficking ring.
Ms. Harvey.
I just want to get the right information out there because there's a lot of disinformation.
Yeah, and most of it appears to be coming out of your mouth.
What is your message to Lady Victoria Harvey?
How are they so immature, reckless, self-entitled, where you've got this lady talking about being part of a club as opposed to a public-spirited moral leadership that Britain and America have provided to the world?
With the greatest respect, I think you talk utter shit. You don't give a damn about these girls.
Okay. I think for now, Epstein is enough. I'm going to...
We recreated
maybe watch some other videos.
Pizzagate. People actually believe a conspiracy theory that Hillary Clinton and her former campaign manager, John Podesta, ran a child sex ring at a pizzeria in D.C.
About that, I already watched
that. In D.C.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So a little bit education on the history. Epstein, I think for today is enough.
The great powers of Europe are divided into two rival alliances, the Triple Entente, France, Britain, and Russia, united by fear and suspicion of Germany, Europe's new strongest power. And the Triple Alliance: Germany, which fears encirclement by its rivals; Austro-Hungary, clinging on to a fragile empire; and Italy, seeking gains at French expense. The spark comes on the 28th of June in the city of Sarajevo. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, is assassinated by a 19-year-old Slav nationalist named Gavrilo Princip. Austro-Hungary accuses its Balkan rival Serbia of having aided the assassin and sends an ultimatum demanding humiliating concessions. Serbia rejects the ultimatum, and Austro-Hungary declares war.
Okay, so as we know, the Prince Crown was killed. Wait, I will see that.
It accuses its Balkan rival Serbia of having aided the assassin and sends an its Balkan rival named Gavrian throne is assassinated. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne.
Okay. Wait, I will check something. Okay, World War I was triggered by the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the heir to the Austrian throne. Yes, Bosnia. Why this event was the immediate spark, the war's true origin lies in complex web of long-term tensions, often summarized by the acronym MAIN: militarism, alliances, imperialism, and nationalism. The immediate cause: the spark in Sarajevo, were shot at point-blank range by Gavrilo Princip, a 19-year-old Bosnian Serb nationalist. The motive: Princip was a member of a revolutionary group called Young Bosnia, which sought to end Austro-Hungarian rule and unite Slavic people into a single state. The assassins were supported by the Black Hand, a secret Serbian nationalist society. The pretext: Austria-Hungary blamed the Serbian government for the attack and used it as a justification to settle long-standing issues with Serbian nationalism. They issued a harsh ultimatum to Serbia, and when it was not fully met, Austria-Hungary declared war on July 28, 1914.
Is assassinated by a 19-year-old Slav nationalist named Gavrilo Princip. Austro-Hungary accuses its Balkan rival Serbia of having aided the assassin and sends an ultimatum demanding humiliating concessions. Serbia rejects the ultimatum, and Austro-Hungary declares war. Within hours, Austrian forces are shelling Belgrade. The Russian Tsar, Nicholas II, feels honor-bound to defend Serbia, a fellow Slav nation, and orders the Russian army to mobilize. German Emperor Wilhelm II has promised his support to Austro-Hungary. He and his generals see conflict with Russia as inevitable, and the sooner the better, as Russian strength grows year on year. Russian mobilization is used to justify German mobilization, followed by a declaration of war on Russia. Germany knows war with Russia means war with Russia's ally, France. It has developed the Schlieffen Plan to meet this threat of a war on two fronts. First, its armies will advance rapidly through neutral Belgium to encircle and destroy French armies near Paris and win a quick victory. Then its forces can move east to deal with Russia, whose huge army will take much longer to mobilize. And so Germany declares war on France. 6 million men are now marching to war across Europe. Italy, however, remains neutral. The terms of the Triple Alliance don't bind it to join an offensive war. The United States also declares its neutrality. President Wilson and the American public have no desire to get entangled in Europe's war. Britain is France's ally, but at first it's not clear if it will join the war against Germany. But when German troops invade Belgium, whose neutrality Britain has guaranteed, an ultimatum is sent from London to Berlin, demanding they withdraw. It's ignored, and Britain declares war.
Started, but I just checked something. Germany with how many? Okay, wait. And Russian many troops fighting. Okay. Initial strength. At the very start of the war, Russia had the largest standing army, but Germany had prioritized its main forces for the invasion of France in the west. Okay. Russia deployed approximately 1.4 million active soldiers upon mobilization for their first major offensive into East Prussia. They sent 2 field armies totaling about 2 field armies totaling about 750,000 troops. Germany initially left only 1 field army of roughly 200,000 to 250,000 troops to defend its eastern border, while the rest of its 1.9 million active men, wow, were sent west. So the initial was 6 million, but like Russia mobilized an estimated 12 million to 15 million men throughout the war. However, at any single time, the number of active frontline troops was much lower due to massive casualties and logistical failures. By 1915, frontline strength had dipped to roughly 650,000. Okay, Germany mobilized around 11 million to 13.6 million men in total. By August 1916, Germany has shifted more focus east with about 1.7 million soldiers stationed on the eastern front. Okay.
a British expeditionary force lands in France, while the German invasion is held up for crucial days by Belgian resistance at the fortress city of Liège. German troops commit several massacres against Belgian civilians. The atrocities are inflated by Allied propaganda and help turn public opinion in neutral countries to commit several massacres against Belgian. Invasion is held up for crucial days by Belgian resistance at the fortress city of Liège. German troops commit several massacres against Belgian civilians. The atrocities are inflated by Allied propaganda and help turn public opinion in neutral countries against Germany. France, unaware of Germany's great encircling attack, launches Plan 17, an offensive into German territory. But in the Battle of the Frontiers, they're driven back with enormous losses on both sides. The British Expeditionary Force clashes with the German army at Mons, but the British are heavily outnumbered and soon join the French in retreat. The Allies make their stand at the River Marne, 40 miles outside Paris. They're desperate and soon join Mons, but the British are heavily outnumbered and soon join the French in retreat. The Allies make their stand at the River Marne, 40 miles outside Paris. Their desperate counterattack saves the city and drives the Germans back. Both sides suffer 250,000 casualties. The race to the sea begins as both sides try to outflank each other to the north. A series of clashes leads to the First Battle of Ypres, where the Allies desperately cling on and prevent a German breakthrough. There are more heavy losses on both sides. The two armies then dig in along the entire 350-mile front, seeking shelter from deadly machine gun fire and artillery shells. Trench warfare has begun.
Oh my god, that was horrible. Besides the fact that many people were dying in the soldiers were dying in the front lines, and many casualties in the civilians, like portion of cities and countries, that many were killed by the by the military of oppositions. But one of the main issues was actually also the disease at that time. It was horrible.
British warships win the first naval battle of the war at Heligoland Bight, sinking 3 German cruisers. Britain has the most.
What was the cruisers look like at that time? German cruisers, WW1. Oh. Britain cruiser. Oh, they were similar.
Powerful navy in the world, 29 modern battleships to Germany's 19. They now impose a naval blockade on Germany, preventing contraband goods, including food, from reaching it by sea. The aim is to bring Germany's economy to its knees and force it to surrender. But a week later, the British cruiser HMS Pathfinder becomes the first victim in history of a lethal new weapon, the submarine-launched torpedo. Germans.
Torpedo? Germans. Torpedo. Oh, it's the submarine. Torpedo. Is it the first submarines in the history? I don't know. Was German's torpedo the first submarine human history? Okay, actually no. The German U-boats of World War I were the first submarines to be truly effective in the modern military sense, but they were definitely not the first in human history. Okay. People had been trying to build submarines for hundreds of years before 1914. So it doesn't matter about that, but torpedo. Before Germany perfected the U-boat, an Englishman named Robert Whithard invented the first self-propelled torpedo, one that could travel under its own power. This changed everything. By the late 1800s, several countries were racing to build submarines that could fire these new weapons. The first submarine that looks and acts like what we think of today was the USS Holland. It's by Irish inventor John Philip Holland. It was the first to combine an internal combustion engine for the surface with electric motors for underwater. Okay, so basically Germany I think Germany was the first country that had submarines. The first that was equipped. Military submarines. No, Germany was actually a later come to the adoption of military submarines. By the time Germany commissioned its first official U-boat in December 1906, several other major powers had already established operational submarines fleet. Okay, United States again. While Germany eventually became the most famous user of submarines during World War I, the following nations preceded them in commissioning modern engine-powered military submarines. Okay, military submersibles. United States, the U.S. Navy officially commissioned its first modern submarine, the USS Holland, on October 12, 1900. United Kingdom, closely behind, commissioning the HMS Holland, 1901. Okay. Why Germany is often remembered first. Although Germany was the last major navy to adopt the weapon, they were the first to use them successfully on a massive scale, in combat. At the start of WW1, Britain actually had more submarines than Germany. However, Germany's strategic use of unrestricted submarine warfare, targeting merchant ships to starve Britain of supplies, made the U-boat a household name. Okay. I had no idea about it.
Submarines, or U-boats, have a surface range of 9,000 miles and can attack undetected from beneath the waves. They herald a deadly new challenge to Britain's command of the seas. On the Eastern Front, Russian armies invade East Prussia, but they blunder into disaster at the Battle of Tannenberg, where General von Hindenburg and his Chief of Staff, Erich Ludendorff, mastermind a brilliant German victory, taking 90,000 prisoners and destroying an entire Russian army. The Russians contribute to their own defeat by transmitting uncoded wireless messages.
You know, Russia in general, oh my god, Europeans were always, fight strategically, correctly, like with high technology, but usually Russia, they were more relying on number instead of the tactics and strategies. It seems to me because even in World War II, they were relying on numbers. In World War One, the same, and in during Napoleon Wars also, they weren't very successful country militarily. But for sure, they were very powerful. But when it comes in comparison to their European rivals, not very effective. What was the name of the war? I see it. Battle Tannenberg. Yeah, I will see what was that. Battle of Tannenberg. Okay, the Battle of Tannenberg was one of the most decisive engagements of World War One. It was fought between German Empire and the Russian Empire during the opening month of the war. It is famous because a much smaller German force managed to almost completely destroy a massive Russian army, halting the Russian invasion of East Prussia. They set up 2 against 1. The Russians invaded Germany with 2 separate armies. The first army come from the east. The second army come from the south. The Germans were heavily outnumbered. However, the 2 Russian generals hated each other. Oh my god. And refused to communicate. Because they didn't coordinate, a large gap open up between their 2 armies. The German strategy, a bold gamble. The German commanders, Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff, took a massive risk. They intercepted uncoded Russian radio messages and realized the 2 Russian armies were separated. The move. They left only a tiny screen of troops to distract the first army and moved almost their entire force by train to surround the second army. The trap using they left only a tiny screen of troops. The trap using superior rail logistics and mobility, the Germans encircled Samsonov's Second Army in the forest and swarmed near swamps near Tannenberg. The result, a total collapse. The battle was a catastrophe for Russia. Encirclement. The Russian Second Army was cut off and slaughtered. Casualty. Russia suffered roughly 170,000 casualties, including 92,000 taken prisoners. Germany lost only about 12,000. Wow, that was a slaughter. The tragedy. General Samsonov was so humiliated by the defeat that he committed suicide in the forest rather than report the loss to Tsar Nicholas II. What was the numbers involved? It ends Russians' only real threat to Germany's soil during the war. Germans heroes. Okay, psychological blow. The battle didn't actually happen at Tannenberg. It happened several miles away. Hindenburg named it Tannenberg for propaganda reasons, to avenge a famous defeat of German knights by Slavic forces at the same location 500 years earlier. Hindenburg named it Tannenberg for propaganda reasons, to avenge a famous defeat. Wow. The true two armies. In the Battle of Tannenberg, the Germany pulled off a massive victory despite being significantly outnumbered on the field. The troops' number for the specific engagement against the Russian Second Army were Russian Empire. Approximately 230,000 troops. German Empire. 150,000 troops. Oh, the disparity. While the Germans were outnumbered by about 80,000 men in the immediate battle, the overall situation was even more lopsided. If you include the Russian First Army nearby, which failed to join the fight, the total Russian forces in the region was roughly 450,000 troops, meaning the Germans were facing a total forces nearly 3 times their size. Wow.
General von Hindenburg and his chief of staff, Erich Ludendorff, mastermind a brilliant German victory, taking 90,000 prisoners and destroying an entire Russian army.
I'm curious to see what happened to that 92,000. What happened to that 90,000 captures? Capture Soul. The fate of prisoners captured at October was a grim previous of humanitarian challenges of World War I. At that point in the history, no army was prepared to handle such a massive sudden influx of prisoners. Oh, here is what happened to them. Immediate transport and victory tours. After the surrender, the prisoners were herded into massive columns and marched to the nearest railheads. Logistical chaos. The German army struggled to feed them because they hadn't even planned for their own supply line to be that stretched. Propaganda. To boost German morals, trains filled with Russian prisoners were often routed through German cities. Large crowds would gather at train stations to see the vanquished enemy, which helped cement the legendary statues of Hindenburg and Ludendorff. Most were sent to hastily constructed prisoner of war camp deep inside Germany. The environment. In the early months, many lived in holes they dug in the ground and under makeshift tents because barracks hadn't been built yet. Disease. Due to overcrowding and poor sanitation, outbreak of typhus and cholera were common. Thousands died in the first winter from cold and illness. The most tragic part of their story is that they were held for a very long time. The 1917 revolution. When Russia collapsed into revolution and signed a peace treaty in 1918, the prisoners were not immediately released because the Russian Civil War made transport impossible and dangerous. The end of the war. Most didn't start returning home until 1919 and 1920, over a year after the war ended. Wow. When they finally returned to Russia, they found a country that had changed completely. It was now the Soviet Union. Oh my god, such a horrible condition for them. When they finally returned to Russia, they found a country that had changed completely. It was now the Soviet Union. Many were viewed with suspicious, by the new Bolshevik governments, accused of being trained by German influence or for surrounding in the first place. Yeah, that was terrible.
The Russians contribute to their own defeat by transmitting uncoded wireless messages. A second massive German victory at Masurian Lakes forces the Russians into retreat. In just 6 weeks, the Russian army suffers nearly 1/3 casualties. Meanwhile, Austro-Hungary's invasion of Serbia suffers a humiliating reverse at the Battle of Tser. Austro-Hungary's offensive against Russia also ends in disaster and retreat, with the loss of more than 300,000 men. The fortress town of Przemysl is cut off and besieged by the Russians. The Germans are forced to come to the rescue, launching a diversionary attack towards Warsaw. It leads to weeks of brutal winter fighting around the Polish city of Łódź, but there is no clear winner. Meanwhile, The Turkish Ottoman Empire has joined the Central Powers, declaring war on its old enemy, Russia. Turkish warships bombard the Russian ports of Odessa and Sevastopol, while in the Caucasus, Russian troops cross the Turkish frontier.
I'm curious to know why Ottoman were at war with Russia. Ottomans. WW1. The Ottoman Empire joined World War I on the side of the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, primarily for survival, territorial recovery, and to counter its long-standing rival, Russia. The main reasons for their entry include alliance with Germany. The Ottomans had close economic and military ties with Germany, which had been helping modernize their army for decades. A secret German-Ottoman alliance was signed on August 2nd, 1914, just as the war began. Fear of Russia. Russia was the empire's greatest enemy, with a clear interest in seizing the Turkish Straits, the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, and Constantinople, Istanbul. The Ottomans believed joining the Central Power was the only way to prevent a Russian invasion and the final partition of their land, reclaiming lost territory. After suffering heavy losses in the Balkan Wars, 1912-1913, and losing Libya to Italy, the Young Turk leadership, led by three pashas, hoped a victory alongside Germany would allow them to regain lost provinces in the Balkans, North Africa and Caucasus. Rejection by the Allies. Before turning to Germany, the Ottomans had approached Britain and France for an alliance. However, they were repeatedly rejected because the Allies didn't want to alienate their own partner, Russia. Alienate. The Black Sea Raid. The empire officially entered the war following a provocative incident in October 1914. Two German warships had been sold to the Ottomans but remained under German command. Wow! These ships bombarded Russian ports in the Black Sea, forcing the Allies to declare war on Ottoman Empire on November 5th, 1914. Economic independence. Wow, the empire was heavily burdened by foreign debt and capitulations. Treaties giving Europeans special rights. Siding with Russia offered a chance to abolish these and regain financial sovereignty.
Beyond Europe, the war rages on the world's oceans and in far-flung European colonies. German troops cross into British East Africa, modern Kenya, and occupy Taveta, while Allied forces seize the German colony of Togoland, modern Togo. But British forces invading German Cameroon are defeated at Garoua and Nsangakong, while a 3,000-strong force attacking German Southwest Africa, modern Namibia, is captured at Sandfontein. A month later, British landings at Tanga end in chaos and defeat at the hands of a much smaller German force led by Colonel von Lettow-Vorbeck. Cut off from Germany, Lettow-Vorbeck goes on to wage a highly successful guerrilla war against the Allies, tying down huge numbers of troops. In Asia, Japan honors its treaty with Britain and declares war on Germany. Japanese forces go on to seize the German naval base at Tsingtao.
What, really?
The treaty with... In Asia, Japan honors its treaty with Britain and declares war on Germany. Japanese forces go on to seize the German naval base at Tsingtao. The German...
Okay, I didn't know Japan in the World War I was with Allies.
Colonies of Samoa and New Guinea surrender to troops from New Zealand and Australia. But in the Pacific, off the coast of Chile, German Admiral von Spee's powerful East Asia squadron sinks 2 British cruisers at the Battle of Coronel. Both ships are lost with all hands. 5 weeks later, he runs into a British naval task force at the Falkland Islands. 4 of the 5 German cruisers are sunk. Von Spee goes down with his flagship. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, British troops seize control of the Ottoman port of Basra, securing access to the vital Persian oil that fuels the British fleet.
Wow. For sure, this is the reason it is called World War. Basically, everywhere we're at war. I think except USA. USA was in safety.
That winter, Austrian troops finally capture Belgrade. But the Serbs then counterattack and drive them back once more. The fighting in Serbia has already cost around 200,000 casualties on each side.
We are just talking about the soldiers. The number of civilians that were slaughtered is just massive in World War I. In general, in every war. And, you know, the atrocities, the war crimes, that's horrible.
In the North Sea, German warships mount a hit-and-run raid against English coastal towns, shelling Hartlepool, Whitby and Scarborough, and killing more than 100 civilians. On the Western Front, the French launch their first major offensive against the German lines. But the First Battle of Champagne leads to small gains at a cost of 90,000 casualties. While in the Caucasus, an Ottoman offensive through the mountains in midwinter ends in disaster at Sarikamish. Turkish casualties total 60,000, many frozen to death. On the Western Front, that first Christmas is marked in some sectors by a short truce and games of football in no man's land, the killing zone between the trenches. And games of football is marked in some sectors by a short truce and games of football in no man's land, the killing.
No man's land, what is that? No man's land. In the World War I, no man's land was desolate and deadly strip of ground located between the opposing front line trenches of the Allied and Central Powers. It was called no man's land because it was occupied by neither side. To enter it during daylight was almost a guaranteed death sentence. Physical characteristics. The appearance of no man's land varied by region, but on the Western Front it was famously nightmarish. Okay. Wait, no man's land. Wow. Okay, typical size, usually between 100 to 300 yards, about the length of 1 to 3 football fields. Extremes in some places like Vimy Ridge or Gallipoli, the trenches were so close, less than 30 yards. The soldiers could hear the enemies talking, coughing, or cooking.
Zone between the trenches.
Gallipoli, just to search Gallipoli. Okay, a city in Turkey. Okay.
January 1915. World War I is just 5 months old, and already around 1 million soldiers have fallen. A war that began in the Balkans has engulfed much of the world. The Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire, fight the Allies, Britain, France, Russia, Serbia and Montenegro, Belgium, and Japan. In Poland and the Baltic, the Russian army has suffered a string of massive defeats, but continues to battle German and Austro-Hungarian forces. Austro-Hungarian troops have also suffered huge losses and are humiliated by their failure to defeat Serbia. In the Caucasus Mountains, Russian and Ottoman forces fight each other in freezing winter conditions. While on the Western Front, French, British and Belgian troops are dug in facing the Germans, in trenches stretching from the English Channel to Switzerland. As part of the world's first strategic bombing campaign, Germany sends 2 giant airships known as Zeppelins to bomb Britain. They hit the ports of King's Lynn and Great Yarmouth, damaging houses and killing 4 civilians. At sea, at the Battle of Dogger Bank, the British Navy sinks 1 German cruiser, but the rest of the German squadron escapes. command of the seas has allowed Britain to impose a naval blockade of Germany, preventing vital supplies, including food, from reaching the country by sea. Germany now retaliates with its own blockade. It declares the waters around the British Isles to be a war zone, where its U-boats will attack Allied merchant ships without warning. Britain relies on imported food to feed its population. Germany plans to starve her into surrender. On the Eastern Front, German Field Marshal von Hindenburg launches a winter offensive and inflicts another massive defeat on the Russian army at the Second Battle of Masurian Lakes. The Russians lose up to 200,000 men, half of them surrendering amid freezing winter conditions. The Russians have more success against Austria-Hungary. The city of Przemysl falls after a 4-month siege, netting the Russians 100,000 prisoners. Austria-Hungary's total losses now reach 2 million. Meanwhile, the British and French send warships to the Dardanelles to threaten Constantinople, capital of the Turkish Ottoman Empire. They believe a show of force will quickly cause Turkey to surrender. They bombard Turkish shore forts in the narrow straits, but 3 battleships are sunk by mines and 3 more damaged. The attack is called off. On the Western Front, the British attack at Neuve-Chapelle. But the advance is soon halted by German barbed wire and machine guns. British and Indian units suffer 11,000 casualties, about a quarter of the attacking force. 6 weeks later, at the Second Battle of Ypres, the Germans attack with poison gas for the first time on the Western Front. A cloud of lethal chlorine forces Allied troops to abandon their trenches.
So the first time that the chemical weapons was used, okay, it's the Western Front. So I don't know if they used it before in other areas, but I will check it to be sure. Okay, when was the first time that in World War One chemical weapons were used? While many people think the Germans were the first to use chemical weapons, the answer depends on how you define chemical weapons. Okay, these were actually 3 distinct firsts in the evolution of gas warfare during World War One. The very first, tear gas. Okay, tear gas. August. The French were actually the first to use chemical agents in combat in the first month of the war. They used 26mm grenade filled with ethyl bromoacetate, a type of tear gas. Okay, the goal. It was meant to irritate the eyes and lungs to force soldiers out of cover. Okay. The result, it was so weak and disappeared so quickly in the open air that the German soldiers barely even realized they were being gassed. The first large-scale use, January 1915. The Germans attempted to first mass use of gas on the Eastern Front against the Russians at the Battle of Bolimov. They fired 18,000 artillery shell contains ethyl bromide and other tear gas. The result, it was a total failure. The weather was so cold that the liquid gas froze instead of vaporizing. And the Russian troops were unharmed. The first deadly use. Okay, it's not Germany. This is the country who used it. Poison gas. April 22, 1915. This is the date most historians pointed as the true beginning of chemical warfare. During the Second Battle of Ypres in Belgium, the German army released 168 tons of chloride gas from 730 pressurized cylinders placed along the front line. The scene, a greenish yellow cloud drifted across no man's land toward the French and Algerian trenches. The impact, unlike tear gas, chloride gas is a choking agent that turns into acid when it touches moisture, like in the lungs. Oh. Touches, okay. When it touches moisture, like in the lung, it causes immediate panic. Wow. I didn't know. Chloride gas turned into acid. Wow. The casualty count, approximately 6,000 soldiers died within minutes from asphyxiation. A 4-mile gap was torn in the Allied line. Why didn't they use it sooner? There was a psychological and legal barrier. The Hague Declaration of 1899 specifically banned the use of projectiles, the sole project of which is the diffusion of asphyxiating or deleterious gases. Germany got around this by arguing that they weren't firing the gas in shells at Ypres, but simply releasing it from canisters with the wind. Wow.
But the Germans don't have enough reserves ready to exploit the advantage. Soldiers on both sides are quickly supplied with crude gas masks as a chemical weapons arms race begins. The Allies land ground troops at Gallipoli, including men of the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs. Their goal is to take out the shore forts that are preventing Allied warships reaching Constantinople. But they immediately meet fierce Turkish resistance and are pinned down close to the shore. The day before the landings, the Ottoman Empire begins the systematic deportation and murder of ethnic Armenians. The day before the landings, the Ottoman Empire begins the systematic deportation and murder of ethnic Armenians living within its borders. The Armenians are a long persecuted ethnic and religious minority, suspected of supporting Turkey's enemies. Tens of thousands of men, women, Turkey's enemies. Ethnic and religious minority, suspected of supporting Turkey's enemies. Tens of thousands of men, women and children are transported to the Syrian desert and left to die.
Oh my god. 1 or 2 millions were killed. This is genocide. What Ottomans did.
In all, more than 1 million Armenians perish. The Allies condemn the events as a crime against humanity and civilization and promise to hold the perpetrators criminally responsible. To this day, the Turkish government disputes the death toll, and that these events constituted a genocide.
Oh, that was for sure a genocide.
On the Eastern Front, a joint German-Austro-Hungarian offensive in Galicia breaks through Russian defences, recapturing Przemysl and taking 100,000 prisoners. It is the beginning of a steady advance against Russian forces. At sea, the British passenger liner Lusitania, sailing from New York to Liverpool, is torpedoed by a German U-boat off the coast of Ireland without warning. 1,198 passengers and crew perish, including 128 Americans. US President Woodrow Wilson and the American public are outraged. But Germany insists the liner was a fair target, as the British used her to carry military supplies. In May, the Allies launched the Second Battle of Artois in another effort to break through the German lines. The French make the main attack at Vimy Ridge, while the British launch supporting attacks at Aubert Ridge and Festubert. The Allies sustain 130,000 casualties and advance just a few thousand yards. That summer, above the Western Front, the Fokker Eindecker helps Germany win control of the air. It's one of the first aircraft with a machine gun able to fire forward through its propeller, thanks to a new invention known as interrupter gear. Allied aircraft losses mount rapidly in what becomes known as the Fokker Scourge. Aircraft losses mount invention known as interrupter gear. Allied aircraft losses mount rapidly in what becomes known as the Fokker Scourge. Italy, swayed by British and French promises of territorial gains at Austria-Hungary's expense, joins the Allies, declaring war on Austria-Hungary and later the Ottoman Empire and Germany. The Italian army makes its first assault against Austro-Hungarian positions along the Isonzo River, but is repulsed with heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Allies face a crisis on the Eastern Front. The Russians have begun a general retreat, abandoning Poland.
Wait, so before I'm curious about Italy. I don't know if Italy was a democracy at that time or not. Italy, democracy. www1. Technically, yes, Italy was a liberal democracy organized as a constitutional monarchy when it entered the war in 1915. King Victor Emmanuel III was the head of state, but the country was governed by an elected parliament and a prime minister. However, it was a very young and fragile democracy with several major caveats. Limited voting. Universal male suffrage had only been introduced in 1912, just 3 years before Italy joined the war. Before that, voting was restricted by wealth and education. Okay. Political instability. The government was often run through a system called transformismo, where political leaders made backroom deals to maintain power rather than following clear party platforms. The entry to war Even though Italy was a democracy, the decision to join World War I was made largely in secret by the king, the prime minister, and the foreign minister. They signed the Treaty of London without consulting parliaments, which was largely against the war at the time. Social unrest. The country was deeply divided between interventionists who wanted war and neutralists who didn't, leading to violent protests in the streets. This instability and the perceived mutilated victory after the war are exactly what allowed Benito Mussolini and the Fascist Party to eventually dismantle the democracy in the early 1920s. Okay.
Along the Isonzo River, but is repulsed with heavy losses. Meanwhile, the Allies face a crisis on the Eastern Front. The Russians have begun a general retreat, abandoning Poland. German troops enter Warsaw on the 5th of August. Tsar Nicholas II dismisses the Russian army's commander-in-chief, Grand Duke Nicholas, and takes personal command. It will prove disastrous for the Tsar, as he becomes more and more closely tied to Russian military defeat. At Gallipoli, the Allies land reinforcements at Suvla Bay, but neither they nor a series of fresh attacks by the Anzacs can break the deadlock. Conditions for both sides are terrible. Troops are tormented not only by the enemy, but by heat, flies, and sickness. In the Atlantic, a German U-boat sinks the liner SS Arabic. 44 are lost, including 3 Americans. In response to further US warnings, Germany ends all attacks on passenger ships. On the Western Front, the Allies mount their biggest offensive of the war so far, designed to smash through the front and take pressure off their beleaguered Russian ally. The French attack in the 3rd Battle of Artois and 2nd Battle of Champagne. The British, with the help of poison gas, attack at Loos. Despite initial gains, the attacks soon get bogged down, with enormous losses on all sides.
Wow, so how many? 192,000 French. So they basically, the Allies, it was so much higher, the numbers of casualties, more than 100,000. I mean, around 100,000 people.
Allied troops land at Salonika in Greece to open a new front against the Central Powers and bring aid to Serbia. But the Allies are too late. Bulgaria joins the Central Powers, and their joint offensive overruns Serbia in 2 months. That winter, the remnants of the Serbian army escape through the Albanian mountains. Their losses are horrific. By the end of the war, 1/3 of Serbia's army has been killed, the highest proportion of any nation.
Okay. Of Serbian army. So what was the loss of Serbian army? The losses suffered by Serbian during World War I were proportionally the heaviest of any nation involved in the conflict. While larger countries lost more men than in total, Serbia lost a staggering percentage of its entire population. The Serbian army was nearly destroyed during the Great Retreat of 1915 and the subsequent fighting on the Salonika front. Total mobilized 700,000 men. Military death. Wow. Approximately its death. Wow. Okay. We are talking just up to 450,000 soldiers and imagine 133,000 casualty. By the end of the war, more than 60% of the Serbian army had become casualties. The Great Retreat. Okay, in late 1915, faced with a triple invasion by Germany, Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria, the Serbian army refused to surrender. Instead, they attempted a tactical retreat across the frozen mountains of Albania to reach the Adriatic Sea. The conditions: soldiers and civilians marched through deep snow with no food, dying of exhaustion, hunger, and attacks by local tribes. Of the roughly 400,000 people who started the trek, only about 120 to 150,000 survived to be evacuated by Allied ships to the east island of Corfu. When you include civilians who died from disease, typhus epidemic, starvation, execution under occupation, the numbers are devastating. Estimated range of 750,000 to 1,250,000. Wow, Serbia basically lost up to 1/4 of its entire population pre-war. Wow, it is estimated that more than 50% of the total male population of Serbia was killed during the war. Such a horror. More than 50%. Okay, comparison table, demographic impact. Country total population lost. Okay, Serbia up to 25%, France 3.4, Germany 3.8, no, Russia. Okay. So guys, I will come back. Okay, guys. So we just turn on the light. I think. Wait, just a minute. No, I think it's good. Like now. Okay. We will continue with that disaster that happened in the World War I. That's ridiculous, just for having a little more land. That's horrible.
Fierce fighting continues on the Italian front, as Italian troops launch the third and fourth battles of the Isonzo. Austro-Hungarian forces, though outnumbered, are dug in on the high ground and impossible to dislodge. In the Middle East, a British advance on Baghdad is blocked by Turkish forces at the Battle of Ctesiphon, 25 miles south of the city. The British withdraw to Kut, where they are besieged. The Allies abandon the Gallipoli at the Battle of Ctesiphon, 25 miles south of the city. The British withdraw to Kut, where they are besieged. The Allies abandon the Gallipoli campaign. 83,000 troops are secretly evacuated without alerting Turkish forces. Not a man is lost. It's one of the best executed plans of the war. The campaign has cost both sides 250,000 casualties. 1915 is a bad year for the Allies. Enormous losses for no tangible gains. But there is no talk of peace. Instead, all sides prepare for even bigger offensives in 1916, with new tactics developed from earlier failures. All sides still believe a decisive battlefield victory is within grasp. World War I was supposed to have been a short and glorious war. But by 1916, a new kind of industrialized warfare had seen the death toll soar into the millions, with no end in sight. Naval blockades were beginning to cause shortages of food and fuel across Europe, while thousands of women had entered the workforce, replacing the men sent to fight in their millions. All sides were preparing for a long war. The war has raged for a year and a half as the Allies continue to battle the Central Powers, recently joined by Bulgaria. At sea, the British maintain their naval blockade of Germany, preventing the import of food and other vital raw materials. Germany has retaliated with a U-boat blockade of Britain, but has to limit its attacks to avoid provoking the neutral USA, whose citizens have already been caught in the crossfire. On the Western Front, French, British and Belgian troops are dug in opposite the Germans, both sides trapped in the bloody stalemate of trench warfare. On the Eastern Front, the Russians have ended their long retreat and stabilized the line, but their army has suffered huge losses. On the Italian front, Italian troops have launched a series of costly, unsuccessful attacks against strong Austro-Hungarian defences. While on the Balkan front, the Central Powers have overrun Serbia, whose army is forced to make a bitter retreat through the Albanian mountains. Now, on the 5th of January, Austro-Hungarian troops attack Montenegro. They are delayed at the Battle of Mojkovac, But 3 weeks later, Montenegro is forced to surrender. On the Caucasus.
Why Montenegro? It wasn't neutral. I will check it. Negro. Montenegro neutral. No, Montenegro was not neutral in World War I. Despite intense diplomatic pressure from Austria-Hungary to remain neutral, Montenegro officially declared war on Austria-Hungary. Why? Because like Montenegro was a small country, so it doesn't seem very logic to declare war on one of the powerful country at that time. But I will check what was the reason. Okay, entry and alliance. King Nicola I joined the Triple Entente allies out of brotherly sentiment for Serbia and a desire to reclaim coastal territories. Okay. Military action. Though it had a small army, roughly 40,000-50,000 men, Montenegro played a vital role in protecting the retreat of the Serbian army across the Albanian mountains. The Battle of Mochkovac. This was Montenegro's most famous victory, where its outnumbered forces held back the Austro-Hungarian just long enough for the Serbian to escape. Defeat and occupation. By January, so the war, okay. By January 1960, Montenegro was completely overrun by Austro-Hungarian forces. The capital, Cetinje, fell on January 11th, and the nation officially surrounded on January 25th. Occupation. For the rest of the war, Montenegro was under a harsh Austro-Hungarian military governorship until Allied forces liberated in late 1918. Post-war unification. Unlike other allied nations, Montenegro lost its independence at the end of the war. Oh. Its National Assembly voted to depose King Nicholas and merge with Serbia to reform the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovens. I was right. Guys. It wasn't a good idea to join a war that you don't have enough soldiers, enough equipment.
Front, the Russians launch a surprise winter offensive against Ottoman Turkish forces. 6 weeks later, Russian troops occupy the city of Erzurum. In April, they capture the Black Sea port of Trebizond. Meanwhile, the British transport to...
As much as Russia, was acting terribly in the Western Front with Germany, they acted pretty good in South with Ottoman.
2 motorboats to Lake Tanganyika.
What was the forces? Because I don't understand. How many soldiers were involved in that war with Ottomans? Were involved in Ottomans Russian war. Because main soldiers, they were actually the Russian army were in the Western Front against Germany, And with Ottomans, I don't think they had many soldiers. I don't think. In the Ottoman Russian theater, primarily the Caucasus campaign, both empires committed hundreds of thousands of troops. Okay. However, the number fluctuated widely due to the harsh climate. Okay, the Ottoman opening strength. Okay, at the start of the campaign in November 1914, Ottoman Empire 100 to 120,000 men. Russian Empire 100,000. Okay. The peak of the conflict. Ottoman Empire 300,000 men, up to that number, and Russia up to 200,000. Yeah, 19 grew in approximately highly effective troops supported by Armenian volunteers unit. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. When it's actually after the genocide that Ottomans committed against Armenians, so that's normal that Armenians volunteers were joined. The turning point, Battle of Sarikamish, 1415. This was the most significant battle between the two in the Caucasus. Come on, we pronounce it. Okay, it's a mountain range in Eastern Europe, and highlights the massive troops losses. Ottoman forces. Enver Pasha led about 90,000 men. Result, it was a disaster. 90,000 men, only about 12. Oh my god, just 12,000 survived. Yeah, it was a bad idea. In the middle of winter, they send armies to mountains. I mean, just looking at that, I know already that it's cold in winter in that area, but it doesn't seem it doesn't have any logic. Why you just said 90,000 soldiers in the mountains during the winter? I mean, the people don't read history, I think. Just if you read history, winter, especially in that areas. Wait, I will see where is it exactly. Okay. Like in Napoleon Wars, why Napoleon loses? They got Moscow, but why from that legendary army, like 500, 600,000 soldiers, they sent there? Why they lost? One of the main reason was because of the winter. Winter basically slaughtered them at the end of the war, so they were retreating in a very humiliated way. So it's around that area, I think. Eurozone is there, so yeah. Mountains. Okay, wait, I will see it. So it's around that area. So we already know that it's very cold there, and they send army again there. Just if they would study a little bit history, they would realize it's a bad idea. And yeah, look, it was a disaster. Of the 90,000 men, only about 12,000 survived, and most did not die from Russian bullets, but from freezing to death in the mountains.
Guernica in Africa. They finally arrive after a 10,000-mile trip by sea and land, and help the British seize control of the strategic lake Trika. In April, they capture the Black Sea port of Trebizond. Meanwhile, the British transport 2 motorboats to Lake Tanganyika in Africa. They finally arrive after a 10,000-mile trip by sea and land, and help the British seize control of the strategic lake from local German forces. The same month, in German Cameroon, German troops besieged on Mora Mountain for 18 months finally surrender to the Allies. It marks the end of the Cameroon campaign. On the Western Front, the Germans unleash a devastating assault on the French fortress town of Verdun. German General Erich von Falkenhayn knows France will defend this symbolic town to the last man. His plan, in his own words, is to bleed France white in its defense. It is the strategy of attrition. Verdun becomes one of the most terrifying battles of the war, a mincing machine, where infantry divisions are destroyed almost as fast as they can be fed into the line. In Britain, 1 million as they can be fed into the line, where infantry divisions are destroyed. War.
Verdun. Okay, it's war value to check it. What was the war? The Battle of were found. Verdun. The Battle of Verdun, February 21st. Okay, was the longest battle of World War I and is haunting symbol of the war. Oh, sheer destructiveness. Okay, the strategic place of execution. The battle was initiated by German Chief of Staff Erich von Falkenhayn under the code name Operation Judgment. The goal: Falkenhayn didn't aim for a traditional breakthrough. He wanted to bleed the French white by attacking a target so symbolically vital that France would be forced to defend it at any cost, draining their entire military reserve. The target: Verdun was an ancient fortress city on the Meuse River. If it fell, the path to Paris would open. The French morale would likely collapse. Okay. Verdun. It was here, just a very small city. The blood mile by the numbers. Okay, the battle raged for 302 days in a tiny area, leading to some of the war's most staggering losses. Casualty combined losses exceeded 700,000, with approximately 300,000 killed. That's horrible. Artillery. Roughly 70% of casualties were caused by artillery fire. The opening bombardment alone involved 2 million shells over 8 hours. Wow! It's just the opening. Terrain. The intense shading turned the ground into a moonscape of craters and mud so deep that soldiers reportedly drowned in them. Wow! The French defense, they shall not pass. General Philippe Pétain took command and transformed the defense into a national effort. La voie sacrée, the secret way. With rail lines cut, the French replied on a single 20-foot wide road to supply the front. Over 3,000 trucks traveled it daily. The result, by December, a French counter-offensive led by Robert Nivelin recaptured nearly all lost territory, included a massive Fort Damont. Okay. The battle ended in a French victory, but the demographic and psychological toll was so high that it contributed to widespread mutinies in the French army the following year. So I have a question. So what was exactly the objective of the war? Bleed the French white. What does it mean? Bleed the French white was the chilling strategy of attrition. Wait, I check something. The goal was not to win territory, but to kill as many French soldiers as possible until the French army literally ran out of men. The term white refers to anemia, the condition of becoming pale after losing a massive amount of blood. Wow. German general believed that if he attacked a target the French had to defend, they would keep throwing reinforcements into the meat grinder until their entire military was drained dry. So they reached the objective, it seems. Wait, I will check it more. So according to this, what I'm seeing, it seems that it worked. No? Okay, I will read it to be sure. Key aspect of the strategy: the psychological trap. Falkenhayn chose Verdun because it was a historical fortress city vital to French pride. He knew the French would rather lose their entire army than let the city fall. Really? Why this city was so important that I want to check it. Wait. Artillery over infantry. The plan relied on massive artillery barrages. The Germans wanted to sit back and use long-range cannons to pulverize French reinforcements as they arrived. The Blood Mile. The battle became known as the Mile on the Meuse because it slowly ground up the French and eventually the German forces. Did it work? It was a strategic failure. While the French suffered roughly 77,000 casualties, the Germans, who also had to attack and hold ground, suffered nearly as many 337,000 casualties. Instead of bleeding French white alone, both armies bled together, and the German army was so weakened that it never fully recovered its offensive strength. So the question is that wasn't it better that French just let it fall, the city, and focus on the strategic like battles, strategic areas? I don't know. I will ask it. Better for French instead of focusing on this city, let it fall and focusing on more important battles. Oh my god, battles. So wasn't it better for French, instead of focusing on this city, let it fall and focusing on more important battles? Was it a strategic decision to keep the city, or emotional? It's the ultimate what if of the Western Front. From a purely cold mathematical perspective, many historians argue the French should have pulled back to stronger defensive lines. However, the decisions to hold Verdun was a mix of brutal strategic necessity and extreme national pride. Here is why they didn't just let it fall. The strategic nightmare. The domino effect. Verdun wasn't just a city. It was a massive fortified salient, a bulge in the French line. The gateway to Paris. Verdun sat on the Meuse River. If it fell, the German army would have had a clear paved road toward the heart of France. The rail network. Verdun was a vital hub for French rail logistics. Okay, was a final vital hub for French rail logistics. Losing it would have cut off communication between the French armies in the north and the east. Wow. Potentially collapsing the entire front. Okay. The forts. France had spent decades and millions of francs building impregnable forts like Fort Douaumont to give them up without a fight would have been seen as a catastrophic military failure. Okay, I get it. The emotional, potential, political red line. This is where the emotional part comes in. Verdun was the shield of France. National morale. After the massive losses of 1914 and 1915, the French public was on the edge. The government feared that losing such a symbolic city would trigger a revolution or a total collapse of civilian will to fight. The sacred soil, Verdun, had been a major stronghold since the time of Romans and Attila the Hun. To the French, letting it fall was equivalent to letting the enemy into their own living room. Okay. Falkhand's miscalculation. The irony is that German commander Erich von Falkland actually wanted the French to think exactly like you. Okay. He expected them to realize it was a trap and retreat. Okay, I didn't know that. He expected them to realize it was a trap and retreat, which would have allowed Germany to take the city easily and then threaten Paris. Instead, the French commander Philippe Pétain famously declared, "Ils ne passeront pas," they shall not pass. Okay, interesting. He turned the battle into a matter of national survival. Because the French chose to stay, they had to rotate 70% of their entire army through the mid-grandeur of Verdun. This led to mutinies. The soldiers were so traumatized by the bleeding white strategy that a year later, large part of French army refused to launch any more suicidal attacks. The British takeover. Because France was so exhausted by Verdun, the Battle of the Somme. Okay, so it had its effect. The British takeover. Because French was so exhausted by Verdun, the Battle of Somme, which started in July 1916, had to be led primarily by British to give the French a chance to breathe. Wait, you know, guys, I didn't like for this accusation that the Gemini did to me. Actually, look, the irony is that German commanders actually wanted that French to think exactly like you, you know, because that's not true. Because he said, wait, I will challenge it. Okay. You said that Henrik von Falkenhayn actually wanted the German to think exactly like me. He expected them to realize it was a trap and retreat. But you said that... Oh, what he said? That he knew that French will defend it at all costs, So the strategy was bleed the French white. That's a very sharp observation. It sounds like a contradiction, doesn't it? Let's clear up exactly what was going on in Falkenstein's head, because his plan was actually a win-win, okay, in his own mind, but ended up being a lose-lose for everyone. The twofold logic of Falkenhayn. Falken's strategy wasn't based on one single outcome. It was a calculated gamble where he believed Germany would benefit regardless of what the French did. If the French stayed, the bleeding white plan, he believed that if the French were stubborn and stayed to defend the city, which he correctly predicted they would, he could use his superior German artillery to kill them at a ratio of 2 or 3 to 1. He didn't want to capture the city quickly. He wanted to keep the battle going so the French would keep sending more men to be killed. If the French retreated, the strategic collapse. If the French actually did what you suggested, realized it was a trap and retreated, Falkenhayn would have captured the most powerful fortress in France and the height overlooking the Meuse River. This would have shattered the French line, threatened Paris, and likely forced France to seek a peace. Why the strategy failed? Falkenhayn's mistake was that he underestimated two things: the cost to Germany. He assumed only French would bleed, but because the Germans were the ones attacking, they had to move forward into French artillery fire. Instead of a 3 to 1 kill ratio, it ended up being almost 1 to 1. Germany was bleeding just as fast as France. The prestige trap. Once the battle started, it became a matter of German pride. 2. Okay, Falkenstein couldn't stop the attack without losing like he had failed. So he kept throwing German lives away long after the strategy had stopped making sense. Okay, there is also a huge historical debate here. After the war, Falkenstein claimed in his Christmas memorandum that his plan was always to bleed the French white. Many modern historians believe that he made that up after the war. Okay, to cover up his failure. They argue he actually wanted to capture the city, and when he couldn't, he claimed, "Oh, I didn't want the city anyway. I just wanted to kill their soldiers." It was his way of trying to look like a genius instead of a general who got stuck in stay a stalemate. Okay, that makes sense. I think this one makes sense. Probably he just made it up. Yeah, to look cool. No. I think he just made it after the war.
A mincing machine.
Just to see it. Okay, this is the Verdun. So why it was so difficult to get it? If it's on the mountain, where is it? I don't understand why it's so important. So I would like to know why it was so important, so difficult, because from this perspective it's just a land like other lands. It's not on the mountain, it's not on the hill, it seems, from this side. Wait, I put it 3D. Wait, I will ask the question. It doesn't seem any differences from Google Map. Joe. City. From Google Map, it seems like any other city, not being on a hill or mountain. While modern satellite view might make Verdun look like any other town, its strategic and geographic importance in 1916 was immense for several reasons. High ground and observation. High ground, okay. Verdun itself sits in a valley, but it is surrounded by a ring of commanding height, most notably the Meuse height. Okay, so where is Meuse height? So I would like to see if there is any terrain. I want to see if there is any specific value. I mean, any any specific what we call it, layers that can give me a better understanding geographically. Okay. So I think now we realize. Okay, guys, it's different. You can see. It's like hills here. So it's Verdun. That's true. Okay. Now a difference. Now you can see the difference. So it's important in that logic. Yeah, so if you see, here is Germany, and here is like a mountain range, something like that. You can see it's mountain range here. It's difficult to pass through it, and it's Verdun. And here you come down, it's again mountain range. You can see, but after that, if you take the Verdun, right, I will put the Verdun here. After that, if they could get it, so basically they would easily pass, because after that you can see there is many ways just they can pass through it to go to Paris. From here is both mountain, but from here they would have a good access. So now you understand better why it was important. Verdun was the most heavily fortress system. Wait, I will see a photo of Verdun images. Okay. So it was important. No, strategically it was important. But still, what I don't understand, there was a fortress system there. You can see here. And strategically, they needed to pass through and come into Verdun. In World War II, I think the ratio for attackers needed to be like around 5 to 1 in comparison with defenders. So to take in an area, they needed to have like 5 to 1, the ratio of 5 to 1. So to be able to get an area. So usually, if I don't make mistake, it's normal to believe that attackers should have more casualties than defenders. So why, although that the ratio was 1 to 1, the casualties rate, but what I don't understand, if they had a fortress system, if the area was already for them, like look, it was protected by a massive double ring of 28 major forts and dozens of smaller works. Why the casualty was actually more than Germans? So my question is actually that. I will ask it. Should not the casualties of, okay, with the regard of fortress system and strategic position of the city, which was under control of French army, should not have been much more casualties in German front than in German troops than French. Okay, that is an excellent logical point. In mass warfare, the defender has a 3 to 1 advantage. It usually takes 3 attackers to overcome 1 defender in a fortified position. Based on that, the Germans should have suffered far more casualties than the French. However, the French white strategy was designed specifically to flip that math on its head. Here is why the French casualties ended up being so high. You can see, guys, 377,000. The fortress was a trap. Shortly before the battle, the French High Command made a catastrophic mistake. Okay, they believed that fixed forts were obsolete because of heavy German siege guns. Okay. The French High Command made emergency. They believed that fixed forts were obsolete because of heavy German siege guns. They disarmed the forts. Wow! Oh my God! They disarmed the fort. They disarmed the forts. They removed many of the cannons from the Verdun forts to send them to other fronts. Okay. The surprise when the Germans attacked Fort Dumont, the strongest fort, it was manned by only about 60 elderly reservists. Okay, small group of Germans literally walked inside and captured it without a fight on the 4th day. Oh my God, the result. The French lost their best defensive shield early on, and then spent the rest of the year trying to win them back by attacking uphill against the German. Oh my God. Oh my God. So now it explained what happened. They just lost it. How they could lost it? Truly, I don't understand, guys. If Verdun was so strategically important that they wanted to take it back at all cost, so what? So for what reason they let it fall so easily under occupation of Germans? I don't understand. Wait, I will check where it was exactly. In the 4th days of the war, they could just get it from Germans. I don't know how French were managing it. Okay, so this is the fort of. Okay, this is Verdun on the uphill. So look, it's here. So they just lost it. In the early of the war. Okay. As you noted, Verdun was a strategically hub. Because it was so important, the French refused to let it go. Stalemate. How it was a surprise. If the city was so important that French would not let it fall for any at all cost. So why they did not protect it since the beginning? how they got, how they couldn't see that was coming. They just lost a very a strong fortress on 4 days. On 4 days, it seems like a massive contradiction, doesn't it? Doesn't it? If the city was so important, why was the door left unlocked? For sure. Why the door was unlocked? The surprise of Verdun. The surprise of Verdun is one of the greatest military blunders in history, caused by a mix of arrogance, bad timing, and a change in military theory. Guys, I don't know how French fight, because they do the same blunder, similar blunder in World War II. I don't know how the commanders would think what happened to them. In World War One, they did a terrible mistake, and they got surprised. In the World War II, they again did another mistake. Maybe one day I watch another video of that, of the World War One, but I don't understand. Here is how the French managed to leave their front door open. The fortress is dead theory. In 1914, at the very beginning of the war, Germans used massive super guns like the Big Bertha, so easily smashed the Belgian forts at Liege and Namur. Okay. So what is Big Bertha? Oh, okay. Howitzers. Oh, howitzers. I know them. Howitzers, World War One. Material used for destroying fortress. Okay. The French reaction. The French High Command, led by General Joseph Joffre, concluded that stationary forts were death trap. They believed modern heavy artillery had made concrete fort obsolete. The disarming in 1915, Joffre offered the de-garrisoning of Verdun. They removed the heavy guns from the fort to send them to the mobile field armies. By the time the Germans attacked the world's strongest fort, the mount was being used as a mere barracks with only a handful of maintenance men inside. The intelligence failure. Ignoring the signs. The French actually did have warning, but the leaders at the top refused to believe them. The evidence. French intelligence and aerial scouts reported massive German railway constructions, huge piles of shell, and new troops movement near Verdun weeks before the attack. The arrogant General Joffre was obsessed with his own planned offensive elsewhere, the Somme. He dismissed the reports, believing the Germans didn't have enough men to attack such a strong position. The whistleblower, a lower level colonel named Emile Drian, warned the government that the defenses were a disaster. He was ignored and told he was being defeatist. He eventually died in the first day of the battle, holding his position with 1,200 men against 10,000 Germans. The weather miracle. The Germany were actually ready to attack on February 12, but a massive blizzard and heavy rain hit the area. The attack was postponed for 9 days. The false sense of security. The French saw Germans' preparation, but when the attack didn't happen on the 12th, many officers assumed it was just a feint or that the Germans had changed their minds. When the sun finally came out on February 21st, the Germans unleashed the most intense bombardment in human history. How far the move felt in minutes. The fall of Fort Douaumont is almost embarrassing for French military. Because of the fortress is dead theory, there was no lookout on the roof. A small group of German Brandenburger soldiers, led by simply crowded and barbed wire, climbed up onto the ditch and entered through an unlocked window. They wandered the hallway and captured the 57 French reservists while they were eating or sleeping. They took the strongest fort in the world without firing a single shot or losing a single man. Oh my god. It's not enough for me. I will. So finally, this theory was correct or not. I will check if the theory of fortress is dead is true or not. But basically, they make the strongest fortress in the world, and they just give the key to anyone that come enter to their country. Basically, they said, "Okay, Germans, we just give it to you for free." Basically, they didn't even, they didn't even use one bullet. They just get it easily. It wasn't even close. Do you think the fortress is dead? The theory. Oh wait, the theory. Was true. Is it a idea? Was it good decision of French army? In the hindsight, the fortress is dead theory was a massive strategic error. One of the most expensive miscalculations in military history. While the French had the logical reason to fear for their forts, they learned the hard way that a damaged fort is still better than not fort at all. Yep. why the theory was partially right. The French weren't just being lazy. They had seen the siege of Liège in 1914. The Big Bertha, Germany's 420 mm super heavy howitzers could crack 10 feet of concrete. The Belgian lesson. When the impregnable Belgian fort crumbled in days, the French high command panicked. They concluded that if a fort can be bypassed or smashed by a giant gun, the soldiers inside are just sitting ducks. Why the decision was a disaster? The French forget that a fortress is more than just its walls. It is a force multiplier. Shelter from the drum fire. Even if the big German guns could damage the top of the fort, the deep underground galleries at Verdun remained safe. While soldiers in open trenches were being literally evaporated by the millions of shells. The men inside forts could eat, sleep, and wait in relative safety. The concrete trench. A fort like Fort Douaumont acted like a massive armored hill. It took the Germans 8 months and 100,000 casualties to recapture the ground they took in just 4 days when the fort was empty. Wait. It took the Germans 8 months and 100,000 casualties to recapture the ground they took in just 4 days when the fort was empty. Okay. The evidence. The fort that stayed armed. The best proof of the fortress's death theory was wrong is Fort Vaux. Unlike Demon, Fort Vaux was actually defended by a small, determined French garrison led by Major Reynal. Even though the Germans smashed the surface with thousands of shells, the French fought from room to room underground for weeks. The Germans had to use flamethrower and eventually wait for the French to literally run out of water to take it. Conclusion: a strategic blunder. The decision disarm Verdun was a terrible decision. Invited the Germans attack. Okay, that's true. When you weaken it, they just come. Strategically, it invited the German attack. Falkenhayn attacked Verdun because he knew it had been weakened. Tactically, it traded hard protection for soft trenches. It is much easier to kill a man in a hole in the dirt than a man behind 5 feet of reinforced concrete. If the French had kept Verdun fully garrisoned and armed in 1915, the Battle of Verdun might never have happened, or it would have ended in weeks instead of 10 months. That's ridiculous. So I'm very curious. Siege of Liège. Wait, is it fortress? Wait. Fortress of Liège. The fortified position of Liège was a critical Belgian defense network built in 2 phases. So it doesn't matter. So basically they just did a terrible job. How many lives were taken from French to retake the fortress that they lose easily? Retaking the forts, specifically Fort Douaumont and Fort Vaux, cost the French a staggering number of lives, because the Germans had turned these impregnable structures into their own defensive anchors. The French had to fight uphill against their own fortification. Wow. The price of arrogance, because the French had abandoned their forts in 4 days at the start of the battle, they spent the next 8 months trying to get them back. Lost in 4 days, with 0 deaths inside the fort, retaken it 250 days. Estimated fort-specific losses between 60,000 to 100,000 French soldiers were killed or wounded specifically in the operations to recapture the high ground and the Fort Douaumont and Vaux. The new tactics, the creeping barrage. To minimize these deaths, the French developed a creeping barrage during these retake attempts. Artillery would fire a curtain of shell just 50 yards in the front of the advancing infantry, moving forward in times increments. It worked, but if the infantry moved too fast or the artillery was too slow, the French ended up shading their own men. Okay. So basically, it worked, but if the infantry moved too fast or the artillery was too slow, the French ended up shelling their own men. Okay. That was absolutely a horrible, a disastrous blunder that I've ever seen. How you can just spend. You know what is sad is that you spend millions of francs, millions of dollars, doesn't matter. At that time it was francs, to make strong fortress to defend your country, but because of your mismanagement, misjudgment, the fortress that you created, you just keep it there for the enemy to take it. So you just make everything for them, and you have much more difficulty to retake it. That's I'm amazed that if anyone was responsible, everyone get punished for that mismanagement. I would ask it. This blunder and but decision was any commander punished for it? In the rigid military capture of 90, punishment looked more like a quiet removal from power rather than a prison sentence. While no one was court martialed for the specific blunder of disarming the fort, the primary architect of the disaster eventually lost his job. Okay, General Joseph Joffre, promoted out of power. Yeah, General. Wait. That chief of... I mean, he was terrible. He just ruined his own country with that decision. Look, as the commander-in-chief, Joseph Joffre bore the ultimate responsibility for disarming the forts and ignoring intelligence reports. The punishment. He wasn't fired immediately because he was still a national hero for the 1914 victory at the Marne. Instead, in December 1916, the government promoted him to Marshal of France, a high prestige title that essentially stripped him of all actual command power. Oh, okay. The reality. It was a face-saving way for the French government to get rid of him. He was replaced by General Robert Nivelle. Okay. General Hare. The arrogance. The problem is the arrogance. How you can just do not consider your military intelligence, ignoring the information, and make a decision just by your thoughts, and you come to the point that say, okay, fortress without arm, we disarm it because it's not anymore important, and Germans could get it so easily, and with all the costs, with they had to retake it because strategically it was a very important area, Verdun. So they cost 370,000 soldiers around. The tragic hero. Okay, so we're going to continue. The reason that I stop at that because it's the most horrific, battles in World War I.
Verdun. German General Erich von Falkenhayn knows France will defend this symbolic town to the last man. His plan, in his own words, is to bleed France white in its defense. It is the strategy of attrition. Verdun becomes one of the most terrifying battles of the war, a mincing machine, where infantry divisions are destroyed almost as fast as they can be fed into the line. In Britain, 1 million men have already volunteered for military service. But the government realizes it won't be enough. Britain becomes the last major power to introduce conscription. That spring, on the Western Front, British troops are the last to be issued with steel helmets. The nature of trench warfare produces a high proportion of head wounds. The German Stahlhelm, the French Adrian helmet, and the British Mark I steel helmet offer limited protection from shell splinters and shrapnel. Neutral Portugal has been cooperating with the British, which seems to offer the best chance of holding on to her African colony, Portuguese Angola. On the 9th of March, Germany retaliates by declaring war on Portugal. On the Eastern Front, Russia launches an attack near Lake Narok to relieve pressure on the French at Verdun, but it's a disaster. There are 100,000 Russian casualties, and the attack fails to divert any German troops from the fighting.
I don't understand how Russians handle the war with Western countries. You know, as much as they are good with Eastern countries, like look at Ottomans, how they can handle with just a small portion of the army. But when it comes to Western countries, their Western borders, like with Germany, with France, Napoleon, and that, no matter, they just have numbers. The only thing that they have is numbers, but they lost again. Look, just 100,000 casualties in just one battle. And every time the poor Russians people had to again replacing with them, they commanders were just terrible. They had forces, they had power, but the government, the commanders, I don't know how they could manage the war, how they could reach to that rank.
At Verdun. In Dublin, Irish Republicans launch an armed revolt against British rule. It becomes known as the Easter Rising and is put down after 6 days of street fighting. In the Middle East, after a 5-month siege, British forces at Kut surrender. General Townsend leads 9,000 British and Indian soldiers into captivity. About half later die from starvation or disease. Britain wants Arab support in its fight against the Ottoman Empire, so it's promised Arab leaders an independent Arab state after the war. But now, Britain and France secretly sign the Sykes-Picot Agreement, planning after the war to divide the Middle East into British and
international zone, British zone, French zone.
French zones of control. Unaware of this deal, Hussein bin Ali, Sharif of Mecca, leads the Arabs in revolt against Turkish Ottoman rule. In the Battle of Mecca, his forces seize control of the Holy City. On the Italian front, Austro-Hungarian forces launch a
That's important, because I knew that because Mecca is a very important Islamic country, and it was under control of Ottoman. I didn't know what happened in the World War I that Ottomans finally collapsed. So now I'm understanding. Okay, just I check about Battle of Mecca. Battle of Mecca. Mecca, how they write it? Mecca. Okay. The Battle of Mecca was the opening engagement of Great Arab Revolt during the World War I. It saw the Arab forces led by Sharif Hussein bin Ali rise up against the Ottoman Empire to establish an independent Arab state. The outbreak of the revolt. Okay. He signed the start of the rebellion by firing a rifle shot from the balcony of his palace in Mecca. The forces, approximately 5,000 Arab supporters, attacked the Ottoman garrison, which consisted of roughly 1,000 to 1,400 soldiers. Confusion on the field. Initially, the Ottoman commander was unaware a revolt had begun because the Arab and Ottomans banners were the same color. Oh, okay. The course of the battle. The conflict was intense and lasted nearly a month as the Ottomans retreated to fortified positions. Early gains. Arab forces quickly captured the Ottoman government's office and the deputy government within the first few days. The stalemates. Remaining Ottoman troops refused to surrender and held out in the three fortresses overlooking the city and Jiraval barracks. British assistance. The stalemate was broken when the British sent artillery pieces from Sudan with trained Egyptian gunners to breach the fortress walls. Okay. The outcome and impact. The battle ended in July 4th. Okay, when it started. Okay, June 10th. With the surrender of the final Ottoman stronghold at the Jiraval barracks, the battle ended on July 4th. Mecca was annexed into the newly formed kingdom of Hejaz, with Sharif Hussein as its ruler. Religious significance. During the fighting, Ottoman's shell struck the Kaaba, setting fire to the way. This was used as a powerful propaganda tool to portray the Ottomans as impious. Wow. Geopolitical shifts. The victory marked the beginning of the decline of Ottoman. Okay, the victory marked the beginning of the decline of Ottoman influence in the Arabian Peninsula and set the stage for the modern Middle East.
On the Italian front, Austro-Hungarian forces launch a surprise attack at Asiago. Italian defences give way. Austro-Hungarian troops are poised to break through into northern Italy. That month in the North Sea, the German High Seas Fleet clashes with the British Grand Fleet at the Battle of Jutland. In the only major naval battle of the war, the British suffer heavier losses, but claim victory as the German fleet withdraws and does not re-emerge from its base for the rest of the war. For the summer of 1916, the Allies have planned major simultaneous offensives against the Central Powers, from east and west. Now they are needed more than ever to relieve pressure on the French at west. Simultaneous offensive. Summer of 1916, the Allies have planned major simultaneous offensives against the Central Powers, from east and west. Now they are needed more than ever to relieve pressure on the French at Verdun and the Italians at Asiago. The Russians launched their attack first. On the Eastern Front, General Alexei Brusilov has carefully maintained the element of surprise. His troops break through the enemy lines, in some places advancing 60 miles and taking 200,000 prisoners. This brilliant, though costly, Russian attack achieves its aim, as the Central Powers are forced to redeploy troops from other fronts to shore up the line. Powers are forced to redeploy troops from other fronts to shore up the line. At sea, British cruiser HMS Hampshire, en route to Russia, hits a mine and sinks off Orkney. Among the 650 dead is Britain's iconic Secretary of State for War, Lord Kitchener. 3 days later in the Adriatic, Italian troop ship Principe Umberto is sunk by a German submarine. It's the deadliest sinking of the war, with 1,900 lives lost. Umberto is sunk by a German submarine. Italian troop ship Principe Umberto is sunk by a German submarine. It's the deadliest sinking of the war, with 1,900 lives lost. On the Western Front, Britain and France launched their major summer offensive, the Battle of the Somme. Hopes are high for a breakthrough, but the first day is a disaster. A long Allied artillery bombardment fails to knock out German defences, and waves of British infantry are cut down by machine gun fire as they advance into no man's land. In the space of a few hours, the British suffer 57,000 casualties, a third of them killed.
Wow! Battle of Somme. The Battle of Somme. Okay, the Verdun was the blood mile of France. The Battle of the Somme, July 1st to November 18th, was the graveyard of British Empire. It remains the deadliest battle in British history. The National Archive notes it was launched specifically to relieve the French at Verdun. The blackest day in British history. The battle began on July 1st, 1916, after a massive 7-day artillery bombardment. The British believed the German wire would be cut and the defenders dead. They were wrong. The disaster, when 100,000 British soldiers climbed over the top, German machine gunners who had survived in deep dugouts moved them down. Mowed them down. They told. In just one day, the British suffered 57,000 casualties, including 19,000 dead. It remains the heaviest one-day loss in the history of British Army. Imperial War Museums emphasizes that many of these men were pale battalions, friends from the same town who died together. Okay. The first tanks in history. Okay. The Somme in historically significant because it saw the debut of a new weapon, the tank. Okay, it's interesting. So basically, tanks were created, was born in a military military world from that time. September 15th. Mark 1 tank. Okay, Mark 1 tanks. I'm curious to see it. Yeah.
It's the worst day in the history of the British Army. But more attacks are ordered, and the battle will rage for another 5 months. Encouraged by the Russian advance, Romania joins the Allies. But despite an initially successful advance into Transylvania, Romania quickly faces a counter-offensive from German, Bulgarian and Austro-Hungarian forces. The Allied force at Salonika tries to support Romania by launching their own offensive towards Monastir. With Serbian troops in the lead, there are small gains, but dogged Bulgarian resistance prevents a breakthrough. On the Western Front, General von Falkenhayn finally calls off the attack at Verdun. The French army has honored their commander General Nivelle's promise. Ils ne passeront pas. They shall not pass. But victory comes at a terrible price. 365,000 casualties. The Germans lose almost as many. Verdun remains one of the bloodiest battles in human history. For his defeat at Verdun, Falkenhayn is sacked, and Germany's heroes of the Eastern Front, von Hindenburg and Ludendorff, take command in the west. Meanwhile, the Battle of the Somme continues. Near the village of Flers, the British introduce a new weapon they hope can break the deadlock of the trenches. It is called the tank. But despite some small successes, the first tanks are too few in number and too prone to mechanical failure to make any real impact. On the Eastern Front, Russia's Brusilov offensive comes to an end. Casualty estimates vary wildly, but it's clear both sides have suffered catastrophic losses. Neither the Russian
Just in Russia, everything is different.
Nor the Austro-Hungarian army ever fully recover.
Russian casualty estimated 1 million casualty. Austro-Hungarian casualties estimated 1.4 million.
But it's clear both an end. Casualty estimates vary wildly, but it's clear both sides have suffered catastrophic losses. Neither the Russian nor the Austro-Hungarian army ever fully recovers. On the Italian front, heavy
Russians just fight in another way. I cannot. There is no. I haven't seen like many strategic achievement. If they get a win, they just get it by lives. They pay it with lives.
Fighting rages throughout the autumn, as Italian forces make repeated, costly assaults against Austro-Hungarian positions along the Isonzo River. The Battle of the Somme comes to an end amid autumn rain and mud. The Allies have advanced 10 miles at the cost of 600,000 casualties. German losses are about 450,000. The Allies reassure themselves that this is a winning strategy, because at this rate, Germany will run out of men first. Meanwhile, disaster engulfs Romania as the country is overrun by the Central Powers. Romanian forces suffer 250,000 casualties. The remnants of its army take position alongside the Russians on the Eastern Front. That winter, Franz Joseph, Emperor of Austria since 1848, dies. He is succeeded by Karl. In Britain, Prime Minister Herbert Asquith is forced from office and succeeded by David Lloyd George, while General Joffre is replaced as French Commander-in-Chief by General Nivelle, who promises victory through bold, aggressive action. Amid the comings and goings, US President Woodrow Wilson's attempts to mediate a peace settlement come to nothing. Neither side is willing to make concessions.
I will come back, guys. Okay. I come back.
In 1916, World War I became a war of attrition. Both sides began to focus less on winning victory on the battlefield than grinding down the enemy and inflicting such enormous losses. Both sides began to focus less on winning victory on the battlefield than grinding down the enemy and inflicting such enormous losses they would be forced to surrender. In 1917, the strategy will push Europe's major powers to the brink of collapse. Germany knows it will lose a long war of attrition against the Allies, who have greater resources. So its leaders gamble. They resume unrestricted submarine warfare, believing their U-boats can cut off Britain's food imports by sea and starve the country into surrender within 6 months. But the new shoot-on-sight tactics mean neutral American ships will inevitably be caught in the crossfire, risking America joining the war on the Allied side. Just 2 days into the campaign, the SS Housatonic, an American steamer carrying wheat from Galveston, Texas to England, is sunk by a U-boat. The British then pass to the US government a from Galveston, Texas to England. An American steamer carrying wheat from Galveston.
Okay, SS Houston, what was that? American steamer carrying wheat. Okay, carrying
Texas to England is sunk by a U-boat. The British then pass to the US government a telegram they've intercepted from German Foreign Secretary Arthur Zimmermann to the German ambassador in Mexico. Germany is encouraging Mexico to attack America. If America and Germany is encouraging Mexico from German foreign secretaries to the US government a telegram they've intercepted.
Wow, I didn't know that. Really? They wanted to do that? Oh, it's just 1 minute. That's interesting. They wanted. So basically, they wanted to encourage Mexico to attack USA. Did they really know about the power of these two countries? What happened?
Allied side. Just 2 days into the campaign, the SS Housatonic, an American steamer carrying wheat from Galveston, Texas to England, is sunk by a U-boat. The British then pass to the US government a telegram they've intercepted from German Foreign Secretary Arthur Zimmermann to the German ambassador in Mexico. Germany is encouraging Mexico to attack America if America and Germany end up at war. The so-called Zimmermann telegram puts yet more pressure on US President Wilson to declare war on Germany. In Russia, enormous casualties and bread shortages lead to riots and revolution. The Tsar.
Russia was handling the war catastrophically. They were outnumbered. Since the beginning of the war, they were outnumbered. But they managed so poorly. Because I think because of the incompetent commanders that they put it on the higher echelon of decisions. Just because of, their, I feel, loyalty and that. They handled it so poorly that they entered into a horrible condition. So yeah, and that's for sure they will face that condition. the revolution.
Abdicates. A provisional government takes charge, pledging to continue the war and revolution. The Tsar abdicates. A provisional government takes charge, pledging to continue the war. But at the front, Russian troops begin to desert en masse.
But I think it passes very quickly. Wait, how many people? What was the condition? I think Tsar was executed, if I don't make mistake. Wait, I will ask. My assistant is here. So I will think what question I ask. Okay. In 1907, about Russian Revolution. Okay, the Russian Revolution of 1917 was actually two distinct revolutions that ended centuries of imperial rule and birthed the world's first communist state. It helped precisely because the Russian Empire was collapsing under the weight of World War I. The February Revolution, the fall of the Tsar. Despite the victory at Tannenberg for Germany, Russia had stayed in the war, but by 1917 the country was starving. Wow. The cause: massive food shortage in Petrograd, St. Petersburg, and staggering military losses. Over 5 million casualties led to bread riots. The turning point: when the Tsar ordered the army to fire on protesters. Okay, when the Tsar ordered the army to fire on the protesters, the soldiers mutinied and joined the crowds instead. The result: Tsar Nicholas II abdicated the throne, ending the 300-year Romanov dynasty. A provisional government took over, promising promising democracy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The fatal mistake: staying in war. Fatal mistake: staying in the war. The new provisional government made the same mistake as the Tsar. They refused to leave World War I. They launched the Kerensky offensive in July 1917, which was a total disaster. Okay, Russian soldiers began deserting the front lines by the hundreds of thousands, literally walking home to their village. This created a power vacuum that a small radical group was ready to fill. Okay, this created a power vacuum that a small radical group was ready to fill. Oh. The October Revolution. The Bolshevik takeover. The Bolshevik, led by Vladimir Lenin. Okay, so now I understand. So basically, maybe really there was a possibility for democracy, but a bad decision. They stayed in the World War. As a result, army left the fight. The October Revolution. Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, gained popularity with a simple three-word slogan: peace, land, bread. The coup. In October 1917, the Bolshevik Red Guards stormed the Winter Palace in Petrograd and arrested the provisional government. The exit from WW2. To secure his power, Lenin signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with Germany in March 1918. The cost of peace. Russia gave up a massive amount of territory, Russia gave up a massive amount of territory, including Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states, to Germany, just to get out of the war. Exiting WW1 didn't bring peace to Russia. Instead, it triggered a brutal civil war, 1917. And 1923. The Reds, the Bolsheviks, communists, the Whites, a loose coalitions of monarchists, capitalists, and social democrats supported by the Allies, Britain, France, and the USA, who were furious that Russia had abandoned the war. Who were furious. Okay, connection to the Western Front. When Russia quit the war in 1917, it was a disaster for the Allies. I can imagine. German transfer. Germany no longer had to fight a two-front war. They moved nearly 1 million veterans troops from the east to the west. This allowed Germany to launch the massive the final gamble. This allowed Germany to launch a massive offensive attack of 1918, nearly winning the war before the American army could arrive in full force. Okay. So now, okay. So the condition was terrible. But Caesar, I think he was executed. Wait, Caesar Nicholas II. Wait. Was Caesar executed with his family? I think he was executed with his family. Yes, Caesar is executed and his entire family were executed by Bolshevik revolutionaries. Okay. On the night, the execution was a brutal and chaotic event that took place in the basement of the Ipatiev house, where the family had been held under house arrest. The victims. Okay, the Bolsheviks didn't just kill the Tsar. They wanted to ensure Romanov bloodline could never reclaim the throne. The victims included Tsar Nicholas II and his wife, Tsar Alexander, their 5 children, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and the heir Alexei. 4 royal servants who choose to stay with them, including the family doctor. Okay. I thought that they were executed just instantly after they lost the power, but after the power, 1917, I think. Okay, so they was after I just check something. Okay, wait. For decades, rumor persists that the youngest daughter, Anastasia, had somehow escaped the basement. Several women after later claimed to be her, most famously Anna Anderson. However, modern scientists ended the history. Most of the bodies were found in shallow grave. Okay, the final two missing children were found nearby. They using DNA from the British royal family, who were cousins of the Caesarea. Oh, I didn't know that. British royal family who were cousins of the Caesarina. Scientists proved beyond any doubt that all 7 family members died in the basement. The execution shocked the world and horrified the Allied powers, Britain and France. It signaled to the world that the Bolsheviks were not looking for a compromise. They were building a completely new radical society on the ruins of the old one. Wow. Bolsheviks. I'm curious to know who are the Bolsheviks. Who were? I know that they were communists, but who were they? The Bolsheviks from Russian Bolshinisto, meaning majority. Okay. Majority were the radical far left faction of Russian Social Democrat Labor Party, led by Vladimir Lenin. They eventually became the Communist Party and established the world's first social state. Origin and name. The group formed in 1903 during the RSDLP's second Congress in London. This party split into 2 fractions over a disagreement about membership rules. Bolsheviks, majoritarians. Lenin wanted a small, highly disciplined party of professional revolutionaries. Meshvik, minoritarians, led by Julius Martov. They favored a board-based, more inclusive party open to sympathizers. Note, ironically, the Bolsheviks were often numerical minority in Russia until 1917. Okay. They took the name majority simply because they won a single key vote regarding the party's newspaper editorial board at 1903 Congress. Wow. How they use propaganda. That's amazing because I thought if they are majority, so it seems majority, they are majority, but not actually. Until 1917, they took the same the name majority simply because they won a single key vote regarding the party's newspaper editorial board at the 1903 Congress. Unlike more moderate socialists, the Bolsheviks followed a radical interpretation of Marxism called Leninism. They believed working class needed a vanguard, elite leaders, to guide them because they were not yet politically conscious enough to lead a revolution on their own. Violent revolution. They rejected peaceful and gradual parliamentary reform, calling for the immediate violent overthrow of the Tsar and later the provisional government. Dictatorships of the proletariat. They aimed to establish a one-party state where the Bolsheviks ruled in the name of the workers to transition society toward communism. Wow. Key leaders: Vladimir Lenin, the undisputed ideological founder and first leader of Soviet Russia. Leon Trotsky, a brilliant orator and organizer who led the Red Army during the ensuing Civil War. Joseph Stalin, an early Bolshevik who later succeeded Lenin and transformed the USSR into a global superpower through brutal centralization. So, that's sad because we know what happened after. And until now, we see the results of it. So basically, they did a mistake here. I mean, they did many mistakes, but the main transitional mistake was, I think, okay, after the revolution. So Tsar lost the power. The major problem was here. After Tsar, when Tsar II was abdicated the throne, when Tsar abdicated the throne, so the new provincial governments made the same mistake as Tsar. They refused to leave World War I. Basically, they couldn't win the war. There was a starvation, but they decided to continue the war against the wills of people. One of the reasons that Tsar lost the power, it was because of the starvation, and the starvation came because of the war. But provisional government also decided to continue the war, and this is the main issue. Because as a result of it, They started another war, which was another disaster, just a Russians' specialty, commanders' specialty. I mean, they are just good to destroy their own army. Russian soldiers began deserting the front lines by the hundreds of thousands, walking home to their villages. This created a power vacuum that a small radical group was ready to fill, and this is Bolsheviks. They came and take over. Yeah. That's sad. So there are too many things to read about it. But before that, but I'm not going to Russia and what happened after that. We are in World War I.
After a string of German provocations.
So I'm now very curious to see how the war ended, as everything goes very well for Germany. They win many things. They could, after the peace, they could gain many lands like Ukraine, Baltic states, and Poland.
The US finally declares war on Germany to continue the war. But at the front, Russian troops begin to desert en masse. After pledging to continue the war. But at the front, Russian troops begin to desert en masse. After a string of German provocations, the US finally declares war on Germany. It brings immense resources to the Allied cause. A string of German provocations, the US finally declares war on Germany. It brings immense resources to the Allied cause, but they will take many months to mobilize. And the German gamble of unrestricted submarine warfare may still pay off. April is the U-boat's most successful month of the war. They sink 886,000 tons of Allied shipping, an average of 17 ships a day, all packed with urgently needed food and supplies. Britain will face starvation if the U-boats are not defeated soon. On the Western Front, the British launched the Battle of Arras, a diversion to support a major upcoming French offensive. After heavy fighting, Canadian troops seized the high ground of Vimy Ridge. It's a limited Allied victory, but costs 150,000 Allied casualties to 130,000 German. Above the trenches, the First Air War has reached new levels of sophistication and deadliness. Reconnaissance aircraft are crucial for spotting enemy positions and directing artillery fire onto them. Scout aircraft or fighters try to shoot them down before they can execute their mission. New models of aircraft are developed every few months, but that spring, the superiority of German aircraft leads to heavy Allied losses in what becomes known before they can execute their mission. New models of aircraft are developed every few months, but that spring, the superiority of German aircraft leads to heavy Allied losses in what becomes known as Bloody April. Three days after the fall of Vimy Ridge, French General Robert Nivelle launches his main offensive. Expectations are high, but after initial success, the advance bogs down and casualties quickly mount on both sides. The apparently senseless losses cause morale in the French army to collapse. Whole units mutiny, refusing to attack.
Yeah, because after the battle of what was the name? Verbon. Yeah, I just check it. Battle of Verdun. Yeah, after of Battle of Verdun, that basically the French army were massacred, were slaughtered. So they didn't want anymore like that, these suicidal attacks.
General Nivelle is sacked as French commander-in-chief and replaced by General Pétain, hero of Verdun, who promises no more suicidal attacks. That summer, at Messines Ridge, the British tunnel under the German lines and detonate 19 enormous mines under the enemy position. It's the largest man-made explosion in history to date. 19 enormous mines under the enemy position. And at Messines Ridge, the British tunnel under the German lines and detonate 19 enormous mines under the enemy position. It's the largest man-made explosion in history to date and paves the way to a brilliant but highly local British victory. Were British mines under the German lines and
Messines.
Detonate.
Battle of Messines. Battle of Messines. Messines. Wait, yeah, Messines. If Verdun was the blood meal and the Battle of Messines was a masterpiece of military engineering and arguably the most successful British operation of the war. It is famous for the largest man-made explosion in history before the atomic bomb. Wow, the strategic, the Big Bang. The British commander, General Herbert Plumer, knew that a frontal infantry charge against the Germans held Messines Ridge would be suicidal. Instead, he spent 18 months preparing a secret subterranean attack. The tunnels, British, Austrian, and Canadian sappers, miners, dug 22 massive tunnels under German lines. Such a brilliant idea. Wow. The payload. They packed these tunnels with over 450 tons, 1 million pounds of high explosives. Ammunition. The secrecy. Despite German counter-mining efforts where they dug their own tunnels to listen for the British, most of the mines remained undetected. 0 hour, June 7th, 1917. At 3:10 a.m., 19 of the 20 mines were detonated simultaneously. One had been discovered by Germans and another failed to fire. The explosion. The shock waves was so powerful it was reportedly heard in London and felt as an earthquake in Switzerland. The casualties, roughly 10,000 German soldiers were killed instantly. Wow! Literally vaporized or burned alive as the ridge crest simply disappeared. Wow, wow, wow. The pillars of fire, giants craters, some over 200 feet wide and 40 feet deep, were blasted into the earth. You can still see many of them today, such as Caterpillar, Craster, oh, wow, and Pool of Peace. You know, guys, that's the plan. Such a masterpiece. Wow. Pool of Peace. Wow. Pool office is the pool office of Senate Crest is a historical World War I market near Belgium. Unlike the disaster at the Somme, the infantry advance at Messines was a textbook success. The bite and hold. Plumer used a limited objective tactics. Instead of trying to break through miles of territory, the troops moved forward under a creeping barrage, occupied the shattered German trench, and immediately dug into their defend against counterattack. Wait, what is that? Under a creeping barrage, occupied the shelters trench. Okay, immediately dug into defend against counterattack. Okay, I understand. The result: the British captured the entire reach within hours with relatively low casualties. The last mine. One final mine is still buried deep under a farm near Messines today, containing roughly 22,000 kilograms of explosive. It is considered too dangerous to recover and remain a ticking time bomb. Wow. Where is Messines? Where is Messines? No, Messines, Belgium. It's here. Lille. Okay, it was here. So my questions is actually planning and technology. However, the victory was short-lived, as it was merely a prelude to the much larger and far more tragic Battle of Passchendaele later that year. Okay, wait, I want to know. Did they put the X under the German trench? Explosive. Yes, they were placed directly beneath the German frontline trenches and key strong points. Tunneling companies spent over a year secretly burrowing through a deep layer of blue clay to reach positions right under the German feet. Wow, that was genius.
19 enormous mines under the enemy position. It's the largest man-made explosion in history to date, and paves the way to a brilliant but highly local British victory. In Greece, King Constantine, who has favoured neutrality, is forced to abdicate, and Greece joins the Allies. Russia's provisional government orders a new attack, but the July offensive is a disaster. The morale and discipline of the Russian army has collapsed. It can no longer be relied on to fight, and the Central Powers' counterattack is almost unopposed. At sea, the Allies begin to group their merchant ships into convoys, which sail under naval escort. The new system leads to a steady fall in losses. The tide is turning in the U-boat war. As discontent with the war grows in Germany, the German parliament, the Reichstag, passes a peace resolution, calling for his turn new ships is almost longer be relied on to.
Basically, this one was basically the last Russian attack. What was the result? Because it turns out to be a disaster, and the Russian army collapsed, and as we know, the communists took the place. They entered into a civil war. Yeah, so it's the important war. Kerensky War. Wait. Kerensky. No. Okay. Wait. No. Okay. The fatal mistake. Oh, okay, so that was good. Alexander Kerensky was one of the most tragic and pivotal figures of the 20th century. For a few brief months in 1917, he was the most powerful man in Russia, standing between the fallen Tsar and the rising Bolsheviks. He is remembered as the man who tried to turn Russia into a Western-style democracy. Oh, okay. But failed because he refused to stop fighting World War I. His rise to power. After the February Revolution, Kerensky was the only politician to hold a high position in both the provincial government, the official government. Okay, Kerensky was the only politician to hold a high position in both the provincial government and the Petrograd Soviet, the Workers and Soldiers Council. Wow. He was a brilliant orator and was initially loved by the public. He rose quickly from Minister of Justice to Minister of War and finally to Prime Minister in July 1917. Alexander Kerensky. Why he did that mistake? No. The fatal mistake. The Kerensky offensive. Kerensky's greatest blunder was his belief that a massive military victory would unite Russia and save the revolution. The offensive. In July 1917, he ordered a massive attack against Austro-Hungarian and German forces. The result, after a few days of progress, the Russian army, exhausted and starving, simply collapsed. Soldiers killed their officers and deserted the front en masse. The fallout. This destroyed Kerensky's reputation. The Russian people wanted bread and peace, but Kerensky gave them more war and more death. The Kornilov affair. In August 1917, a right-wing general named Lavr Kornilov marched his troops toward Petrograd, seemingly to stage a military coup. The panic, terrified of a military dictatorship, Kerensky turned to the only organized group in the city, the Bolsheviks. The arming of the enemy. The arming of the enemy? What? He released Bolsheviks leader from prison and gave their Red Guards thousands of rifles to defend the city. The irony. Kornikov's coup collapsed before it reached the city. Wow. Oh my god. But the Bolsheviks were now armed, organized, and seen as the true saviors of the revolution. Kerensky looked weak and desperate. The fall and the long exile. When the Bolsheviks finally staged the October Revolution, Kerensky found himself abandoned. The escape. As the Red Guard stormed the Winter Palace, Kerensky escaped the city in a car borrowed from the American embassy. He spent the rest of his life in Western Europe and the United States. He became a history professor at Stanford University, where he spent decades writing books explaining why his government failed. Historians often describe Kerensky as a man stuck in the middle. This is true. To the Tsarian, he was revolutionary traitor. To the Bolsheviks, he was bourgeois puppet who kept Russia in capitalist war. The paradox, he was a Democrat who tried to rule during a time of total chaos that required a dictator's ruthlessness that Lenin was more than happy to provide. The Russian Orthodox Church in New York refused to bury him, viewing him as the man who paved the way for the communist takeover of Russia. Wow. I mean, I think he had good ideas. In general, I think he had like a good plan for Russia to make it democratic. But, you know, the problem with the dominoes effect, bad decisions during the Tsar reign, and how they handled the war in World War I, it was so terrible. But he didn't pay attention to what people wanted. For sure, if he wanted to make peace with Germany, he needed to pay a lot, like lose a lot of lands that finally Russia lost. So this is for sure. They lose a lot of lands. It was inevitable because they couldn't war. The population were basically starving. He wanted to gain more, and he wanted at the same time be in the war because he didn't want that Germany wins. The war was like in bigger echelon. It wasn't just about Russia. It was about also their allies. So he did a bad decision, for sure. Continuing the war. It was a terrible decision. But what I want to know is about the offensive. How was Kerensky offensive? Okay. And July offensive was the final desperate military gasps of Russian Empire. It was a catastrophic failure that directly led to the collapse of the provincial governments. Okay. But I know. Okay. The consequences, why it matters. The failure of offensive was the point of no return for Russia in WW1, military disintegration. The army essentially ceased to exist as a fighting force. Over 400 Russian... What? 400,000 casualties occurred in just a few weeks, and mass desertions followed. Political suicide. Wow. Initial success, total collapse. The offensive targeted Austro and German forces in Galicia, modern-day Ukraine. Day 1 and 2. The attack began on July the 1st with a massive artillery barrage. The Russians initially broke through the Austrian-Hungarian lines and took thousands of prisoners. The turning point. After the first few days, the momentum stopped. The German army launched a swift counteroffensive, and Russian front lines simply dissolved. What was the casualty? Kerensky. Okay. Casualty of so the July offensive resulted in a catastrophic losses. Okay. But the total casualty estimated range from 200,000 to as high as 400,000 men. Approximately 40,000 soldiers were killed in action, though some timelines suggest the higher figures, including those who died during the disorganized retreat. In addition to combat loss, over 42,000 soldiers officially deserted during the offensive. In reality, hundreds of thousands more simply walked away from the front line as the army collapsed. Wow. The German and Austro forces also suffered significant losses, particularly during the few days when Russia artillery was effective. 60 to 40, 82,000 men, prisoners, 37,000 Central Powers troops. Okay, were captured. Okay. So, that is sad because Russia would become a democracy. There was a grasp of hope, That's if Kerensky would take a correct and might be bad decision, but correct decisions, it was necessary to leave the war. They needed to do that, but they didn't. And we know what happened after.
The morale and discipline of the Russian army has collapsed. It can no longer be relied on to fight, and the Central Powers' counterattack is almost unopposed. At sea, the Allies begin to group their merchant ships into convoys, which sail under naval escort. The new system leads to a steady fall in losses. The tide is turning in the U-boat war. As discontent with the war grows in Germany, the German parliament, the Reichstag, passes a peace resolution, calling for a peace of understanding and reconciliation. Grows in Germany, the German parliament, the Reichstag, passes a peace resolution, calling for a peace of understanding and reconciliation. It's ignored by the German High Command, which now effectively rules the country as a military dictatorship. In Belgium, the British launched their major offensive of 1917.
Just one thing. It says that Parliament wanted peace, but High Command rejected it. So it wasn't a democracy, or it was democracy. It seems that because of war it turns to a dictatorship. What happened? Democracy? During World War I, Germany was not a fully democracy. It was a semi-constitutional monarchy that combined democratic elements with high powerful authoritarian rules. The political situation can be broken down into three stages during the war years. The pre-war and early war system. The German Empire was a hybrid of democratic and autocratic systems. Democratic features. It had one of the most progressive electoral laws of the time. Universal male suffrage for those 25 and older, allowing for secret and equal ballots. These led to a thriving multi-party system where Social Democratic Party became the largest group in parliament by 1912. Autocratic reality. Power was ultimately concentrated in the hands of Kaiser Wilhelm II. The Chancellor was appointed by the Kaiser and was not responsible to the parliament. Wow. Furthermore, the Reichstag had no control over the military or foreign policy. So it was more like decorative. If it's not effective, it doesn't work. The silent dictatorship. As the war dragged on, democratic influence vanished almost entirely. Yeah. Military dictatorships. By the 1916, the Supreme Army Command, led by General Paul von Hindenburg and Erich Ludendorff, took de facto control of the government. The civilian chancellor and the Reichstag were largely bypassed as the military leadership determined imperial policy, almost dictatorially. Okay, dictatorially. The revolution from above, October 1918. So I'm not going to that line. Wait. I can read it. In the final weeks of the war, as defeat becomes certain, in the final weeks, Germany underwent a rapid transition, parliamentarization, to meet U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's peace conditions and shift the blame for defeat onto civilian politicians. The High Command allowed reform that made the government responsible to the Reichstag. This brief parliamentary monarchy ended within weeks when the German Revolution broke out in November 1918, leading to Kaiser's abdictions and the establishment of the Weimar Republic. Germany's first true experiment with full democracy. Wow, they reach into the full democracy, and Nazis could reach into power and become again the dictatorship. I'm very curious how their democracy failed, how they could like Nazis, fascists could get the power and destroy the democracy. I'm very curious to know, maybe later.
Third Battle of Ypres. It will be remembered as Passchendaele. Major offensive of 1917. The Third Battle of Ypres. It will be remembered as Passchendaele. Heavy shelling, rain and broken irrigation channels turned the battlefield into a sea of mud. In these impossible conditions, all hopes of a breakthrough soon fade. The attack of In Belgium, the British launched their major offensive of 1917, the Third Battle of Ypres. It will be remembered as Passchendaele. Heavy shelling, rain and broken irrigation channels turned the battlefield into a sea of mud. In these impossible conditions, all hopes of a breakthrough soon fade. The attack is called off after 3 months, by which point the British have suffered 240,000 casualties, the Germans 200,000. On the Italian front, at the 11th Battle of the Isonzo, Italian and Austro-Hungarian forces batter each other into exhaustion. There are 150,000 Italian casualties, 100,000 Austro-Hungarian. That year, 1917, the list of Allied nations grows. Brazil, Liberia, China, and Siam all declare war on Germany as a result of German U-boat attacks, or to curry favour with the Allies. China will contribute many thousands of labourers working for the Allies in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia.
Wait, is before Mao? Who was ruling China at that time? Okay, involved. Wait. China. We are talking about, but China wasn't in war with Japan. No. Okay. I think the catastrophe of Nanjing, when Japan attacked to China, that did horrible crimes, horrible atrocities. I think it was in World War II, but I will check it. Yeah, I want to know what happened with China, but I will come back, guys. Okay, guys. So I come back. I ate my dinner. Try to become refreshed, take more energy to continue with what happened in the World War I. So for now, I want to check two things. One about China and Japan, because weirdly these two countries at that time they became in the Allies group, so they declared war to Germany. And because I know that Japan and Russia, they were in trouble, and Japan with China, but I don't know the details. I don't know at what period of history they were against each other. And we are talking about Japan, who, Japan at that time, it was imperial and very brutal. But before that, I want to check about one of the war that British launched against Germany, and I want to get more information about it.
1917, the Third Battle of Ypres. It will be remembered as Passchendaele.
Okay, Battle of Ypres. I want to know about that. Ypres. Oh, okay. Actually, there wasn't just one battle. There were 5 major battles fought around the Belgian town of Ypres. Oh, okay. So, we are talking about the this one. I don't know how to pronounce it. How is it pronounced?
It will be remembered as Passchendaele.
Passchendaele. Okay, Third Ypres, Passchendaele. This is the one. Okay. This is the one people remember for the mud. It was launched by General Haig, the same man from the Somme, to break through to the Belgian coast. The nightmare. Constant rain and artillery destroyed the drainage system, turning the battlefield into a swamp of liquid mud. The coast. Men and horses literally drowned in the mud. The Allies gained only 5 miles, 8 kilometers, at the cost of over 500,000 combined casualties, just for 8 kilometers. That was horrible of the war. Wow. Fourth and fifth Ypres. So I've not come to that, but that was horrible.
Heavy shelling, rain and broken irrigation channels turned the battlefield into a sea of mud. In these impossible conditions, all hopes of a breakthrough soon fade. The attack is called off after 3 months, by which point the British have suffered 240,000 casualties, the Germans 200,000. On the Italian front, at the 11th Battle of the Isonzo, Italian and Austro-Hungarian forces batter each other into exhaustion. there are 150,000 Italian casualties, 100,000 Austro-Hungarian. That year, 1917, the list of Allied nations grows. Brazil, Liberia, China, and Siam all declare war on Germany as a result.
Okay. The rule. Okay, what were the rules? The rule of the rule of Japan and China. Okay, Japan and China both participated in the World War One on the side of allies, through their rules differ. Okay, though their rules differ significantly. Japan took a direct combat and naval role in Asia and the Pacific, while China's primary contribution was a massive non-combatant labor force sent to Europe. Both nations joined the conflict hoping to gain international prestige and curb each other's territorial ambitions. Japan entered the war on August 23rd, 1914, honoring the Anglo-Japanese alliance with Britain. Okay. Its primary goal was to seize German positions in East Asia and the Pacific while European powers were distracted. Siege of Qingdao. The Imperial Japanese Army and naval besieged and captured the German leased territory of Qingdao in China's Shandong province in November 1914. This was the only major land battle in East Asia during the war. So this is okay. Wow, China sent approximately 140,000 laborers to Western Front to support British and French forces. These men performed grueling and hazardous tasks. Okay, oh my god. Including digging trenches, repairing tanks, cleaning mines, and exhuming bodies. Sacrifices. Wow, Spanish flu here. Thousands of Chinese laborers died from disease such as the Spanish flu. This Spanish flu was a disaster at that time. It was worse than the COVID. Shelling or ship sinking, such as SS Atus, which was also. Wait, okay. Chinese laborers died from diseases and which was sunk by a German U-boat. Entry into war. China officially declared war on Austria and Germany. August 1914. How many they lost? It didn't say. Thousands of Chinese labor died from disease. Or ship. That's okay. Post-war conflict. Post-war conflict. the Shandong problem. The end of the war created deep resentment between the two nations and sparked a surge in Chinese nationalism. 21 months in 1915, Japan secretly issued an ultimatum to China known as the 21 demands. These sought to turn China into a virtual Japanese protectorate by granting Japan excessive economic and political control. Treaty of Versailles. Despite China being a victorious nation, the 1919 Treaty of Versailles transferred Germany's former right in Shandong directly to Japan instead of returning them to China. This perceived betrayal led to mass student protests in Beijing. Outrages by the treaty, the Chinese delegation became the only one at the conference to refuse sign the Treaty of Versailles. Who was ruling the China? Okay, Japan and China entered war in before. In WW2. And the third question, Japan and when Japan and Russia started war with each other. So I think it's more about World War II. During the period spanning World War I and World War II, China was ruled by Republic of China. Though its central authority was often fractured by warlords, internal civil war, and foreign invasion. Okay. Who was ruling China? The governance of China underwent several major transitions during this era. The Beiyang government, okay. Republic of China, that's okay. Nationalist government, oh. Puppet regimes. Mao Zedong, okay. Internal rivalry. Throughout the 1914, the ruling KMT faced constant challenges from the Chinese Communist Party, led by Mao, while they occasionally banded together to fight Japan. They were in okay, so that's okay. China and Japan in World War II. China and Japan entered World War II much earlier than many Western nations. Initial aggression conflict began when Japan seized Manchuria in 1931. Full-scale war, total war, known as the Second Sino-Japanese War, began on July 7, 1937, following a clash at the Marco Polo Bridge outside Beijing. This is regarded by some as the true beginning of the World War II in Asia. Official entry into World War II. The conflict became a former part of the World War II in the December 1941 after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor led the United States and Britain to join the war against Japan. China then officially joined the Allies. Japan and Russia's conflict. Japan and Russia fought several major wars and border conflicts in the 20th century. Russo-Japanese War. This conflict was fought over rival imperial ambitions in Manchuria and Korea. Where is Manchuria? I don't know. What? How is that possible? Japan is there and there are conflict for Manchuria. Russia is there. How they had a conflict about? I think it's about another area. It just doesn't make sense. Japan's victory was the first time in modern history an Asian power defeated a major European power. Okay, Port Arthur. Siberian intervention. Japan sent over 70,000 troops to Siberia during the Russian Civil War to support anti-Bolshevik forces. Wow. Border conflicts. The two nations fought significant undeclared border battles, most notably the Battle of Khalkhin Gol in 1939, where the Soviet army decisively defeated the Japanese. Despite the 1945 neutrality pact, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan on August 8. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, they were in neutrality relationship in 1941. So, although Russia and Germany, they were in war, but Japan didn't start war with them. Okay, I didn't know. Yeah, after that Germany lost the battle, Soviet Union declared war. Where is Manchuria? Where is that place? Okay, the map says it's there, this area, Manchuria. But the only problem is that it doesn't make sense for me because Russia is here and Japan is there. So how they send army there? On September 18, following the stage Mukden incident to seize resources reach northern China. Okay. So they made a puppet state of Manchukuo, making a significant step toward the World War II. Defying League of Nations. So really, so basically it seems that it's because it says northern China, so I think it's true, it's there. So basically you just walk through China and get there.
Result of German U-boat attacks, or to curry favour with the Allies. China will contribute many thousands of labourers working for the Allies in Europe, the Middle East and Asia. That year in the Middle East, British forces avenged their 1916 humiliation at Kut by defeating the Ottoman Turks and marching on to occupy Baghdad. British forces in Egypt advance across the Sinai Desert, but are thrown back by Ottoman forces at the First and Second Battles of Gaza. In July, Arab rebels capture the strategic Ottoman port of Aqaba. They are accompanied by a British military advisor, Captain T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia. That autumn, British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour issues the Balfour Declaration, expressing support for the creation of a national home for the Jews in Palestine. Secretary Arthur Balfour issued. That autumn, British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour issues the Balfour Declaration, expressing support for the creation of a national home for the Jews in Palestine. The aim is to rally Jewish support for the Allies, but the declaration contradicts existing pledges to Arab leaders. In October, the British finally win at Gaza, clearing the way for an advance into Palestine. 6 weeks later, General Allenby leads British troops into Jerusalem, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. With Russian forces in disarray, Germany is able to move troops from the east to the Italian front. With Russian forces in disarray, Germany is able to move troops from the east to the Italian front. At the Battle of Caporetto, they helped to smash through the Italian army, advancing 70 miles and taking 250,000 prisoners. British and French divisions, desperately needed on the Western Front, have to be redeployed to shore up the line. In Russia, a second revolution brings Lenin's Bolshevik party to power. He is determined to end Russia's involvement in the war. In France, Georges Clemenceau becomes Prime Minister. Nicknamed the Tiger, he promises total war and total victory. But for the Allies in late 1917, final victory looks uncertain. Russia has stopped fighting. French armies are recovering from mutiny. The Italian front has almost collapsed. And American reinforcements still seem a long way off. For the time being, the British are the only effective Allied force in the field. So the British attack at Cambrai with the first major tank assault in history. On the first day, nearly 400 tanks spearhead an advance of several miles through German defences. But then the tanks break down or are knocked out. The Germans rush in reinforcements, and the gains are lost. Finland declares independence from Russia. Romania, isolated by the Russian collapse, signs an armistice with the Central Powers. 6 days later, Russia also signs an armistice. The Allied Eastern Front is no more. 1917 has seen one major Allied power, Russia, knocked out of the war. But the arrival of a fresh new ally, America. Germany knows only military victory can now save it from being overwhelmed by Allied resources, and begins planning one last massive onslaught for the spring of 1918. After 3.5 years of war, the Allies are in crisis. Russia has been rocked by revolution, and its new Bolshevik government has signed an armistice with the Central Powers. Thousands of German troops will be freed up to fight on the Western Front, where the carnage of trench warfare has already claimed more than 1 million lives. But Germany is also desperate. Britain's long naval blockade has led to shortages and social unrest at home. While America's entry into the war brings fresh manpower and vast resources to the Allied cause, Germany faces inevitable defeat unless it can win a quick victory on the Western Front.
So basically Germany was on the edge of collapsing from inside because of shortage of food. Probably I will check it, because I think having peace with Russia could help them a lot. Was under pressure. In 1980. Okay, because the war with Russia had been ended, so they had to be in a good position. While the war with Russia ended in early 1918, granting Germany a massive territorial victory and nearby 1 million fresh troops for the Western Front, Germany actually faced its almost desperate pressure of the entire war that year. The reasons they were not in a good positions were a combination of home front collapse, the failure of their final gamble, and the overwhelming arrival of the Americans. Okay. The last card failure. Okay. I will see.
US President Wilson announces his 14 points. They outline his vision for a post-war world, including an end to secret treaties, a reduction in the size of armed forces, self-determination for the people of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and an international organization to settle future disputes. But most European leaders dismiss his ideas as wishful thinking. At Brest-Litovsk, Bolshevik Russia signs a peace treaty with the Central Powers. Russia gives up vast amounts of territory in exchange for peace. 500,000 German troops can now be redeployed from the east to the Western Front, where German General Erich Ludendorff plans an all-out, last-ditch offensive to win the war. Ludendorff's spring offensive catches the Allies off guard. German stormtroopers, using new infiltration tactics, help to overwhelm the British Fifth Army, which is soon in full retreat. The German advance threatens to split the British and French armies, with disastrous consequences. So French General Ferdinand Foch is appointed Supreme Commander of Allied Forces to coordinate strategy. Outside Amiens, British and Australian troops improvise a defence and finally halt the German advance. Commander of So French General Ferdinand Foch is appointed Supreme Commander of Allied Forces to coordinate strategy. Outside Amiens, British and Australian troops improvise a defence and finally halt the German advance. The German offensive switches to the north, targeting the Channel ports. The German offensive switches to the north, targeting the Channel ports. But the British inflict heavy losses on the Germans and prevent a breakthrough. Above the trenches, the First Air War continues to escalate. Each side now has more than 3,000 aircraft in service on the Western Front. But by 1918, the Allies have won air superiority, thanks to greater resources. On the 21st of April, Germany's most famous pilot, Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, is shot down and killed near Amiens. With 80 victories, is shot down and killed near Amiens. With 80 victories, he's the war's highest-scoring ace, and is buried by the Allies with full military honours. The Red Baron is shot down and killed near Amiens. With 80 victories, he's the war's highest-scoring ace, and is buried by the Allies with full military honours. Britain.
Oh my god, really? I just saw it. Basically they buried him with military allies, but with military honors. Their enemy. Oh, that's interesting. But I just...
On the 21st of April, Germany's most famous pilot, Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, is shot down and killed near Amiens. With 80 victories, he's the war's highest-scoring ace, and is buried by the Allies with full military honours. Britain's new...
Such a nice culture. After millions of deaths, they still treat their enemies with respect.
Independent bombing force launches a daylight raid against Cologne. It marks the beginning of Britain's own strategic bombing campaign. On the ground, Ludendorff's offensive switches south, targeting the French. German troops advance 30 miles, but are halted at the River Marne, just as fresh American divisions enter the line. The US 1st Division is the first to see combat at the Battle of Cantigny. 3 days later, the US 2nd Division wins victory at the Battle of Belleau Wood. By now, there are nearly 1 million American soldiers in France, with
1 million of American soldiers. 1 million! God's sake, 1 million! They come with 1 million.
10,000 wins victory at the Battle of Belleau Wood. By now, there are nearly 1 million American soldiers in France, with 10,000 more arriving every day.
Wow, 1 million. You know, they are so far. Such a logistic USA had us that at that time that they could just move 1 million, around 1 million soldiers to France. Wow, I'm asking. American factor. The end of the war in Russia gave Germany more men, but the entry of the US gave Allies an inexhaustible reserve. Okay, 10,000 a day. By summer 1940, American troops were arriving at a rate of 10,000 per day. German soldiers realized that no matter how many British or French soldiers they killed, there was a fresh, well-fed army of millions waiting behind them. What was the volume of US troops in WW1? For God's sake, how they could send 1 million, nearly 1 million soldiers? Wait, the United States mobilized for World War I was one of the most rapid military expansion in history. Starting with a small standing army, roughly 127,000 men in April 1917, the US grew to over 4.7 million service members by the end of the war in November 1918. Wow. Total mobilization and deployment. Total force between 4.4 million Americans served in the military during the war. Army, 4 million served in the army. Navy and Marines, about 600,000 served in the Navy and nearly 80,000 in the Marine Corps. Overseas force, more than 2 million soldiers were deployed to Europe as the part of American Expeditionary Force. Arrival rate in Europe. Wow. The deployment began slowly but accelerated to an overwhelming pace by 1918. June 1917, the first trickle of 40,000 troops landed in France. Early 1918, only about 84,000 Americans were in France. By the end of March, summer deployment skyrocketed to 10,000 soldiers arriving every day. Every day they what? July 1918, over 1 million soldiers, US troops were on European soil. Armistice. Roughly 2 million US troops were in France, with about 1.2 million of them actively massed on the Western Front for the final offensive. The massive volume of troops were achieved primarily by the Selective Service Act. Just about. Despite their relatively brief period of intense combat, the US suffered significant losses. Total death 116. Combat death. Total death, okay. Combat death 53,000. Disease 63,000 just with disease. Wow. Okay, 204,000 wounded. But how logistically was possible to send so many troops with how logistically was possible to send so many troops with this distance and how they could send daily 10,000 from US to France. Transporting over 2 million troops across the Atlantic was a monumental achievement made possible by a bridge of ships and a highly organized convoy system. By the summer of 1918, the United States was delivering an average of 10,000 soldiers per day to French ports. This was achieved through several key logistical strategies. The multinations fleet. The US initially lacked enough ships to move such a massive force, so they scrapped together a diverse fleet. Seized German ships. The US seized the massive German ocean liners that had been interned in in American port at the start of the war. For example, the SS America became the USS America, carrying nearly 40,000 troops in France. Oh, USS America. I'm very curious. Just get it. Wow, 40,000. British assistance. Over half of the American expeditionary forces were actually transported on British ships, converted commercial vessels. The Navy and Army drafted cruise ships, mail ships, and merchant vessels, rapidly refitting them with bunks and armaments to serve as troop transports. To protect against Germans' U-boats, ships no longer sailed alone. They moved in convoys to 10 to 40 vessels escorted by destroyers and cruisers. Speed and zigzagging troop convoys consist of fast ocean liners that travel at a high speed and performed zigzag maneuver to make it difficult for submarines to aim torpedoes. Okay. Specialization. Convoys were divided into fast troop group and slower cargo groups to ensure the most vulnerable passengers spend the least amount of time in danger zones, high efficiency ports and rail. Moving 10,000 men daily require industrial scale processing at both ends of the journey. U.S. embarkation. Wow. Major ports like Hoboken and Newport were transformed into massive military hubs, where thousands could proceed routed daily. In France, American engineers built over 1,000 miles of new railroad tracks and assembled 1,500 locomotives to move troops from ports like Saint-Nazaire and Brest to the front line. Wow. Manage the flow of men and material. Wow, that's such an amazing preparation.
The fourth phase of the German offensive leads to a 9-mile advance, but is finally halted by a French counterattack. In Italy, Austria-Hungary launches an attack at Asiago and the Piave River to support Ludendorff's offensive in France. But it's repulsed with heavy losses, and morale amongst the Austro-Hungarian army collapses. British and French troops land at Murmansk in northern Russia. It's the beginning of Allied intervention in Russia's civil war, on the side of so-called white or anti-Bolshevik forces. On the Western Front, the Germans' final attack. On the Western Front, the Germans' final attack is defeated in the Second Battle of the Marne. Ludendorff's offensive. On the Western Front, the Germans' final attack is defeated in the Second Battle of the Marne. Ludendorff's offensive has cost the Germans more than 600,000 casualties and has failed to make a decisive breakthrough. Ludendorff's offensive. Second Battle of the Marne.
Operation Marne's Jaws, reign of what? Okay. Battle of the Marne. Okay. I will see. Battle of the Marne. There were two critical battles on the river Marne, but the first one in 1914 is considered one of the most important events in the world history because it saved France from total defeat. The first Battle of Marne. The battle took, okay, press 1 month, okay, only a month after the war started. The battle took place only a month after the war started. Germany was executing the Schlieffen Plan, a strategy to knock France out of the war in just 6 weeks by sweeping through Belgium and encircling Paris. Yeah, it didn't work. The miracle of the Marne. The German army had reached within 30 miles of Paris. The French government had already fled to border. Wow, I didn't know that. They were so close to total defeat. However, a gap opened between two German armies, and French and British forces launched a massive counterattack. The taxes of the Marne. In a famous moment of desperation, the French used 600 civilian Paris taxi cabs to rush for 6,000 reserve troops to the front line. These remain one of the first major examples of motorized troop transport in history. The result, Germans were forced to retreat. This ended their hope for a quick victory and began the era of trench warfare. Instead of a fast war of movement, the two sides dug in for a 4-year stalemate. The Second Battle of Marne. 4 years later, the Marne was again the site of a decisive turning point. This was the final major German offensive of the war, the Spring Offensive, the Allied counter-strike. The Germans tried to cross the river to reach Paris one last time. They were stalled by massive Allied forces that included hundreds of thousands of fresh American troops. Their turning point. After stopping the German attack, the Allies launched a counter-offensive attack that never stopped. This marked the beginning of the 100 Days Offensive, which eventually led to the German surrounded in November. Wow! It was which date that they started? July, August. So I will see the Second Battle of Marne. The Second Battle of Marne was a strategic turning point. Gasp. Last gasp. Okay. Wow. This is the most decisive battle. Second Battle of Marne casualties. Role of Americans in Second Battle of the Marne. Second Battle of the Marne turning point. The Second Battle of the Marne was the strategic turning point of the final year of the war. If the first Marne saved France in 1914, the second Marne broke the back of the German army in 1918. Imperial War Museums. Okay. The German last gasps. Their gasp. The battle began with the final phase of the German Spring Offensive. General Erich Ludendorff launched a massive attack to divide the French and the British army and captured Paris. The trap. Allied intelligence intercepted German radio messages and knew exactly when the attack was coming. The Rock of the Marne. The U.S. 3rd Division earned this famous nickname by holding their position along the river, while other units retreated, stopping the German crossing in its track. Rock of the Marne. Okay. The Allied counter-strike. On July 18, French General Friedrich Foch launched a massive counter-offensive attack, caught the Germans completely by surprise. The power of tanks. The Allies used hundreds of Renault FT tanks to punch through the German lines, providing that mobile warfare had returned. Okay, what is the Renault FT tanks? Okay. American Mossad. Roughly 300,000 American troops participated in this counterattack, providing the fresh blood that the exhausted French and British forces lacked. Consequences: German collapsed. Okay, Landgraf was forced to call off his plan for any further offensive. The German army never regained the initiative for the rest of the war. The 100 days. The victory led directly into the 100 days offensive. The final Allied drive ended the war. Casualty. The losses were immense. Approximately 160,000 Allied, including 30,000 American and 168 Germans become casualties. In 1914, the Marne was a miracle of survival. In 1918, it was a coordinated execution of modern warfare. It was the first time the Allies acted under a unified command and used a combined armed approach of infantry, tanks, and massive American reserve to overwhelm Germany. Basically, the World War I was gained thanks to USA, because after Russia collapsed, they could send around 500,000, 1 million soldiers from the Eastern Front to Western Front, Germany. They could do that, and morally it was a disaster for Allies army. But thanks to USA entered into the war. This situation completely changed. It was basically, I think, it was the end for Allies if USA wouldn't enter to the war. Wow.
Ludendorff's offensive has cost the Germans more than 600,000 casualties and has failed to make a decisive breakthrough. Germany's final gamble has failed. The Allies now go on the attack. At the Battle of Amiens, British, Australian, Canadian and French troops, supported by tanks and aircraft, advance 7 miles in a single day. General Ludendorff calls the 8th of August the Black Day of the German army. German troops are exhausted, hungry and demoralized, and begin to surrender in their thousands. The Battle of Amiens begins the Allies' 100 days offensive. Trench warfare is over. The Germans are in full retreat. In the Balkans, a new Allied offensive at Dobropolje breaks through Bulgarian positions. The overstretched Bulgarian army collapses, and 2 weeks later, Bulgaria signs an armistice. In the Middle East, British-led forces defeat the Turks at the Battle of Megiddo, taking 25,000 prisoners. Allied troops soon occupy Damascus and Aleppo. On the Western Front, Marshal Foch orders a general attack. British, French and American armies reach the Hindenburg Line, a line of reinforced German defences, and break through. Ludendorff informs the Kaiser that the military situation is hopeless and that Germany must seek an armistice. Germany sends a request to US President Woodrow Wilson, who in return demands German withdrawal from all occupied territory and the Kaiser's abdication. On the Italian front, the Allies deliver the final blow to Austria-Hungary and turn to request to US President Woodrow Wilson. Germany sends a request to US President Woodrow Wilson, who in return demands German withdrawal from all occupied territory and the Kaiser's abdication. On the Italian front, the Allies deliver the final blow to Austria-Hungary at the Battle of Vittorio Veneto. The Austro-Hungarian army disintegrates and 300,000 prisoners are taken. With the Central Powers facing collapse, the Ottoman Empire signs an armistice with the Allies at Mudros. 4 days later, Austria-Hungary signs an armistice with the Allies at Villa Giusti. At Kiel, the German High Seas Fleet is ordered to make a suicidal attack on the British Navy, but instead it mutinies. Hungary signs an armistice with the Allies at Villa Giusti. At Kiel, the German High Seas Fleet is ordered to make a suicidal attack on the British Navy, but in Seas Fleet Villa Giusti. At Kiel, the German High Seas Fleet is ordered to make a suicidal attack on the British Navy, but instead it mutinies. Revolution spreads through Germany. The Kaiser abdicates, and a German Republic is proclaimed. On the 11th of November 1918, a German delegation signs an armistice with the Allies inside Marshal Foch's railway carriage at Compiègne. It comes into force at 11 AM, but fighting continues until the last moment. American Private Henry Gunter is killed, charging a German machine gun at 10:59. He is thought to be the last soldier killed during World War I. 3 days later, in East Africa, German General von Lettow-Vorbeck surrenders his army on the Chambezi River. For 4 years, he has tied down huge numbers of Allied troops, remaining undefeated while cut off from home. He is still considered one of history's greatest guerrilla leaders.
This isn't a peace, it is an armistice for 20 years. Okay.
The Paris Peace Conference opens at the Palace of Versailles, just outside the French capital. Delegates accept a proposal to create a League of Nations to settle future international disputes. The Versailles Treaty, signed in June, imposes harsh terms on Germany. Its military is restricted in size. It must pay war reparations to the Allies. It loses territory to its neighbours.
Okay. To Denmark, to France, to Poland, to Czechoslovakia.
And its colonies are seized by the victors.
By the victors. Okay.
Germany must also accept responsibility for the war in a war guilt clause, a source of
Germany accepts responsibility for causing all damage and destructions to which the Allied and associated governments have been subjected as a consequence of the war imposed upon them by the aggression of Germany and her allies. Wow.
Of lasting resentment in Germany. A source of lasting resentment in Germany.
We will go for the World War II. Yeah.
The boundaries of Europe are redrawn. Poland re-emerges after 100 years of foreign rule, while Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and an enlarged Romania emerged from the ashes of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Okay, so new countries emerges. Yeah. Czech didn't exist.
Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and an enlarged Romania emerged from the ashes of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Ottoman Empire is dismantled. New states, most under European control, are created.
Yeah, Iraq also didn't exist. Okay. It's true. Iraq, Transjordan, yeah, Palestine, Lebanon, okay, Lebanon, Syria. So now, from that time, these countries were created. Wow. Yeah, because all of them were under control of Ottoman and Kingdom of Hijaz, of the Hijaz. Okay.
Created in the Middle East. Here, as in Europe, the seeds of future conflict are sown. In Europe, the seeds of future conflict are sown. While in the Far East, former German possessions in China are handed to Japan, to China's outrage. World War I claimed the lives of 9.5 million soldiers. 1 in 8 of those who fought. 1.5 million. World War I claimed the lives of 9.5 million soldiers. 1 in 8 of those who fought. 21 million more were wounded. 7 million civilians also lost their lives. Huge areas of Europe were left devastated. Old empires vanished. New states were born. Lives across the world were transformed. The world was never the same again.
Wow, that was...
If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like it and subscribe.
Absolutely, that was very good. I really enjoyed this documentary. It was well explained. It was well I can say the like the details, the conflict. It wasn't like going to each wars, but it would take like 10 or 20 hours, but it explained shortly and pretty well. I really enjoy. Okay, so rise of China. it's good. Sometimes I might come and just watch their videos. It gives a lot of good information. And for having the details, I search in internet. So I found it very helpful to understand the details. It's very nice.
So
what happened with Bill Gates?
So what is this here? Bill Gates? He's still talking about? Oh my.
Another place that India leads, but there's a lot more that all of you can be involved in driving forward, is this digital public infrastructure. You know, you would have expected rich countries or others to do that, but in fact, they did not. And so that basic structure that starts with identity and bank accounts and payments is just foundational. And as part of this visit, I'm now seeing how that foundation is being built out in agriculture with profiles of farmers to understand what they need and give them advice.
To kill people because it didn't work.
With health records, so that we can help people not only with infectious diseases, but
like COVID,
the challenge that's coming in the future.
That's a little bit upsetting.
That we can help people not only with infectious diseases, but the challenge that's coming in the future.
Huh. I wonder what he's talking about.
And that digital public infrastructure will help us.
Yeah, I wonder what that is.
Climate problems.
It's a mystery.
And so that all starts, with an Aadhaar identity, getting the information, making sure it's
what a weird guy. Yeah, what a really weird guy. Bill
Gates says an merge of biometric digital ID. Okay. Okay, it exceeds Orwell's dystopia vision. Bill Gates says a merge of biometric digital ID, bank accounts, and payment system is needed to safely monitor people's health records, keeping tabs on farmers, and tackling climate problems.
Gates says a merge of biometric ID, bank accounts, and payment systems is needed to safely monitor people's health records, keeping tabs on farmers and tackling climate problems. Huh, that's really interesting. And so, here's another one too, guys. This is a nice little surprise. Epstein and Gates plan to get rid of all the poor people. I mean, that means we're all going to be rich, right? Cool. I'm excited. Also, I've been thinking a lot about that question you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer. Comment regarding that for you. When can I call you today to discuss this? Oh yeah, by the way, regarding that for you. When can I...
What get rid of poor people as a whole? Who sent that? To Jeffrey Epstein's. From we don't know who to Jeffrey Epstein's. Okay.
I call you today to discuss this. Oh yeah, by the way, was Jeffrey Epstein involved potentially with COVID or other types of pandemics? Of course! Of course he was! Duh! Follow-up recommendations and/or technical specifications for strain pandemic simulation. It's all, he was the DM of the world. He was. This is insane.
I don't know what it is. Okay, so
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big...
Okay, that was good, guys. It was a... Oh, it's the World War II. Route to World War II. Okay, it's good, this one. Okay, this is not peace. It is an armistice for 20 years. Marshal Ferdinand Foch, Supreme Allied Commander in World War I.
1931. The world's leading powers are reeling from the impact of the Great Depression. Global trade has collapsed by two-thirds.
Okay, so I'm not going to start it. No. Maybe tomorrow, maybe another day. It's interesting because I want also to know what happened. It is talking about 1931. So I want to know what happened in Germany from 1919 to 1931. This is important because it was like a big resentment after the losing the war that emerged in German people, and it resulted to 1931 that Nazis came into power. It was around that time. So I will check it. I like history. See what happened, because history just repeated in another shape, in other in different countries, but they are very similar. So what I'm going to do, I will come back. I don't know if I continue the stream, but I will see. I'm just going, I will come back soon. Okay, so guys, what I'm going to do, I'm stop the stream. Since how much time I was streaming? I think around 9 hours around. Yeah, that was fun. It was a good day. I could learn a lot. But probably in the next stream I will see. But without any doubt, one of the videos that I'm going to see, it's about World War II for sure. But I don't know exactly when. So I will try to stream also tomorrow. For now I will just stop the stream, guys, and see you tomorrow. Yeah, have a good time. Bye.